Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. The future briefing island upon which the resort was built was not as large as any of the students were expecting. While it wasn't exactly circular, the running track just in front of the beach that encompassed the whole island was barely 5 kilometers long. Once they had figured that out after one lap, Kaminari's spirits rose, but only slightly. It still meant that Aizawa had sentenced him to a 25k run, in the sun, and humid 30-degree tropical heat. Even Tenya had to admit that the conditions under which they were jogging were a little extreme as he drank from his bottle. Fortunately, they had watering stations where they could fill their bottles with pure fresh water or electrolytes at the start and halfway point, but that still only helped so much. They were midway through lap 3, and the heat was getting to the group. Besides himself and Midoriya, Todoroki, Soto, and Tokoyami had also joined Kaminari in running the 5 laps around the island, and the heat was sapping their energy. "Come on men," Tenya said, trying to pep them up. He wasn't flagging yet, thanks to all the cardio training he did due to his quirk, but this heat would get to even him eventually. We're at the halfway point. Only 2.5 more laps to go. We can do this. I feel like I should have gone to the gym with the other guys, Soto huffed, wiping the sweat from his head with a damp towel he'd wetted in the water from the station they just passed. At least they've got AC in there. Hey, Todoroki, a little ice. Yeah, sure, the son of Endeavor replied, taking the towel from Soto into his right hand and freezing the moisture within it. Will this do? Yeah, thanks man. Soto took it back and placed it around the back of his neck. He shivered for a moment and commented joyfully on how cold it was. Can you do that for me too? Kaminari asked, sweat glistening all over the teen's body. I'm dying over here. He, like the other young men, had tossed aside his sweat-coated shirt after the first lap and was now in just a pair of exercise shorts. Even the breaths of their gym tracksuits would have been too arduous to be wearing out here. Be grateful you don't have feathers, Tokoyami reminded him, the blackness of the crow feathers that covered his bird-like head absorbing the sunlight and heating him even more than his running mates. And the intensity of the sunlight is making dark shadow uncomfortable. I will be grateful when the sun goes down. Isn't he harder to control in the dark? Kaminari asked, getting his towel back from Todoroki. Oh, cold. I assure you, I will be able to handle him, Tokoyami stated. It will be just like back at the dorms. You won't be in any danger. Todoroki looked at the young man with the bird-like head and sentient monster shadow quirk. Here, give me your towel too, he softly requested. You too, Midoriya. It won't be good for any of you to get heat slide while we're out here. Tokoyami thanked him, offering up his wet towel as well, while Midoriya stayed silent, just jogging forward as if he hadn't heard him. Midoriya! Midoriya! What? Yelped the green-haired youth, looking over to Todoroki in surprise. What is it, Todoroki? Are you all right? He asked, his heterochromatic eyes furrowing slightly in concern. Would you like me to freeze your towel for you like the others? Midoriya blinked owlishly at him for a few seconds, not appearing to comprehend his question for a moment. Oh, sure. I'd like that, thanks. Tenya frowned slightly as he watched his best friend. You've been awfully quiet, Midoriya, he observed. I take it it's not solely from the act of building up a decent sweat. Midoriya sighed as he replaced the towel around the back of his neck, not even reacting to the spike in cold temperatures touching his hot skin. You know you can always talk to us if something is bothering you, Tenya comforted him, changing his frown to a soft smile. We are friends, after all. I don't really blame you if you've got stuff on your mind, Soto said. You're the one who basically had all his secrets laid out for all of us to see. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it all. Yeah, Midoriya answered, seeming down. Hey, you guys are still my friends, right? Tenya's smile slipped. Why wouldn't we be? It's just, now all of you know that I used to be quirkless, Midoriya answered. And, well, before I came to UA, being quirkless meant that I wasn't allowed to have friends. If I didn't have a quirk, could you honestly say that you'd still be friends with me? In what way? Todoroki asked. Midoriya looked back at him. Our circumstances are completely different, but if I understand how One for All works correctly, are you asking if we'd still be your friends if you passed it on to someone else and rendered yourself powerless like All Might, or if we'd still be your friends if you'd never gotten One for All in the first place? Midoriya seemed to falter for a moment. Both, I guess. Of course we would, Kaminari replied instantly. You're worrying about some pretty deep stuff, Midoriya. Just don't think about it. I don't think it's that simple to answer, Tenya countered. In response to the first, absolutely. Even if you were to give your power to another, we would absolutely remain your friends, Midoriya. Whether you have a quirk or not, you have the heroic heart to inspire others and bring pride to UA. You're an inspiration to us all. You came to my aid in Hosu, even if we were saved by Endeavor in the end. I have a feeling you would have done the same even if you didn't have a quirk to call upon. In fact, I feel like I'm more honored that you call me your friend. As for the other question, I don't know if we would, Todoroki replied. Midoriya looked horrified for a moment at his words. Dude. Soto hissed. No, I agree with Todoroki, Tokoyami stated. However, Midoriya, it has nothing to do with your character, and is more a matter of circumstance. Circumstance, the one who prompted this discussion asked. Had you not received your quirk from All Might, the chances of you having taken the entrance exam and made it into UA substantially decrease, Tokoyami stated. The exam was difficult enough as it was. Given your state of mind from what we could examine from the show we watched earlier, while possible, it's not likely that you would have come up with another way to pass the exam. Even with All Might's quirk at your command after 10 months of intensive training in order to receive it, you only succeeded due to rescuing Uraraka at the opportune moment. By not making it into the hero course, it's highly unlikely that we would have crossed paths in order to be given the opportunity to become friends. The bird boy smiled. However, if given the chance, I am still sure that we would. You would? Midoriya gasped. And I'm sure that even without the ability to break your fingers to stop my ice attacks during the sports festival, Todoroki added, you would have managed to find some way to become my friend. But what Tokoyami said is right. If you didn't get into UA, we wouldn't have been able to meet you, and then we wouldn't have been able to become friends. In that way, and that way only, we wouldn't be your friends if you were still quirkless. Oh, I see, Midoriya said. He sighed, seemingly satisfied with that answer. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Well, I'm sure there's one of us you still would have been friends with no matter what, Kaminari reassured him, giving him a grin. I bet that if you failed the hero course exam you still would have applied for general studies so you could still go to UA, right? I bet you and her would have still been in the same class. Her? Midoriya asked. Her who? Oh, you know who he's talking about, Soto teased. Bakugo and Ashido made it pretty clear. Uraraka yelped Midoriya. Tenya smiled, not sure if the extra red on Midoriya's face was because of the heat or because he was embarrassed. Probably the latter. Exactly, Tokoyami said with a nod. Without you saving her, and without her saving you, both of you would have failed the exam. It's more likely the two of you would have ended up in general studies together and become friends. Misery loves company. You may have even bonded over failing together instead of passing together. Yeah, you may just be right about that, Midoriya replied while looking up at the sky. A small flock of terns were flying overhead, as well as a couple of brown pelicans. Life would have still gone on after the sludge villain attacked, I guess. After All Might said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, and what happened that day, I honestly believed him. I didn't think I'd made a difference at all. If he hadn't come by at that moment, I just might have given up on my dream. Then I wouldn't have met any of you, or Uraraka. Tenya watched him closely as Midoriya sighed again at the name of their mutual female friend. He'd confided in him in the event that the show revealed his initial thoughts about her, and his friend had honestly been a wreck of mortified embarrassment throughout a great deal of the last 2 episodes they had viewed post-lunch. There was a small, sad smile on his face at the mention of her, and he had lost his composure again when Soto and Kaminari teased him just a few moments ago. Midoriya, he opened up, if you don't want me to pry, I'll stop, but I have a feeling that you and Uraraka are going to need to speak to each other in private relatively soon. Aida. Not you too. Midoriya's flushed face was adorable, but Tenya couldn't let himself think that now. Right now, those nerves were a detriment. I'm not insinuating anything, Tenya reassured him with a smile. Whether you have romantic feelings for Uraraka or if they are purely ones of platonic friendship, that's your business, not mine. I'm not going to attempt becoming a shipper or whatever it was that Ashido had called herself and force a relationship to happen purely for my own entertainment, though if you would like my assistance if that is your goal, I would be happy to offer it. He couldn't help sneaking in a tiny amount of teasing along with his supportive gesture. What else were friends for? However, you've been quiet for most of this run. You haven't only been thinking about whether or not we still like you, even knowing your past. And for the record, Kaminari piped up, I don't think you cheated to get into UA or anything by being given All Might's quirk. We may have said some stuff before about you being lucky or whatever to have that kind of power, but you still heard us before, right? You busted your butt off getting here. You earned that power, Midoriya. You deserved to pass that exam. If anyone was lucky to make it in, it was me. It's like the god that was doling out the quirks knew that we'd be fighting robots for the practical, and my quirks made for that. If that's not luck, then I don't know what is. Tenya could see fresh tears in his friend's eyes. Kaminari, thanks. I won't let you down. Good, the electrification user said with a smile as he ran the cool towel over his sweaty torso for a moment before returning it back to his neck. Now, back to what Ida was saying, what's been bugging you? Midoriya was silent for a few seconds, the only sounds were those of their feet pounding the track, the sea, a nice breeze that stole over them whistling through their ears, and the distant calls of some birds. Guys, he said at last, do you think it's possible for a hero to have a relationship? So you do like Uraraka? Soto said with a grin. She is really cute, Kaminari teased. Man, wish I'd saved her during the exam, then maybe I'd be in your shoes. I meant hypothetically. Midoriya blurted out, not admitting anything. Tenya noticed. All Might never had a family, and he's the top hero. But then, there's Kota's parents, Water Hose. Both of them were killed by Muscular a few years ago, leaving him all alone. It made him hate not just the villains who took his parents from him, but also the entire concept of heroes. If his parents hadn't been heroes, then they wouldn't have fought Muscular and died. And also, if you're in a relationship, what happens when you're busy putting your own happiness above your duty as a hero to save people? Or when you're presented with the hero's dilemma, where you're forced to choose between an innocent bystander and your loved one? Or just by even being a hero, you're putting that person in danger by getting too close to them. Villains could use that to their ADV, Midoriya. A karate chop to the back of his neck probably wasn't the best thing to do, but it got the mad lad's attention. Ida, he blurted out. Whoa. Almost thought Kendo was here for a second. Midoriya, Tenya said again, a little more sternly this time. You do realize who you're talking to, right? Todoroki is the son of Endeavor, the current de facto first-ranked hero, and my brother, father, and grandfather have all been great heroes. He snorted a little, making a smile. If you're trying to argue that being a hero and having a life are mutually exclusive, you're talking to living proof against that argument. Your biggest concern was probably about keeping something like One for All a secret from the person you care about, Todoroki deduced. But now that the whole class knows about it, is that really an issue anymore? You won't have to concern yourself with guilt. It's not just that, Midoriya said. The green-haired youth slowed down to a walk, prompting the others to do so as well. He took a deep breath, well, deeper than the ones he was already taking, turned around, and unloaded a tangled cosmos of uncertainty and self-esteem issues. What if Uraraka doesn't like me after this, was his first question, immediately indirectly identifying that, yes, he did like One as Sunshine Girl. I practically gushed about just talking to a girl. And I thought she looked good in her uniform and couldn't stop staring at her in her hero costume. You saw it. That's literally what I was thinking. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She was just so cute. I mean, it's Uraraka, so of course she'd look good in anything, but now she's gonna think I'm a creep and not want to even speak to me anymore. I'm no good with girls. Girls never talked to me before because I was always so weird, and now she knows just how weird I am and will never get 𝐂𝐨𝐲𝐷𝐿𝐿. The other boys lost track of what he was saying as Midoriya descended into a spiral of panic muttering. Classic Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐴MI chuckled with a hint of affection as he folded his arms. Yeah, 𝐿𝐴 agreed. Good to know some things don't change. I'm kinda glad that Midoriya finally said something to someone, Kaminari said. Looking back on things, 'cause I guess that's what we'll be doing for the next few days, it's sort of obvious, but I was beginning to wonder if Mineta and I were the only ones who even looked at the girls that way. Looked at them what way? Todoroki asked. Kaminari grinned. You know, as girls. Mineta's definitely more open about what he wants, but it helps to know that even Determination Deku over here likes the ladies. Midoriya seemed to snap out of his mumble storm. What? Determination Deku? Yeah, man, Kaminari explained. You're like, super hardcore with how driven you are to become a hero. It's my dream too, but you're honestly a few levels higher than me. That's not true, Kaminari. Midoriya countered. You guys, you're all so much better than me, and you've had your quirks for years. I've only had mine since February. Tenya shook his head. Midoriya, I think the fact that you've already got your provisional license when you've only been in possession of a quirk, and one that can cause such immense self-destruction when not handled properly, in just over half a year is a testament to how amazing you are. Whenever you compliment us and put yourself down, honestly, it's starting to make me a little frustrated. I understand that you want to stand at the top, to be the #1 hero. It's your ultimate goal to be like All Might, just as mine is to be worthy of the name Ingenium and inherit my brother's legacy. Darn it, now I'm beginning to ramble. He chuckled to himself. Anyway, Midoriya, the point I'm trying to make is this. Uraraka is not going to abandon you either because of your previous quirkless status or because she learned that you feel that she's attractive. Things may be a little awkward for a bit, but your friendship will pull through without a problem. Midoriya smiled sincerely, looking up at him. You really think so, Ida? Without a doubt, he replied. And do you think so little of Uraraka that a compliment or two of yours would cause her to dislike you? The young man glanced down, chuckling slightly to himself while rubbing the back of his head. I guess you're right, he answered Tenya, sighing. But still, Midoriya, Todoroki began, folding his arms over his chest, I know I'm not the best at these things, but why do you think you can't have a relationship? Uraraka, and the other girls in our year, Midoriya sighed, not meeting their eyes. All of them are just so amazing. I'm so lucky just to have them in my life. I don't deserve to want anything more than that. No dude, your old school's just scared, Soto said. I agree, Tokoyami nodded his head. The fact that you made it through to UA as you are is a testament to your fortitude. Yeah, Kaminari said. I'm kinda jealous of you, Midoriya. Watching that show today, it's like all of the girls were swooning over you. He turned bright red. What? Even Miss Midnight was getting in on it, Kaminari continued. Seriously. I know that Uraraka was the only one who was really getting close to you before today, but I wouldn't be surprised if the others start hanging out around you more. And no way. Midoriya refuted, waving his arms around. There's no way. I mean, Uraraka, maybe, hopefully, maybe, but that's just because she's so kind and we work so well together. There's no way that anyone else would like me. They were just having fun teasing me, that's all, right? Soto blinked. Wow, you really don't see how awesome you are. Tenya clapped Midoriya on the shoulder as he made a strange noise at Soto's words. It's fine. We don't need to resolve this today. Anyway, we've rested enough. Come on. Let's finish those laps. Kaminari groaned at Tenya's renewed enthusiasm as they started up again. Oh, hey, Midoriya. If you get tongue-tied trying to talk to Uraraka, I've got a few lines you could use. 72, 73, 74. Katsuki pushed, his arms burning to get this final rep done, Kirishima urging him on. He pushed, forcing that bar up above him. 75. Kirishima grasped the bar, assisting Katsuki, as much as he didn't need the help, in putting it back onto its stand. Skiing in a breath, his body sweating, black muscle shirt plastered to his chest and his shorts uncomfortably wet, Katsuki sat back up on the bench. Kirishima passed him his towel, the cloth having been soaking in a bowl of water to help dilute the explosive sweat from his palms. Kirishima, awesome job, Bakugo, the redhead praised, passing him his water bottle, filled with one of the sports drinks that were on tap along with the watering stations. I can't believe you just did that. 3 sets of 25 representatives of 200 kilos. And you don't even have a strength quirk. That's so manly. Insane is more like it, Tape Arms commented from the side, whistling. Katsuki gulped down the drink, draining half a liter of it in one go. He was thirsty, and his arms, which had been screaming at him mere minutes ago, felt like limp noodles at the moment. They were going to be an absolute beach to him tomorrow, but F it. Plus ultra. That DMN nerd had carried around a 250 kilo All Might on his back when he was working on just building his strength to inherit one for all. If he couldn't manage to bench this much like that, then there was no way he was going to keep Deku from surpassing him again. Hey, Katsuki growled, glancing at the 2 of them who were hanging around where he was. Why are you guys still hanging around me? The fake Kirishima from 1B had drifted off somewhere else, and a bunch of the other guys were off in other spots in this gym, which was admittedly pretty sweet. The girls were here too, in a huddle over by a few rowing machines. The only ones not around were Dunce Face, Deku, Icyhot, and the 3 others who joined them in running laps around the island. Why wouldn't we? Kirishima asked. You need a spotter when you're at the bench press, man. It's just how it is. Not that, you idiot, Katsuki retorted, facial muscles twitching. Did he really not get it? I mean, why are you even here? Are you pitying me or something? Tape Arms placed his hands on his hips and gave him a weird look. We're here 'cause we're your friends, duh, he answered bluntly. The hell? Katsuki asked. What the hell made you think I even wanted friends, soy sauce face? Tape Arms folded them and made a scowl while sighing. Whether you wanted us or not, we somehow like you enough to put up with your bullshit, so deal with it. Kirishima sat down next to him, the redhead not looking at him directly. Katsuki didn't look at him either and just concentrated on his arms. He needed to lift them to get the water bottle back to his mouth, but they were already beginning to feel as heavy as tungsten. Lightweights who say their limbs felt like lead could *ck his PP. Kirishima started to talk, and he tried to ignore him, but honestly, he did want to know what the redhead wanted to say. Hey, Bakugo, I know you're not the most social guy, and as a whole, our class doesn't really like you all that much, and that definitely took a hit after the stuff we saw today. Yeah, no SHT, moron. But all the same, you're not the same guy that we saw in the videos today anymore. Yeah, I'm upset that you told Midoriya to kill himself back in middle school. Saying SHT like that isn't manly at all, but I don't feel like you deserve to get punched by All Might for it. It was over a year ago, and you're a different person now than you were then. Like Tetsu said, everyone's a PP in junior high. Deku wasn't a PP in junior high, Katsuki muttered, letting his mostly empty water bottle slide from his limp fingers to hit the ground. He was just that quirkless idiot with a dream that would never come true. Didn't speak out, didn't get in anyone's way, didn't do anything except mutter repeatedly and write notes on heroes. I was the butt that beat down on him whenever he so much as got an inkling of trying to be the hero he'd never be. Katsuki growled again. Why were they still here? Didn't these idiots get it? Don't you morons get it? I tormented that Fing nerd for years. All he ever wanted was to help people and be a hero, but I blew up his stuff, beat the SHT out of him, exploded his lunch or took his lunch money. It's because of me that he's an awkward mess who freaked out just 'cause a girl happened to speak a sentence to him that wasn't insulting. I told that idiot to kill himself. Why are you still here like nothing's happened? All Might chose him and not me because he saw something in Deku that I was too scared to recognize. I told you, I don't need your goddamn pity. I'm going to be the best without you demon extras hanging off of me. Get over yourself, Bakugo, soy sauce face scolded him. Who do you think you are? Endeavor. The mention of the Emperor of Shitty Dads made Katsuki freeze for a moment. Was he honestly being compared to Endeavor? That dumpster fire of a human crematorium that beat the SHT out of his wife and made Icehot's life a living hell. Like hell I'm like Endeavor, he uttered back. Look, Bakugo, Kirishima started again, but Katsuki didn't want to hear it. F off, he broke in, grabbing his bottle and flinging his towel over his shoulder. I'm gonna go shower. He stormed away from the two, ignoring Kirishima's and Tape Arm's calls out to him. He kicked at the leg curl machine as he passed by, startling the extra whose quirk was just a fing tail, and scowled. Damn it. Why can't I just fing accept their help? This wasn't helping him at all. He had hoped that by pumping iron until his arms were limp overcooked fettuccine he'd have been able to vent some of this aggression, but it hadn't worked. All Katsuki wanted to do was punch somebody, even with his arms like this, but that wouldn't solve anything. Usually it was someone else who made him angry, and kicking their butt always helped. But how the hell was he supposed to kick his own butt? You're shaking in your boots, you're so scared. But you wanna fight me anyway. That's why I hate you. DMN that Deku. Even after they tried to resolve their SHT he was still getting under his skin. Raising his arm as he reached the door, Katsuki slammed the side of his fist against the frame. He couldn't build up a decent amount of force, but it still impacted with a solid thud that left a satisfying ache in his hand. Why is courage so fing terrifying? Do I still have no fing spine after all the SHT I've been through? Even All Might get scared. He said it himself. Bakugo. The sound of his name from a voice he was not expecting gave him pause. This was a surprise. He turned around slowly, coming face to face with his class vice rep in all her ponytail glory. What do you want, high class? Stay away from Midoriya. Those were not words he had anticipated coming out of the rich girl's mouth. Her lips were set into a thin line, and she was not giving him the most pleasant of expressions. The hell do you want with Deku, high class? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Last I checked you weren't like round face, crushing on that nerd. Did you decide to join that little Deka squad he's got around him after seeing all the SHT I put him through? Planning on pitying him so you can feel better about yourself? She flinched, but she didn't step back from him. Still, his accusation had put her on her back foot somewhat. My emotions are secondary, she replied after a moment. As vice rep of Class 1A, it's also my responsibility to ensure my classmates have what they need to succeed. Clearly, you cannot stand Midoriya. It would be beneficial to both your developments if you limited your interactions with one another. Katsuki looked closely at her attitude. She was rock solid, no quivering trembles to give away any fear or anxiety she might be feeling. Made sense, considering she'd passed the licensing exam and had run to Kamino with the nerd, being that close to All for One. However intimidating he could be, that boss villain was fing terrifying. Not that he'd ever tell anyone. Come to think of it, she'd come to help Kirishima, Deku, Glasses, and the Icy Hot Back Patch with their insane plan when even Round Face had stayed out of it. However, clearly, she didn't like him, and he couldn't remember ever having had a serious conversation with her in the past. Katsuki couldn't even recall if they'd ever been paired up before in any of the heroics exercises that All Might taught. So she hadn't done that necessarily for him. It's possible she did it for Deku, but he couldn't remember her hanging around him much either. Regarding her for just one more moment, while also thinking back on the talk he'd had earlier with Deku and the teachers, Katsuki clicked his teeth. Fine, whatever. Since the rest of you know about One for All now, I don't have to be as uptight about keeping it secret from you all. I'll stay out of that nerd's way. But know this, even after all the SHT I put Deku through, everything you watched, he'd already experienced it. He knew what I'd done to him. But after our fight the other night he and All Might still trusted me with that secret. Before you, Glasses, Aizawa, even his mom and Round Face. Katsuki turned around and started walking away into the hallway. It's not that I can't stand him anymore, he muttered, for once not giving a f if someone heard him or not, I'd just rather not think about it. Oh sure, you can say SHT to someone you don't even know, but you can't talk to the only guys who still want to hang around with you. You're a fing coward, Katsuki. Momo clenched her fist as she watched Bakugo walk away from the gym. That had been unexpected. She had expected Bakugo to fight that a lot more, or tell her to PSS off or something equally crude. However, it appeared as though he had actually mellowed somewhat, or he just worked himself into a state of exhaustion to the point of not having the energy to be too combative. Whatever the reason, she told him what she'd wanted to tell him. Biting her lip, Momo turned on her heel and slowly made her way back to the other girls. I hope Midoriya's okay with me butting in like that, she thought. But, didn't he once say that All Might told him that meddling where you don't need to is the essence of heroism? The signs were all so obvious that Midoriya was a victim of abuse, and that he was blaming himself for everything and never once faulting Bakugo for his own actions. There was always an excuse, always something that Midoriya had done to set him off. A fire grew in her eyes as she reached the others, returning with her water bottle refilled with electrolytes. Midoriya, you never intended to, but when we went to Kamino together, you helped and inspired me more than you could possibly know. So now that we're in this place to learn and better ourselves, let me help you. Momo's eyes met Ochako's as she stopped next to the shorter girl, the brunette watching her closely while she waited for her turn again on the rowing machine. Mina was really working her hardest on it. Momo gave her a confident smile. I have no intention of stealing him from you, Ochako, not unless you let me, she stated. And should you confess your feelings to him and he returns them, which I believe he does, given what we saw this afternoon, I want you to know that I'd still like to become an actual friend of Midoriya's, not just classmates. Spotting her classmates blush, all Momo did was smile and fold her arms in front of her, choosing to watch Mina and Hatsune race each other on the rowing machines, Hagekyo eagerly calling out slide. Over and over for the two of them. Hey, you're a Momo. She quirked her eyebrow and looked back at Ochako. The brunette wasn't exactly looking at her, but her voice was quiet enough that Momo was the only one who'd hear her. What were you talking to Bakugo about? The mention of his name riled up something in the pit of her stomach, and Momo had to steel her expression into neutral to avoid scowling. I simply told him to keep his distance from Midoriya, that's all. It's not healthy for the two of them to be together. Even if Midoriya wants to have a rivalry with him, he can do that after he's gone through therapy and accepted that he was Bakugo's abuse victim. It's not smart for him to keep calling Bakugo amazing and idolizing him, even if he has the power and talent to potentially become a top hero. Ochako nodded in seeming agreement. Good. I'm glad someone else recognizes it. It just makes me so mad. Seeing everything he did to Deku when they were growing up, it makes me want to do some very unheroic things to Bakugo. I agree, Momo stated simply. That's partially why I decided to warn him off. If I'm going to be spending more time around Midoriya, I'd rather not have an ever-present temptation to create a cannon just so I can show him what a real explosion looks like. Ochako giggled, presumably at the mental imagery Momo had just provided her, before she became quiet again. Hey, you're a Momo. Did you mean it? What you said back at lunch? She was rubbing her bare arms with her hands, seemingly chilled despite the warmth of the gym. She must be thinking about the ultimatum I gave her, Momo thought, eyelids drooping slightly. You're referring to what I said about asking Midoriya out to dinner, correct? At Ochako's answering nod, though it took time for the girl to respond, Momo let out the breath she'd been holding. Ochako, it's clear that you're infatuated with Midoriya. The rest of us girls can see that. Honestly, I'm surprised it took watching a show about him for the rest of us to really start to see what you'd been seeing all along. I was even with him at Kamino when we went to save Bakugo, and while he did inspire me that day, coming up with a strategy that would allow us to rescue him while also keeping clear of engaging in combat with the villains, and saying so firmly that he wanted to save him, I still didn't see him the way that you do until this morning. So yes, I meant what I said. I think I, maybe, sort of, like Midoriya. What are you saying, Momo? You can't just tell someone that you like the same guy as she does. Are you trying to make a declaration of war? What if the rest of the class joins in? Mina certainly seemed interested. How is that being fair to her or Midoriya at all? And you also heard what I said? Ochako asked quietly. Momo hadn't quite realized it, but the two of them had slowly been moving off into a secluded corner away from prying ears. About not getting in the way of his future and his dream. He's got one for all, Momo. His All Might's successor, the next symbol of peace. Plus, being a hero is a stressful, dangerous job. Anything could happen, and villains could target the people you care about. Boyfriends, lovers, children. I can't take away his dream for a domestic fantasy. Ah, I see, Momo realized. She wasn't just being silly earlier. She honestly believes that being a hero and having a relationship are two mutually exclusive things, that Midoriya's been working so hard and has placed so much pressure on himself to succeed all might that she can't waste his time with romance. Even if it hurts her, even if it causes her pain, Ochako wants to help Midoriya become the best hero he can be any way she can, even by forcing herself not to get too close. But she's wrong. Ochako, Momo began, knowing that this was probably going to end up dooming her chances of becoming Midoriya's girlfriend. Do you know how I got to take the recommendation exam into UA's hero course? The brunette seemed surprised by this sudden, and admittedly, seemingly unrelated question. Here. Isn't it because your dad owns a huge support company? You know, because you've got connections through there. You'd think that, but no, Momo replied. I was given the opportunity to prove myself in the recommendation exam through my mother. Your mother? Ochako asked. I don't think you've talked about your mother much. She's the one that got you the chance for a spot. Who is she? Midnight. Very rare were the opportunities in which Momo was able to reveal who her mother was to people, at the woman's own behest. While many pro-heroes knew the connection between Momo and Midnight, as well as most of if not all of UA's faculty, absolutely none of the students were in the know. So telling Ochako that her mother was one of their teachers was a great show of trust in the other girl, that and seeing her dumbfounded expression as the wheels turned in her head was just adorable. What? Miss Midnight is your... My mother, yes, Momo answered, giggling faintly at the broken expression on Ochako's face. My mother is a pro-hero who is also a married woman and has a daughter. She and my father actually got married shortly after she graduated UA, and I came along not too long after that. And even with her familial and maternal obligations, she still fulfilled her duty as a pro-hero on the front lines before receiving her teaching license and getting a position at UA about 7 years ago. So, before you ask that question again, yes, I do believe that it's entirely possible for a hero course student to not only have a relationship with someone, but that they can also make it work out and have a family in the long run. Ochako just stared at her silently for a few seconds that dragged on and on before she let out a laugh that sounded like a snort, which quickly turned into quite a few outbursts of laughter. While Momo herself didn't exactly see what was amusing, she couldn't prevent some giggles from leaving her own mouth as well. Why are we laughing? Thanks Yomomo, Ochako said, her laughter abating as she wiped a tear from each eye. I needed that. Needed what? Momo asked, still confused as to how exactly she helped the other young woman. But at least she seemed happier now, so that was a good thing in her books. You just cleared up something I was being stupid about, Ochako replied, a fresh smile on her face. Of course. It was so obvious it was right in front of me but I couldn't see it. She stood up fully and nodded her head. I'm gonna tell Deku, right now before I get lost in my head again. Oh, and Yomomo, don't give up on him just yet just because I'm going on ahead. Something tells me I'm gonna need help keeping him in line. Before Momo could even comprehend what Ochako was saying to her, the brunette was jogging out of the gym and off towards wherever she could find Midoriya. What? What did Ochako say? Don't give, is she offering to share Midoriya? Does that mean that we'd both? An image came to her unbidden, of Midoriya's shirtless body as shown earlier on the show, and then what she knew Ochako to look like from their time spent in the locker rooms at school. Abs glistening with sweat, Ochako, curvy and bare-chested, leaning against Midoriya's pectoral muscles that bulged with hidden power, both of them smiling sweetly in her direction with Ochako beckoning with an extended figure. The Gravity Girl's legs that went on for days and magnificent thighs. Momo's face turned red and she slapped her hands to her cheeks. What in the world am I thinking? Ochako ran out into the bright sunlight of mid-afternoon, a sheen of sweat on her skin from the 2 hours she'd spent in the gym with the other girls, a bright smile on her face in contrast to the aches in her legs, back, shoulders, and arms from the workout. She was really feeling the burn, Hatsune and Kendo were unrelenting in the way they pushed everyone else in the group. She just had to feel bad for 𝐻𝐻𝐽. The poor invisible girl was barely able to do 10 pull-ups before collapsing in a heap. But those aches and pains didn't matter now. Momo had cleared up what she'd been grappling with since she'd seen this afternoon's pair of episodes and found out that Deku maybe sort of actually did find her attractive. It had turned her entire outlook on its head, discovering that he had those thoughts too. Or, at least he did have those thoughts, months ago, when they first met. Whether he still had them was another question entirely, and one that would hopefully be answered by the end of the day. I can't believe I was being so dumb, Ochako thought to herself. What was I even worrying about? These feelings I have, it's not wrong for me to have them. Police have families. Firefighters have families. Ida's from a long line of heroes. Of course heroes can have relationships, duh. Hero couples can work, I'll make it work. She was going to tell Deku. She was going to tell Deku how she felt. She was going to tell Deku she loved him and nothing, wait, love. Ochako screeched to a halt as she reached the winding multisection pool that was between the main resort building and the beach. Heat flared up on her cheeks again as she reconsidered everything. Hold on now, Ochako. Don't get ahead of yourself. You only like Deku. You're not in love with him or anything. Don't go and make things weirder than they already are. He's your best friend that you just like as more than a friend, that's all. No need to go bringing the L word into this like some kind of romance novel. No, you love him. Ochako slapped her hands over her mouth, just managing to keep her pinkies out so that she didn't start to float away again. Kamemoto was sitting out on a chair not 5 feet away from her, one of her drinks on a small plastic table next to her while she rested under an umbrella with a book. The older woman was giving her a warm smile from underneath her sunglasses, and dressed in only a black bikini patterned with pink sakura blossoms. Who said anything about love? Ochako blurted out. I sure didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. Kamemoto laughed. I think you're starting to pick up mumbling your thoughts out loud from Deku, she stated. By the way, yeah, you totally love him. Some of my friends in upper management are betting that you'll take those feelings out of storage and finally confess to him when he's recovering in hospital from something that happens just before the start of your second year. Then we'll all have our green tea goodness. Ochako froze. She couldn't feel the heat of the sun that was coming down on her. She felt cold, like the ice in that drink of Kamemoto's had been poured down her neck and then Todoroki had frozen her in a glacier. Deku, hospital. Yeah, he breaks himself again, Kamemoto answered, her voice far too casual considering what she was saying. Not surprising, considering he'll keep dishing out 100% smashes when his body still can't handle that kind of power load. Oh SHT, was that a spoiler? Sorry. Forget I said anything. You'll see it anyway later, but please, forget I even brought it up. Ochako blinked. No. Deku wouldn't. Not after the training CA. Yes, he would break himself again. Her hands shook, eyes losing focus as she gazed into the distance. Ochako couldn't see the sea, only the image of Deku, her Deku, lying in a hospital bed with his arms and chest bound heavily in BLD-soaked bandages, dried BLD coating his face and caking his wonderful messy green curls. How bad? Kamemoto winced. Dunno. The top guys in upper management who filter it on down the line every week haven't quite shared that far into the future with me, but from what I've already seen, she sighed and gave Ochako a look that nearly broke her heart. Look, if you want him to hold you close in his arms and cuddle you, I'd suggest you get a move on and tell him. Perhaps change the future. Because if you don't change it, well, he may not be able to use those big strong arms of his after spring break. The woman picked up her drink and started cursing at it, blaming it for having her spill the beans before it was time, but Ochako didn't really hear that. She was too dazed. Instead, she turned on her heel and slowly started to make her way back to her room with a maelstrom of conflicting thoughts in her head. By the end of spring break, Deku will. Momo's words were supposed to have solidified her resolve. To confess to Deku that she liked him. Kamemoto's drunken revelation made her question whether distracting him with her selfish desires would just cause him even more pain, or possibly. Is Deku going to become like Ingenium before we can even graduate? She didn't meet anyone on her trek back. No one was by the stairs. No one was in the halls to stop her and ask what she was up to. Nobody was able to see the tears in her eyes that she tried to hold back. The lock beeped and flashed with green light as Ochako held her key card against it, and the whirring of the locking mechanism sifted through her ears. She opened the door and entered, barely registering taking off her shoes and the sound of the door closing behind her. She moved towards the closest bed and dropped on it, then took hold of one of the big fluffy pillows and placed it over her face to soak her tears and sobs. Her heart wailed in agony as the thought of Deku lying broken and barely surviving through an oxygen mask consumed her. What am I supposed to do? Ochako wasn't sure how long she stayed in her moping daze as she hugged the pillow close to her body. At some point she ran out of tears to cry, but her dilemma hadn't changed one iota. Everything had been so much simpler before today. She'd buried her feelings for Deku deep down within herself, so that she didn't have to acknowledge how she felt about him and could pretend that she didn't have a crush. It was simple in theory. All she had to do was ignore any and all thoughts of romance and turn a blind eye to anything that set her off, like the memory of Hatsume's ginormous fat melon squishing against Deku's chest, and focus 100% on her hero training and the work studies that they could potentially be allowed to participate in. Nice. Simple. Lock those pesky emotions up and dedicate herself to her training. Then nothing had to change. Now though, Ochako turned to look at the blank TV screen. Kamemoto said we had video on demand for all the episodes we've watched so far, right? She got up from the bed, releasing the effects of her quirk from the pillow she'd grabbed so that it would stop floating now that she'd let go of it, and went to pick up the remote. Her expression was dull and lifeless, much like how her heart felt at present. Turning on the television set, Ochako was prepared for the channel to already be tuned to a TV guide or a weather channel or something bland so that she could listlessly search for the view of the show they had been watching. Ochako wasn't fully sure why she wanted to watch it again so soon. The first 2 episodes had been terrible to sit through, seeing all of the trauma that Deku went through. Bakugo telling him to kill himself, all his classmates laughing at him, All Might saying that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, both of his encounters with the sludge villain where Deku had nearly died. But then All Might did say he could become a hero. And Deku worked really, really hard to receive one for all from him. It was all so inspiring, and there were plenty of heartwarming moments too. The cuteness of toddler Deku and his mom, for example. However, Ochako was not prepared for the channel that the television was already on to be an adult channel. Steam escaped her ears as her cheeks practically caught fire at the sight of what the actress on screen was doing, and Ochako screamed, dropping the remote like it had seared her. What the F? She scrambled for the remote again, ears burning at the sounds coming from the TV and from the F-bomb she just dropped in her shock and panic. It was loud. Oh God, the television's volume was loud. Those MMMMS were too loud. She desperately hoped and prayed that nobody was in an adjacent room and that the walls were soundproof. With trembling hands, Ochako managed to get the remote under control and quickly changed the channel to something she was positive would be safe for work, and sighed in relief when it was proven correct. She'd swayed it to the weather channel. Heart racing, the girl sat back down on the edge of her bed. Seriously, she asked out loud. We're high school students. There's lazy and then there's this, Kamemoto. We shouldn't. I mean, we do, but you shouldn't just, oh God, what if everyone's television's default channel is set to that? Well, at least she wasn't lifeless anymore. The sudden intrusion of porn into her day threw her completely off balance. But still, the only person in class she could imagine being happy about their television being set to turn on to that was Mineta, and the less she thought of the pervy gremlin and the things he'd do when he found out, the better. Actually, Mina and Toru would both probably settle down after a moment and watch it. Ochako pressed her palms into her eyeballs. Come on, Ochako, stop thinking about it. Just go and find the dumb show again and forget about who the last person who used the TV. Ochako's brain froze. The last person who used the television. Barring anyone else that would have been brought to this future briefing island and stayed in this room, the only other person who could have accessed this television set was Deku. Did Deku. Like a robot, Ochako mechanically cranked her head back up to look at the television, still turned to displaying the weather for the area, which was being accompanied by graphics of attractive men and women in skimpy swimwear. Swimwear like Deku's school swim trunks, which had hugged his form pretty well. Those toned biceps, chiseled pecs, abs that she could grate herself on. Screw this. I'm taking a shower. Izuku grabbed his shirt from where he and the other guys had dropped them in a pile at the start of the track, which for them was the watering station between the beach and the resort's pool area. He had just finished gulping down the sports drink he had filled his bottle with. The run itself wasn't that strenuous for him from a cardio perspective. All Might's aim to pass American Dream Plan had had him endure worse, but the tropical heat and humidity was absolute murder in comparison to Musutofu's climate. 25 kilometers in such weather would tax just about anyone, even heroes in training. It went without saying that by the time they had finished, all 6 young men were drenched in sweat. Their shorts clung to their legs and socks were soaked. "Hey, Ida," Soto breathed, laying flat on his back as he scared in lungfuls of air. "How'd we do?" "It's shortly after 5, Ida replied, frowning. "To be honest, I was expecting better of us, but I did not take into consideration the effects of the heat and humidity. This is something we'll need to keep an eye on in the future." "How about, no, Ida?" Kaminari asked. "I don't think I can take another run like this." "But what if after graduation you end up going to a place like Okinawa or a sudden heat wave strikes?" Izuku asked. "We're going to need to handle working in all types of weather." "You can handle that, Mr. Chosen One," Kaminari still labored to get out. "I'll stay where the weather is cooler." "Or you could try getting into better shape," Todoroki offered. "F you and your ice powers," Tokoyami exhaled. "You were quite grateful for them while we were on the track," he reminded his fellow classmate. Kaminari released a shuddering breath as he forced himself to sit up. "That's because his quirk helped cool us down a bit," he whined. "But since Todoroki could just constantly keep himself cool, he's the only one who's not a total mess." Izuku got a closer look at his friend. Just like Kaminari said, Todoroki wasn't actually showing the same amount of exhaustion that the rest of them were due to the physical effects of the heat. He just looked to be enduring the normal effects of running a few kilometers over a half marathon. "Anyway," Ida commented, "now that we're done, we should inform Mr. Aizawa that Kaminari has completed his 5 laps around the island, then we should all shower and have dinner. I believe Miss Kamemoto said that the supper buffet hall would open at 5:30. "Yeah, she did say that," Izuku agreed. He slung his shirt over his shoulder and felt in his pocket for his room key. Izuku tried to keep an expression of disgust from his face. The plastic felt all slimy from the sweat that had drenched his shorts and underwear. And don't even get him started on his phone. Felt like that was going to need some special cleaning of its own. "If it's all the same to you, Ida, I think I'll just go back to my room and shower first. I don't think Mr. Aizawa needs to see all of us." Ida nodded. "Very well then, Midoriya, I shall see you at dinner. Would you like to meet up beforehand?" Izuku thought about it for a second. "I suppose so. Would 5:45 in the entrance hall work? That'll give plenty of time to shower, and still just over an hour to eat." "Agreed, but if you're going to be running late for whatever reason, don't hesitate to send me a message. It appears that our phones are still able to send messages between them, even if we cannot reach anyone outside of the island." Izuku nodded and started to walk away. "Of course. See you in a bit, Ida." Soto and Tokoyami fell into step behind him. "Man, that pool's looking real good," Soto commented. "Water's probably pretty cool. Makes me think about just jumping in and splashing around for a few minutes." Izuku sighed. "I don't really need to add chlorine to the list of things to wash off today," he said, and headed off towards his room. "Looking good, Midori." Izuku paused as he heard Ashido's voice, and saw her, Yorozu, Gyro, and Hagekyu seemingly loitering in the hall on a couple of couches. All 4 were in their PE clothes, and looked close to exhausted, though that didn't stop them from smiling. "Did you boys have a good run with Kaminari? He didn't force you to slack off, did he?" Gyro asked. "That run was pretty intense," Soto answered. 25K in heat like this is not something I'd trained for." "Indeed," stated Tokoyami. "We were fortunate Todoroki was with us. His quirk was most helpful in getting us through it. You guys just ran over a half marathon in this. 𝐔𝐻𝐽 gasped. Even with Todoroki, there's no way I could handle that. What if he was shirtless? Ashido asked. I'm sure if these fine gentlemen were, then Todoroki was too. Izuku nodded, feeling himself blush at the grin on Ashido's face. He definitely wasn't used to girls looking at him like that. It brought a certain heat to his body as his heart quickened, but he couldn't say that he disliked it. Yeah, the heat was something else after we started. After the first lap we needed to sweat all we could to even try to keep cool. Izuku could see all the girls start to blush at his words. He'd never noticed before that Ashido blushed purple. It was honestly kind of cute. Well, then, maybe I could have done it, 𝐔𝐻𝐽 mumbled. Midoriya. He turned his attention to Yaoyorozu. She was casting her gaze around and then her eyes settled on him, a curious expression clouding them. Where's Uraraka? Yeah. Ashido exclaimed. I thought you two lovebirds would be joined at the hip by now. Izuku's face turned into a pink beacon as blood flooded his cheeks again. Lovebirds? What are you talking about, Ashido? Uraraka and I are just friends, at least right now, he mumbled the last bit, hoping that they didn't hear. Besides, I haven't seen her since we left the theater. I thought she was going to be working out in the gym with all of you. The girls in front of him looked at each other and frowned. Well, she was, Gyro said. But then she left a while ago to go find you. Are you saying that Ochako never caught you guys on your run? 𝐔𝐻𝐽 asked. The three boys shook their heads. No, Soto answered. It was just us, Kaminari, Ida, and Todoroki from start to finish. If Uraraka had found us, she would definitely still be with us, Tokoyami said. Yaoyorozu dipped her head down and placed her chin in her hand. That's worrying, then. She had something really important to discuss with you, Midoriya. Something really important. Did she want to talk about what she saw in those episodes? I'll go find her. Izuku declared, rushing off. Knowing Uraraka, and thinking about what Ida had said earlier, she'd likely want to have whatever talk they were about to have in private. The most private place they could possibly be in this resort where there was no chance of being interrupted. Izuku gulped as steam escaped from his ears. Their room. Hey, Midoriya didn't look like he was going to go looking for her, Toru pointed out after a moment. It looked like he already knew where she'd be. Yeah, Mina said slowly before turning to the others around her. They all stank of sweat, but this was far more important. Wanna go spy on them? Izuku pulled his sticky sweat-coated key card from the pocket of his shorts and swiped the lock on the door. It let him in with a flash of green and a beep as the door unlocked. He could hear soft nondescript jazz music playing from somewhere, and the air inside was warm and humid, as if someone had been taking a shower and the steam had come into the room. Because that's exactly what he found as the door closed behind him. Izuku found his eyes fixed on the sight in front of him, mind crashing in a state of complete shock and awe. Ochako Uraraka, his best friend, his first female friend, the person he was sharing a room with, had just walked out of the bathroom only seconds before his unannounced entry wearing nothing but a white towel wrapped around her body. They stared at each other, each of their brains having crashed completely at the unexpected situation. Izuku did everything he could to keep his eyes focused on hers, and to not stray down to look over the rest of her towel-clad body. Unfortunately, he did not succeed, and as the rebooting sections of his brain started to come back online, he could only recognize that the silence that was dragging on between them was becoming more and more unbearable. I have to say something. Anything. One of the sections of his brain responded to his call to action. If you get tongue-tied trying to talk to Uraraka, I've got a few lines you could use. Izuku sharply inhaled and shut his eyes, quickly blurting out, nice asteroids. Just outside of the room, Kyoka had one of her earphone jacks plugged into the wall beside the closed door, and the other into her phone to use as a speaker. Everyone who had been in that hallway was piled in close to listen, and each and every one of them was listening in confusion. Wait, what did he just say? Toru asked. That was one of the dumb lines Kaminari gave Midoriya to say to Uraraka to help him out if he got stuck, Soto said. Does that mean that Uraraka's in that room with him, then? Tokoyami asked. Before Kyoka could say anything, all of them winced as Ochako screamed on the other side of the wall. That answers that, Kyoka thought with a grimace. I'm so stupid. Izuku thought, clapping his hands over his ears as Uraraka bent over, clutching the towel tightly as she did her best banshee imitation. I'm sorry. Izuku shouted. That was dumb. Deku, what the hell? Uraraka yelled. Why would you even say something like that? I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say. So you went with nice asteroids. Deku. Her volume had decreased, though whether that was because she was running out of air or she was calming down, Izuku had no idea. He slowly cracked open an eyelid while holding his hands above and in front of his face. Whether that was actually going to protect him from a blow to the head was irrelevant. He just needed to show Uraraka that he was sufficiently cowed. The gravity girl was still standing in front of him, hands wrapped around the fluffy white towel that covered her body from chest to just above her knees, hair and bangs practically floating while her face was the deepest shade of red he'd seen her reach today. Her thumbs were out, which was probably the best thing possible in order to prevent her from accidentally removing the towel's gravity. He didn't need that kind of panic attack. Izuku was already suffering enough from the surprise show of a girl as cute as Uraraka in nothing but a towel and still damp from her shower. Keep your eyes shut while I get changed. Uraraka ordered. Izuku let out a meager eep, like the mouse he was, and turned around so that he was facing the door. Yes, His heart was in his throat, pounding so loud he was positive everyone on the resort would be able to hear it. This is not the sort of situation he needed to be in right now. He was just supposed to come in here to find Uraraka since she'd supposedly been looking for him. And since he was here, and she was here, and they were alone, it would probably be a good idea to have that talk about what they'd seen today that Ida said they should have. It was a good idea, until his ears heard Uraraka sigh and the soft rustling of the towel hitting the floor. Sweat exploded on Izuku's face. Oh God, Uraraka's naked in the same room as me. He shut his eyes. That was a mistake. Now instead of the darkness of the back of his eyelids, he was treated to the feast of his imagination. Uraraka's slender calves and thunder thighs that always looked amazing in the tights she always wore, the round shape of her behind that was totally emphasized every time she put on her hero costume, her curvy waist that he just wanted to hold close, the smoothness of her gorgeous back and shoulders, slender neck, and the short brown waterfall of hair that always captivated him. No. Don't look. Don't break Uraraka's trust in you. Mom raised you better than this, Izuku. Don't turn that head. Don't open those eyes. Just stay right here facing the door until she tells you it's fine to look. Whatever you do, don't look. Izuku repeated that mantra over and over in his head while he tried to wipe the fantasy from his mind for just over a painful minute amidst the rustling of fabric and soft grumbling of his roommate over the quiet jazz music coming from the television. Finally, Uraraka's voice said, "Okay, you can look now," and he sighed with sweet relief as he turned around. Uraraka was dressed, as she said, in a pink t-shirt with a cute mochi graphic on it and white shorts. She was still blushing and frowning, but it wasn't as bad as a minute ago. But her bare legs looked fantastic. I'm sorry, Izuku apologized again. I should have knocked. Uraraka shook her head and grumbled. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so complacent. It's your room too. I should have just gotten changed in the bathroom. Are they sharing a room? Mina gasped, beady yellow eyes alight with excitement. Momo had a hand over her mouth and was staring at the door while sound continued to come from Kyoka's phone. It wasn't entirely unexpected. She was sharing a room with Zero, after all, but still. And maybe we should stop, Momo suggested, seeing Kyoka blushing just as badly as she felt that she was. We've come this far, the hearing hero said, making no move to pull out her jacks. So, Uraraka opened, hands up and running through the hair on the back of her head. It was adorable, and she always seemed to do it when she had something on her mind. I take it you're back from your run, obviously. Here. Oh, yeah, Izuku replied, nodding his head. There was a beat. I guess it really was hot out, Uraraka continued, weakly gesturing. Since you're, Izuku glanced down, seeing that he was, in fact, still only wearing his shorts, shoes, and socks. His shirt and towel were both slung over his shoulder still, and at some point he dropped his bottle and it was now lying on its side. Why yeah. We weren't exactly prepared for that. I see, Uraraka replied, looking down and seemingly trying not to meet his eyes, or devour his chest with them. There was another awkward beat, but this time neither of them said anything as the awkward pause in conversation continued to stretch on and on. Come on, Izuku, he thought to himself, clenching his fist. She looks so down about something. You left her alone when Uraraka was faking being fine once before, don't do it again. Say something. Rip the bandage off and talk to her about the stuff she saw today. Tell her you like her. Uraraka. Izuku yelped, surprising himself and her with the earnest volume of his voice. She jolted. Why yes. Mina held her fists close to her mouth. Here it comes, she whisper-squealed. Could you remove gravity on me? I need to go to heaven and see if they lost one of their angels. Uraraka tilted her head to the side and gave him a confused look. Just like this morning, Izuku could see the wheels in her head turning as she put together the words that had just escaped his mouth. Uraraka's face began turning back to that same shade of red as when he'd walked in on her a few minutes ago. What? Wait. No. That's not what I meant to say. Izuku backpedaled. What I meant to say was that, if your quirk is zero gravity, then why am I so drawn to you? Du, www what are you saying, CRP? Izuku grasped at his hair, towel and shirt sliding off his shoulder. Come on, say it properly. Sorry. No. I mean, I think you would beat the moon in a beauty contest. Ah. That's not it. Did you touch me when I wasn't looking? Because I think you stole my gravity. No. That's weird. Are you the vacuum of space? Because I think you took my breath away. Mina and Toru were both cackling as they rolled on the ground, hearing Midoriya curse Kaminari. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Toru giggled. I'm going to murder Kaminari, Kyoka growled, a dead serious look on her face. Making Midoriya subject Ochako to this torture. I think we're gonna go now, Soto mumbled, blushing, as he pulled on Tokoyami's shoulder. Agreed, Tokoyami said, placing a hand on his face. As a man, this is just embarrassing to listen to. I think it's sweet, Momo stated as the two boys made a quick exit, even though her own cheeks were tinged with pink. Just hearing it through the speakers of Kyoka's phone, a part of her imagined that he was saying those corny lines to her, and they were honestly charming with the amount of desperate effort he was putting into them. At least his trying. Are you the moon? Because even when it's dark you still seem to shine. Izuku couldn't stop himself. All of the corny pickup lines Kaminari had fed him just kept tumbling out of his mouth one after another. Uraraka had stopped looking at him with a blush and confusion and simply had her head down, her shoulders trembling. He was digging himself a hole and he knew it, but his mouth wouldn't freaking shut up. Didu, stop, Uraraka's voice mumbled its way into his ears. Who took the stars out of the sky and put them in your eyes? Please, her shoulders were shaking even harder, but Izuku ignored that. He needed to tell her, to get his feelings through to her. Even if these stupid phrases were the only things he had the guts to say to her, he still had to say them. Damn it, Uraraka, I like you. Please do something. Smile. Laugh. Tease me. Call me a dork. Anything. Your smile is like a supernova, brighter than anything in the universe. I said stop. Izuku's mouth hung open, the words on his lips finally dying out at his friend's outburst. Her hands were clenched into fists, her entire body shaking, and her tear-stricken eyes looking at him with anger. Not another word, Deku. I don't want to hear it. Izuku felt all the heat from his run evaporate. His world was becoming as frigid as the glacier that still covered Antarctica. But, Uraraka, no. Stop. She shouted at him. Tears were running down her cheeks, but she seemed to pay them no mind. Please, don't say it. I can't accept it, Deku, so stop trying. It can't be. I refuse. Mina's jaw was on the floor. What the F is this speech on about? Momo. I thought you said she was gonna confess. Momo was just as stunned. She was, but, why, Ochako? Why? Can't you tell Midoriya's heart is breaking? Izuku's feet were rooted to the spot as he stared at his friend, flat out denying what he was trying to say to her. Am I being rejected? By Uraraka. His own tears were starting to blur his vision. But why? Pain like none of the injuries he'd felt before ripped through his chest, tearing his heart out. He'd rather fight too musculus again and face all for one than face this pain. Uraraka, he whispered through gritted teeth, the crooked fingers of his right hand forming a tenuous fist. His nails bit into his palm, giving him a physical pain he could try to distract himself with. It didn't work. You were wrong, Ida. This is going to wreck our friendship. I won't allow it, she answered him, sniffing hard. You're going to be the greatest hero, Deku. There's no time for any distractions. I'll tell your Momo and the other girls that they can't ask you out either. Yaoirozu. The other girls. Izuku thought. Some of them might. Uraraka's movement caught his eye as she started to come towards the door. The door that he was standing in front of. Hey, that's not fair. It's not about fair, Uraraka replied. Her voice was frozen, and the tears appeared to have stopped trickling down from her tear ducts. It's necessary. She stopped. You're in my way, Deku. Being a hero is about combating life's unfairness, Izuku answered her. His head dropped, looking down at his shoes but still able to somewhat see Uraraka in front of him. His own voice was hollow, but he could feel something beginning to stir in the frozen depths of the heart she'd just stomped on and shattered. Something fiery, like a volcano. I'll float you away if I have to, Uraraka threatened, frozen steel in her voice. One for all, 8% full cowling. Izuku's body lit up as he let the power of his quirk flow through him. Little sparks of green lightning danced around his body. Tell me why. Uraraka, he said, his voice growing stronger as he recognized the emotion building in him. Tell me why I'm not allowed to have nice things. Is it because I was quirkless? Is it because Bakugo was right and I can't do anything right? Is it because I'm such a useless successor to All Might? Her breath hitched as he looked up at her, and he could tell she was startled. Rage practically burned in his emerald eyes. A devastating emotional cocktail of rage, grief, heartache, and confusion was consuming him, but wrath dominated them all. No, Deku. Uraraka quickly said, clearly attempting to appease him. That's not it at all. Then why? Izuku begged with furious intensity. Tell me why, Uraraka. Why won't you let me say it? Because I can't, Uraraka obstinately didn't answer. And nobody can. Now move, Deku. He firmed up his position in front of the door, feeling the strength of his quirk course through his muscles. Even tired as they were from the run, his legs were ready to go as he blocked Uraraka from the door. Make me. I don't want to fight you. Uraraka cried. Neither do I. Izuku retorted. But I will if you don't help me understand. Why, Uraraka? Why are you doing this? Were you just stringing me along this whole time just so you could crush my heart like this? Was all the kindness you've shown everyone just an act? Was Kaken right? Should I have just taken a swan dive off the roof after all? Is that what you want? Uraraka froze. Don't even joke about that, she said. Am I not strong enough? Is it because I haven't said I am here like All Might wanted me to yet? If you need me to prove I'm worthy, I'll do whatever it takes. I will work as hard as I have to. I'll work until I break myself if that's what you want. You're more than worthy. Uraraka shouted. It's all I've been thinking about all day. Then why won't you let me be selfish just this once? Izuku pleaded, trying to hold back the anger surging through his chest. Why, Ochako? Why can't I say that I said stop? Uraraka screamed, rushing towards him, head bowed down. Her hands were extended, finger pads ready to make contact. At this close range it would be difficult for Izuku to dodge her, and if he did she'd just run outside, which could turn this into a huge scene. Thanks to her internship with Gunhead, she had a number of martial arts moves available to her, while Izuku knew that he was just a self-taught brawler with power and speed thanks to One for All. In a straight-up fight without quirks, Uraraka had the advantage over him due to skill and technique that his stronger body couldn't overcome. However, Uraraka's emotional state was in disarray. She wasn't thinking clearly, he wasn't either, but in this moment and in these tight quarters he had 3 advantages over her. 1. Despite their similar size, Izuku was taller than her, with slightly longer legs. 2. He was faster. Uraraka had never seen the speed boost the extra 3% gave him. 3. Thanks to Ida and Hatsune, he'd created shoot style. As Uraraka reached out towards him, Izuku whipped his right leg out in a vicious kick, catching his friend in her side. She cried out in pain as her breath left her, and Uraraka slammed into the wall just beside the bathroom door before falling onto her back. The gasp that left her mouth before she dropped to the ground, and Uraraka's brief expression of pain on her face as her body crashed into the wall, made him blink. Izuku dropped his full cowling as he took a couple of steps towards her, reaching out his hand. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Uraraka slapped his hand away and screamed in rage as she shoulder-checked his gut. Izuku grunted, not prepared for her to pull off a move like that. "If you think I can't take a hit, Deku, then you haven't been watching me at all." Uraraka roared at him. He'd messed up. Uraraka's fingers made contact with his chest, and Izuku could feel the effects of gravity being removed from him. Still, he wasn't out of this yet. Even in a fight, Uraraka wouldn't dare yeet him into orbit. So long as they stayed indoors he still had a shot. Gritting his teeth and mentally apologizing, Izuku raised his right arm and slammed his elbow down against Uraraka's back. She gasped again, but made a guttural cry as she maintained her grip for a moment, twisting her body around and throwing him across the room. Floating on his back, Izuku craned his neck up to keep looking at Uraraka. There was anger there, but it was different from what he'd been seeing before. Izuku's offer for help a few seconds ago had probably done more than just tweak a nerve. It didn't change the fact that a part of his brain screamed, "She's hot when she's angry. She's also terrifying." Izuku's ankles caught the marble-like stone that the bathtub was set into, and his horizontal trajectory was transformed into vertical as his body decided to swing in a circle with his ankles as the origin. Izuku's head smashed into the stone on the other side of the porcelain, and as he grunted in pain his head began to float back up at the rebound from the impact. "I wanted to vent all my frustrations from today in a rematch with Bakugo," Uraraka told him, taking up her stance in front of the door, "but since we're fighting now I guess I'll do it on you instead, Deku." Izuku grinned, managing to place his feet on the rim of the stone as he engaged full cowling again. "Fine then," he answered. "And when we're done you're going to tell me why we can't be together, Ochako." "She may have taken away my weight," Izuku rationalized as he pushed off like a rocket. "But I still have mass." He barreled into Uraraka's chest, the gravity girl unable to get away from his momentum in time as his shoulder check connected. Ochako flew back a few feet from the force of the impact, her shoulder blades crashing into the door. She hadn't managed to absorb all of the force of Izuku's forward motion, so he continued to float towards her, but more slowly now. Izuku got closer and he kicked with his right leg, with the toes of his red boots just managing to connect with Ochako's chin. The force of his own attack had the rest of him moving in the opposite direction, and Izuku felt his head crack into the floor. Growling, Ochako managed to grab hold of the leg that he'd kicked her with while Izuku was still momentarily reeling from the pain of the blow to his noggin. "While we're at it," she yelled, "why the hell are you still trying to be friends with Bakugo?" Ochako swung him like a bat into the wall beside the door. She may have removed his weight, but he still had mass. Shota nursed his vodka as he sat in the bar with Nemuri and Kamemoto. Ida, Todoroki, and Kaminari had just left them several minutes ago. "As I was saying," Shota continued, "I want access to all the videos you have for myself, Midnight, the Principal, and All Might," he told Kamemoto. "I don't want to be blindsided by information again like I was earlier today. It'd be beneficial to know what's going to be shown beforehand." "But where's the fun in that, Eraser?" Kamemoto snorted. "God, this woman. It's only fun to see how you react to everything while all of your students are here." "I'm not here for fun and games," Shota countered. "Apparently, the reason I'm here is to properly educate and train my class, not babysit them for a second summer vacation." If this is going to be an unexpected extension of their summer training camp, then I would like to treat it as such. Playtime ends tomorrow, it's only rational that us teachers know what's going on. Relax, Eraser. Kamemoto tried to wave him off again as she gulped down yet another tequila drink. Everything is going to be fine. You can all learn about the past and future at the same pace as your students. That's the whole point of this island. The only one who knows what your future would be is me, and if you're going to be watching ahead of your students, you'll be spending too much time doing that instead of lesson planning for the next day. If you think Aizawa and I can't handle a few late nights binging shows, then you've never met us before, Nemuri countered. She took a sip from her rye. Shota furrowed his brows as he glared at Kamemoto. You've been dodging the point. Just say it plainly. Is it that you can't give us access to all of the episodes, or that you won't? Kamemoto lazily twirled her finger around. And there you have it. The higher-ups won't let me. They're saying that you need your beauty rest, Aizawa. If they just gave them all to you, you wouldn't sleep a wink, so you're being limited to 6 a day just like the students. That's highly irrational, Shota countered. I always make sure I have enough rest to function. Being able to function and being properly rested are two different things, Shota, Nemuri told him, not for the first time and certainly not for the last. While I don't necessarily approve of being forced to view these episodes at the same pace as the children, maybe you should do what she suggests. When was the last time you had a full night's sleep? Shota had just opened his mouth to speak when the door to the sports bar opened. Shota made a slight noise of interest as he turned his head towards it. Oh, thank goodness! Horozu, out of breath from apparently sprinting, exclaimed as she rushed into the room, closely followed by Gyro, Ashido, and Hagekyu. They were still in their gym clothes. That was strange, they should have likely started eating by now. The buffet hall had just opened 5 minutes ago. Mr. Aizawa. We need your help. He stiffened for a moment before raising his hand as the girls approached. They looked panicked. Calm down. Tell me what's going on. It's Midoriya. Hagekyu exclaimed. Shota groaned. Of course. Of course the problem child would give him even more headaches today. What's going on? Shota asked as he leaned back, placing his hand over his forehead. Did he and Bakugo start fighting again? No. Yoirozu exclaimed. He and Uraraka are fighting. That got his attention. They're fighting? Kamemoto asked. But why would they? Shota noticed that she started to pale. Oh? Kiyoma frowned next to Shota. Well, it certainly didn't take long for their first lovers' quarrel. Ashido shook her head. No, it's not that, Miss Midnight. We were spying on them in their room. Their room? Kiyoma asked. Not the time. We were pretty certain that one or both of them had been planning to confess their feelings to the other after what we saw today, Gyro answered. So we were curious and went to listen. But it didn't happen like we thought, Gorozu continued. When Midoriya tried, Uraraka flatly rejected him, and started saying that she wasn't going to let anyone date him, not even herself. It's a rational line of thought, Shota replied. We work you to the bone at UA. While we're not like Shiketsu and don't have a no-dating classmates policy, having a relationship can simply be a complication that distracts you from your training. Or it raises you up so you do better. Kiyoma swiftly countered, shooting him a glare. Shota noticed the twitch of Yorozu's lips into a brief smile. He grumbled. While he didn't fully share her worldview on the subject of student relationships, she wasn't wrong. However, they also caused whatever was going on right now. Aizawa grabbed his vodka and quickly drained what was left of it. He was going to need the buzz for when he was done dealing with this. All right. Let's go. Where are they? They should still be. A loud crash from outside the sports bar interrupted Ashido, quickly followed by the familiar screaming of one pained Izuku Midoriya. They all left the bar immediately, finding the source of the noise to be in the entrance hall at the base of the grand staircase. It wasn't nearly as pretty now as it was earlier in the day. The crystal chandelier that had hung from the ceiling had been what had crashed down, straight into the fountain and breaking the stone dolphins. Lights were bursting with fountains of sparks like popcorn kernels, and the balusters on the railings split like toothpicks as black tendrils snapped everywhere. Several other students had arrived from various places due to the commotion, and all of them were staring at what was happening while trying to evade the black tendrils that kept lashing out. Shota ducked under one as he tried to get a grasp of the situation. A quirk going rampage. No. No one in either Class A or B has a quirk like this. It can't be. He whipped around at Kamemoto's gasp. No, this is too soon. Much too soon. It shouldn't be happening yet. Midoriya's scream of pain attracted his attention for a moment. Shota looked for him and found the screaming teenager right where he'd feared he'd be. The green-haired boy was in the center of the blackness, seemingly engulfed by it, floating in the middle of the room with Uraraka's arms tightly around him as she called the boy's first name and hysterically apologized. What the F? Bakugo was here now too. Hey! What's going on with Deku? Stand down. Shota ordered. All of you, get back. Kamemoto. Explain. Now. Is this a quirk? She nodded. Yes. It's a quirk. Technically it's a subset of one for all called Black Whip, but this is too soon. It's not supposed to manifest until December, not now. What the F is going on? If it's a quirk, then you can erase it, Kiyoma insisted, pushing the panicking bikini-clad redhead away and placing herself between the swirling black energy surging out of Midoriya and the students who'd come to alert them of the fight. Bakugo! Shota barked, glancing back at where he'd heard the student's voice. Get All Might and the principal. That's an order. Gyro, Ashido, Kirishima, go with him. Yorozu, I need you to make a net. Ida, Koda, stand by and wait for my signal. The pro-hero turned and cast his gaze on Midoriya and Uraraka, both still floating over 20 feet in the air. Just hang in there a minute longer, you two. We'll get you out of this. This was not Ochako's best day. She'd learned far too many bad things all at once for it to be her best day, but she'd also learned a lot of good things that balanced it out so that it wasn't her worst day either. However, it was such an unusual day that there was no way she could ever call it an average day. So what kind of day did you call one where you went from trying to beat the tar out of your crush, because reasons, to cradling him in your arms as you floated 20 feet above the ground while darkness exploded out of him like a malignant sea urchin? A what the F is my life day. That's what I'd call it. After Deku had punched their room's door from its hinges, their fight had gone into the balcony hallway, scrapping their way down until they'd reached the entrance hall. It hadn't taken Deku very long to get used to the concept of fighting while under the effects of her zero gravity. It was honestly impressive how quickly he began adapting to it, which made the entire reason why they were fighting all the harder to bear. She despaired that Deku was stubbornly rushing forward to get what he wanted, no matter the consequences, like he always did. While it had thrilled her that he wanted her, that Deku wanted her, Ochako believed that in this instance, in order to save him she had to deny both of their hearts with everything she had. With both of them floating and twisting around in the air above the fountain in the entrance hall, Deku's hands wrapped around her wrists while Ochako had her legs hooked around his torso just under his armpits from behind him and squeezing for all she was worth, Deku had said again, "Tell me why, Ochako." Doing everything she could to keep her stomach in check as they twisted and spun around in this strange hold while Deku's iron grip brought her pain, Ochako had fired back, "Because I just don't want to be with you." Deku screamed, "I know that isn't it. Don't lie to me," in a way that made Ochako cry as she felt her own heart shatter at her rebuttal. Then all hell broke loose. Darkness surged out from Deku's body, cutting thin gashes against her cheek, arms, and legs. The black energy struck down the crystal chandelier and started wrecking the opulent room all around them, tearing gouges into the floor, ceiling, stairs, and walls. All thoughts of their fight fled Ochako's mind as she still maintained her grip on Deku with her legs. "What is this?" "I don't know." Deku answered her, his face contorted in pain. "It just came out." He cried out again in agony, his hands letting go of her arms, and Ochako disengaged her legs in order to wrap her arms around his chest from behind. "Stop it, one for all." She hugged him close, burying her face into his shoulder. "I didn't want this. Whatever's going on, please, make it stop. He's in pain. Please, make it stop. I can't bear to see Izuku like this. Izuku, you have to calm down." She begged. I'm sorry. It's my fault you're upset, but you need to calm down. She could feel Izuku grit his teeth in agony, the black energy whipping all around them as he shook his head. No, get away, Ochako. I can't control it. I'm not leaving you. Ochako cried, holding on even tighter. He roared in agony, trying and failing to contain this strange power. She noticed that the majority of the darkness was actually bursting out from Izuku's arms. Was this part of what Kamemoto meant? Was this what she meant by Izuku breaking himself? I'm sorry, Izuku. This is all my fault. This is what I was trying to stop. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'd never blame you. Ochako, Izuku labored to get out through his tightly clenched teeth. But you've got to shut up. Ochako ordered. Even if it's my fault, I won't leave you like this. It's not. Yes, it is. Ochako insisted. If I hadn't been so stupid and scared and just told you why, we wouldn't be here right now. The darkness faded and their gravity returned without warning, both of their quirks being suddenly cancelled. Ochako felt Izuku twist in her grasp to wrap his arms around her as they fell, and she held on tightly. Their landing was soft, being caught in a net that seemed to exist for some reason, but all Ochako could recognize was the doleful look on Izuku's face as he looked her over. Ochako, you're hurt. The heartfelt concern in his voice destroyed her more than anything else in the past 10 minutes. Parched tear ducts flooded again as she began to whimper. Don't make me. Her voice was quiet, the only sound in the room. The anger and rage from before was completely gone. She had nothing left in her. I just finished putting these feelings away a second time. Don't make me feel them again. Izuku gave her a look of pure bewilderment. A second time? What? What is that supposed to mean? Ochako sniffed, looking up into his eyes. They were shining emeralds, so pure and wonderful that she didn't deserve them to be looking at her with such concern, not after the horrible things she'd just done. Ochako bit her bottom lip, and her voice came out in hoarse, choking sobs. I couldn't stand it, even though deep down I knew Emma and Mina were right. I got jealous any time I saw you talking to another girl, when you spent time around Melissa at I-Island, or Hatsune in the design studio. Or that blonde girl from Shiketsu. I didn't like it at all. But I saw you working so hard towards your goal, your dream of being a hero. I knew I couldn't get in the way of that. My feelings for you didn't matter. They'd only be a distraction if I told you. So during the second half of the licensing exam I decided to put them away, bury them deep down and lock them up. We were in UA to train to become heroes, not to do the stuff normal high school kids do. But then today, I saw everything you went through just to get to UA, all the effort you put in so that you could receive one for all from All Might, and how the very first time you used it was to save me during the practical exam. I fell for you all over again, because that's just how amazing you are, Izuku. You will be the greatest hero in the world. Then when I heard your thoughts, and saw the way you looked at me, those feelings broke free from where I'd chained them down. Izuku was rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to believe what he was hearing. She could hear him start to mutter through the lower lip he was biting as the hamster wheel between his ears ran furiously to process what she'd said. But if she likes me like she's saying, why did she so coldly reject me? It doesn't make any sense. No, I guess it doesn't make sense, Ochako replied, faintly giggling at how even now he'd still mumble his heart out. I was all ready to tell you. I'd initially wanted to ask you if you thought it was possible for heroes to have relationships, because the girls told me at lunch that I wasn't being fair to you, that I was making your decision on having a relationship for you. But then, Momo told me something that made me believe it was possible, so I was all ready to tell you how I felt, hoping that you could return those feelings. After that, however, I ran into Kamemoto, and she told me something she probably shouldn't have. The tears were in full force as they streamed down her face. Ochako would be surprised if she had any tears left to cry for the rest of her life after this. After all of this CRP she'd just put him through, and seeing him in such pain because of her, he deserved the full truth. Izuku, she said that just before the start of our second year you're going to get into a fight where you'll break yourself with one for all again. Where you'll hurt yourself so bad you may not be able to use your arms ever again. I don't know if what just happened is the same thing or not, but the thought of you hurting yourself so badly scares me so much. Now do you see, she emphatically begged him, shaking her head back and forth as he still lay on top of her. I can't distract you with a relationship. No matter how much I want to. No matter how much you may want to. I can't lose you like that. And if the only way I can do that is by pushing you away so that we all train harder than ever before, then I'll do that. I'll force all the girls away from you if I have to. No matter how much this hurts me, or hurts you, it'll be worth it if we can all make it to second year together. I don't care if I have to fight tooth and nail to prevent anyone and everyone from asking you out, or if I ruin every friendship I have. If it keeps you from getting hurt and making me see you broken and bleeding in a hospital bed again, I'll do it. So don't say that you love me, and please don't make me say that I love you, Izuku. I can. Her words were stopped as Izuku pressed his lips to Ochako's, and she didn't care anymore. All the similes and all the metaphors in all the literature in the world to describe how a kiss felt came up short. But the ones that described it similarly to flying or floating were close. After an eternity of her heart bursting with the staccato of a fireworks display soaring high above the clouds and Izuku's lips the focal point of a surge of heat that extended to every part of her body, making her forget all the cuts, bruises, aches and pains from the gym and their fight, she opened her eyes as they parted. Izuku was smiling down at her. Ochako's lips trembled. She wanted this. She wanted this so much. She dreamed about having this, but… You dummy, she scolded in a quiet mumble. We can't do this. What about our dreams? He smiled at her, just a small, soft smile that made her BLD flow with warmth. My dream? Izuku asked, wiping some of the BLD on her cheek away with his thumb. I always dreamed to be like All Might, to be a hero who saves everyone, but just now, I truly realized something. I'm not All Might. All Might stood at the top alone, but I was alone in my life for so long. I don't want to be alone anymore. Even if I achieved my dream, it wouldn't be complete without you in it. Ochako felt her blush grow deeper, and she couldn't prevent herself from smiling at him as Izuku pressed his forehead against hers, looking down at her so tenderly with those gleaming emerald eyes. And you're already my hero, Ochako. All Might may have helped me get into UA, but you're the reason I've made it this far, and you're why I'll keep going. I'll get stronger, and I'll smash that future you're scared of into 1,000 pieces and take hold of the one we want with my own hands, but I can't do that if you're not beside me, encouraging me. I love you, Ochako, and if I had a star for every time you brighten my day, I'd have a galaxy in my hand. Her heart went supernova again. She couldn't fight it anymore, not after both of them had laid their feelings bare to one another. This was happening, future consequences BDM end. I love you too, Izuku, she quietly confessed, and tilted her head up to initiate their second kiss. Izuku's lips were warm, and his hands were gentle as they cradled her. There was no fiery need to go deeper and start involving tongues, not just yet. Right now this simple lip-on-lip action, was all that Ochako needed. A pained groan came from somewhere off to the side, and Ochako felt every last drop of BLD she possessed race to her head as she heard Mina whine, seriously. Heck yeah! Kaminari's voice cheered, and Ochako was absolutely sure he was making a thumbs-up sign. I told you that line would work, Midoriya. Like a door that desperately needed oil, Ochako creaked her neck and tore her eyes away from Izuku. The room around them was a wreck, but standing amongst that wreckage, all gathered in what somewhat resembled a semicircle, stood everyone else on the island, including Kaminari and his cheeky grin and dumb thumbs up and an absolutely livid Mr. Aizawa. She just managed to catch sight of Midnight winking at her as she threw her arm out, spreading a faint violet mist over the two. Okay, God, you can kill me now. I think you deserve a nice nap time together. As Izuku conked out on top of her thanks to Midnight's quirk, Ochako did the only thing that made sense at this moment, and took a deep inhale of the sleeping pheromone to join her new boyfriend in peaceful oblivion. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was surrounded by darkness. No, that wasn't an apt description. It was more like he was in a place where light was being obscured due to a black mist that was constantly flowing through the sky above him, while he stood on a barren plain. How am I standing? He thought. I can't feel anything below my nose. I can't even feel my hands. Where am I? What's going on? Where's Ochako? The resort. Mr. Aizawa. All Might. He heard a laugh, but didn't have the ability to move his head to search for the location of the sound. Calm down, Izuku, nothing bad has happened. Well, nothing terrible, at least. Yeah, you say that, Nana, but the kid's not doing it right. It was two voices, not just one. Izuku did all he could to move his eyes towards the sound, and surprisingly, his head tracked along with them. Standing in the mist in front of him was a gorgeous woman with a bright smile and black hair styled like his mother's. Next to her was a bald man with a square jaw and a large, muscular build. He had goggles on his forehead, and was shirtless underneath a black leather jacket with iron pauldrons. A bandolier of bullets was slung from his right shoulder across his chest beneath the jacket. While the woman in her black costume and white cape was stunningly appealing as she smiled, the funky man gave him a bit of a knowing grin. All Might said that my mother's hairstyle reminded him of his MSTR. Is this woman Nana Shimura? She nodded. That's right, Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. Well, it would be nicer if we weren't dead, but that's life. Or unlife. Whatever. I'm glad to see Toshinori's apprentice is doing well. The man glanced at her. We don't have a lot of time, Nana. First hasn't even gotten a chance to talk to him yet. He's going to be mad when he finds out you jumped the queue. Nana laughed. Are you kidding? First loves me. You think you're so cute just because your protege was the one to bust all for one's head in and lock him up in Tartarus. Cute. Beach, I'm adorable. Well, I'm not going to take the fall for you getting ahead of yourself and wanting to talk to the kid first just because you happen to think he's a cute green bunny. She sighed. Fine, Daigoro, but didn't you also want to congratulate him on sorting out his feelings and telling that sweet girl how he felt? The man, Daigoro, punched her in the shoulder, making Nana laugh. Quit it. Yeah, I was happy the kid caught himself a cute girlfriend, but the bigger issue's what happened while he was doing it. Izuku watched them chat in front of him, eyes darting back and forth like he was watching a tennis rally. What is going on? The man turned his attention back to him, his and Nana's legs slowly beginning to crumble like dust amidst the black mist flowing around all of them. Sorry about that, he gruffly apologized. Congrats on Uraraka and all that. She's a sweet kid, don't let her go. Now then, I bet you want to know what happened back there. That power that exploded out of YA. That's my quirk. If he had a mouth, Izuku would have surely gasped. His quirk. How's that possible? One for All doesn't have that kind of ability. Daigoro smirked as he held out his hand, black tendrils of energy popping out of it. Your mentor, Toshinori Yagi, or All Might, told you how One for All stockpiles and enhances power, right? For him and yourself, since you were both quirkless, all it did was boost your physical strength. But for the rest of us it also supercharges quirks. Nana held a hand to her heart. Just like our spirits remain within One for All as vestiges, the quirks we had have also mingled with One for All, lying dormant inside of the core of its power. And since One for All stockpiles, it grows stronger as each person does, with each new successor, Daigoro continued. That little core of power has been growing, and now, it seems you're just strong enough to start using the powers that have been bundled up inside of it. Just now, all you could think of was having that girl with you, right? And holding on to her until she told you what was going on. Izuku tried to look away in embarrassment, but both past inheritors smiled kindly at him. Not exactly the most heroic sentiment, but capturing someone is exactly what my quirk, Black Whip, is perfect for, Daigoro stated, using his quirk that was still flowing out of his hand to wrap around Nana and lift her up. She giggled. But you've got to remember this. My quirk has also been growing while inside of One for All. It's gonna be a hell of a lot stronger than it was in my day, which means you're going to need to be extra careful. You can't just use this power casually while you're distracted by something else. Daigoro and Nana were starting to fade, like they were being blown away by the wind, even faster now. Only their torsos and above were still visible, but they were beginning to crumble as well. Listen up, kid. My quirk will really start working for you if you use it out of anger, but what matters is controlling your heart. He tapped where Izuku's heart would have been with his fist. It's okay to be angry. Rage can be a source of strength, too, but you'll need to control it better. Remember, One for All has gotten insanely strong thanks to the 8 of us before you. The power Toshinori had was nothing compared to what you're going to grasp, so get ready, kiddo. You're going to inherit all 6 of our quirks. Make good use of us, Izuku, Nana said as Daigoro let her go, but she continued to float above the ground of this quirk space. You told that girl that you didn't want to be alone anymore, so remember this, all of us are right here with you, and we can't wait to see what you do with this power. The 2 inheritors were down to just their heads now, and Izuku started to feel his presence here get weaker, like something was pulling him back. Oh, by the way. Nana called out to him. Tell Toshi I said hi. I'm really proud of him, he picked a great successor in you. We'll leave the couch open for him when it's his time to join us in Unlife in here. Amahi Kamemoto groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose while she stood in the medical room of her resort. Both sleeping teenagers had been brought in, gotten their injuries checked out, and were now patched up as they slept on beds. Fortunately, none of them were all that bad, not even Deku after Black Whip exploded out of his arms, so she didn't have to break out the Bacta tanks she had underground. Even without a quirk, she had managed to shoo Eraserhead, Midnight, and the students out, and Nezu had willingly complied as well, but All Might in his deflated form had stubbornly stayed here, waiting for his successor to wake. One day, she uttered. One thing day. 6 episodes into Season 1 and you all are already giving me Seasons 5 and 6 headaches. Why did this have to happen? This was just supposed to be a fun little experiment. Black Whip wasn't supposed to show up for another 3 months and it's here now. I never should have told Uraraka. What even is my life right now? Kamemoto, the sole other conscious occupant of the room, opened up what young Uraraka was saying about young Midoriya injuring himself again to the point of being unable to use his arms. Is that true? I've said enough, Amahi replied, shaking her head. You'll just have to wait. Okay, what about this Black Whip? Is it what came shooting out of young Midoriya? Amahi looked at the retired pro for a long moment before sighing. Well, since it's you, and since Deku will probably tell you anyway, it's the quirk of Daigoro Banjo, the 5th holder of One for All. She saw All Might's beady eyes widen in the shadows of his face. The quirk of the 5th, he softly gasped. But how? One for All stockpiles power with each new holder, right? It also retains the spirits of those who came before, the Vestiges. Within the Vestiges are the quirk factors of their DNA, bundled up and fused with One for All. Or maybe it's more fair to say that the quirk factors contain the spirits. With the 9th inheriting everything that came before and growing stronger himself, those dormant quirk factors are finally maturing into a state where he'll be able to access them. Amahi gave All Might a very serious look, doing her best to impress upon him the gravity of her statement. That timid quirkless boy, you did not just give him your quirk. You passed on to him the powers of One for All and the 6 quirked heroes who held that power before you. You mean Deku's going to have 7 quirks? Amahi snapped her head sideways. Uraraka had woken up during her explanation and was sitting upright. She was looking at the conversing adults with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Groaning again, Amahi placed her hands on her head and rubbed at her eyes with the heels of her palms. This is a major spoiler, Uraraka, so keep this to yourself until we get there in the show, all right? Yes, he's going to manifest the quirks of the past holders of One for All. That black energy that surged out of him. That's one of them, Black Whip. It was supposed to manifest in early December, but I suppose something happened between you two that caused it to manifest early. Uraraka's permanent blush marks on her cheeks darkened while the area around them grew rosy. She pushed her index fingers together and looked down towards her knees. Yeah? Something like that. Amahi continued watching her for a few moments, seeing the nervous and embarrassed expression on the teenage girl's face beneath the gauze patch on her cheek. Bringing a hand to the back of her head, she scratched just above her neck underneath her scarlet hair. Hey, Uraraka, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything to you about that. That was my bad. No. It's okay. The brunette blurted out. If what you said is true, then it's even more important for Deku to train really hard in order to control his power. Amahi shook her head. While that's true, you're also going to be here for roughly 3 weeks, she stated. Plus once you're out, no time will have passed back at UA, so you'll still be just barely into the start of your second term. You'll have almost a month of extra training and knowledge of the past and future at your command. And if you do nothing but train, you're gonna suffer from burnout. That's something you should avoid at all costs. So if me telling you about his future injuries caused you to hurt both him and yourself to try to protect Deku from himself, that's my fault. I was just trying to push you into hurrying up and getting together so you could enjoy the time you do have, and maybe being in a relationship will give him the motivation to not be a reckless numbskull in the future. Uraraka quietly chewed on her lip, appearing to mull over the words she spoke. A soft groan came from the other occupied bed in the room. Deku. Young Midoriya. Both Uraraka and All Might had risen, Uraraka to her hands and knees on the bed as she changed position and All Might simply to his feet. Midoriya was just waking up, and he asked, "Where am I?" as he moved his head around. "You're in the medical station of the resort," All Might said. "We were all really worried about you, young man." "All Might?" he asked, blinking. "All Might." The boy shot up in bed, startling Amahi and the other two with how quickly he was suddenly awake. "I saw her. She spoke to me. Nana Shimura." "Hold on Yoon, Nana." All Might's eyes grew wide as he fell back into his chair. "You saw my MSTR. My predecessor. She spoke to you." Amahi's jaw dropped as she heard what Midoriya said. Nana Shimura talked to him. Not the first. Holy CRP. What in the hell am I gonna tell Chief? "Hi Chief. First day was great. We have confirmed green tea, but Midoriya also manifested Black Whip already and had a chat with Shimura. By the way, I need repairs in the Maple Theater, the front hall, and Midoriya and Uraraka's room." "That's going to go over so well." "Yeah," Midoriya said, completely not noticing the mini freakout Amahi was going through as she started to sweat. She and this funky bald guy in a leather jacket, Daigoro, I think, he was one of the past holders of One for All, and they said that black stuff was his quirk, Black Whip. It's supposed to be really useful for capturing villains, so I think it'll make a great support quirk, but they also said that it's gotten stronger within One for All since One for All's gotten stronger since Daigoro had it, so I'll need to be careful when using it. I should probably ask Zero or Mr. Aizawa for pointers, since Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon and Zero's quirk are both excellent for capturing a target." "Breathe, Deku, breathe," Uraraka giggled. He didn't seem to hear her as he blushed and looked down before looking back up at his mentor. "Also, All Might. Your MSTR told me to tell you something." All Might slowly nodded his head, his expression unreadable. "She said to tell you, hi. Also, she's really proud of you, and thinks you did a good job picking me to pass One for All on to. Oh, and that they'll leave the couch open for you when it's your time to join them." All Might smiled and placed a hand on Midoriya's head. There were a few tears in his eyes. "Thanks, young Midoriya. I look forward to it. If you should see her again later, tell her that I said hi too." Midoriya nodded. "I will. Oh, and All Might. Your Emerson, she was really pretty." All Might smiled and ruffled his hair. Yeah, she was." Uraraka pouted, the dangerously cute look on her face bringing Amahi back to what was actually going on in the room. "Hey Midoriya, pro tip. Don't call another woman pretty in front of your girlfriend right after you become a couple." "What?" he asked, before turning to notice Uraraka on the bed next to him, giving him a sour look. "Hi. Uraraka. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt badly, did you?" "Well, you certainly seem to be lively," she replied. Uraraka sighed. "No, I'm fine, Deku. It's just a few bruises and scratches. We should spar more often, without the emotional baggage though. It was kinda fun. I don't think All Might's ever paired us against each other in class before." "Oh, yeah," Midoriya replied, and Amahi could tell that he was beginning to blush. Uraraka watched his face and started blushing again too, and the air grew awkward. Smirking, and glad that she could at least take some solace that something good happened today, Amahi got to her feet. "I've got a few calls to make, and I'm sure All Might wants to let your friends know that you're both okay, Amahi stated as she placed a hand on the retired pro's shoulder. When you're feeling ready, you can either head off for supper or go to your room and order room service. I'll get the door fixed in a jiffy so you can have some privacy. All Might coughed as she dragged the frail man behind her. Their room. Young Midoriya and young Uraraka are sharing a room. Oh, relax. They're in different beds. It's fine. Amahi opened the door to her medical room and quickly walked out with the former symbol of peace grasped by the collar. She turned back quickly and gave the two teens a quick thumbs up before closing the door again. Izuku and Ochako were now sitting on the sides of their beds, facing one another, but both looking down at their knees with their hands clenched into fists on top of them. Ochako was blushing. Izuku was still as shirtless as he'd been when he'd entered their room, and it was honestly distracting. She didn't want to come across as rude by ogling him or devouring him with her eyes, even though she had confessed and they'd kissed. Twice. Oh God, we actually did that. That wasn't part of the dream, was it? Hey, Deku, she said quietly, flicking her eyes up a couple of times before forcing them to stay focused on his jewel-like eyes. That really happened, right? We KK kissed. Izuku's face, what wasn't covered by patches of gauze that mirrored hers, went crimson as he slowly nodded and tilted his head back up. Why, looks like it. You meant it, right? That you love me. Ochako giggled at Izuku's cute stammer. It really wasn't fair. He couldn't possibly be this hot but still act in such a cute way. It was like Gunhead in that way. SHT Gunhead was going to squeal when he found out. Ochako threw thoughts of Gunhead into the trash and nodded her head. WWL, I don't know if it's love, exactly, since I don't really know what that's supposed to feel like, but I do, like you. Izuku. Ochako felt her face heating up like a frying pan. She had just said his name again. Was that okay? Scratch that, was this really fine? He was trying so hard to catch up and be the best hero he could be. She couldn't possibly get in his way and take up his precious time like this. Oh no, it's spreading, Izuku chuckled. Ochako slapped her hands to her cheeks. Gosh, I said that out loud, didn't I? She asked as she felt the force of gravity vanish from her. Ochako scrambled to return it back to herself before she could start floating away and hid her face in embarrassment. It's fine. I want the distraction, Yura, Ochako, Izuku stuttered. She glanced up at him hopefully, feeling her heart do cartwheels at the sound of Izuku's voice speaking her given name. He slapped himself in the face before quickly yelping out. I like you too, Ochako. Please go out with me. Yes, she replied before her head could get in the way, possibly because she was startled by him suddenly striking himself. And please, you can keep calling me Ochako. I like hearing you say it. Then you can call me Izuku, the broccoli-haired boy rapidly answered. I'm sorry for kissing you earlier without permission. May I kiss you again? Please do. Ochako burst out and leapt at Izuku. Instead of being swiftly caught in his arms and swept into another kiss that made her feel like her quirk had activated without any nausea-inducing drawbacks, their foreheads painfully collided. Wincing and groaning, the pair of idiots hissed and rubbed at their foreheads before their eyes met, and they devolved into a fit of giggles that took several minutes to abate. Neither could help it, they were both just so happy. So we're dating now? Izuku asked, smiling and looking so incredibly cute and hopeful. Yes we are, Ochako replied, beaming at him. She felt free, weightless. Her heart was soaring above the clouds. That was so easy, she laughed. I'm such an idiot. I should have told you how I felt weeks ago if I knew it'd make me feel this good. Weeks? Izuku chuckled. If it was going to be this easy, I should have asked you out months ago, after the sports festival. I know. Why did something so easy turn out to be so hard? Oh my God. We could have spent all summer together. We are so stupid. Then I guess we'll need to make up for lost time. He took initiative now that he had her express permission to kiss her, and did just that. Ochako ummed into his lips, wrapping her arms around Izuku's broad shoulders and pressing her fingers into his back, carefully keeping her pinkies extended so he didn't float. Hearing that he'd been crushing on her too for that long had her heart doing barrel rolls through a peaceful moonlit starry sky, A good enough distraction to keep her mind from chastising herself for waiting so long, or for being so hung up on thinking that she'd be a distraction. Her stomach could wait too. Right now, her body desperately needed lip time with her boyfriend far more than it needed food. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 has created chat. There are words that must be said. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 has invited contact group class 1A- Midori and Ochako to the chat. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 has invited Izuku Kendo, Tetsu, and myheroacademia to the chat. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 has made Momo a chat admin. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 has changed their name to Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. So, that happened. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Looks like Midori and Ochako are off the market. 𝐂𝐩𝐼𝐳 has changed their name to Jax, so are we going to ignore that black SHT that was coming out of Midoriya? Jax, also, Kaminari. Jax, I'm going to jab my Jax into you while you sleep. Denki Kaminari has changed their name to Chargebolt. What did I do? Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. You gave Midori all those horrible pickup lines. Chargebolt, but they worked, didn't they? Chargebolt, I was pretty proud with some of them. Chargebolt, coming up with space-themed ones for Uraraka like he asked for was a bit of a challenge. Chargebolt, but I'm glad he went with the galaxy in my hand line. That one was gold. Katsuki Bakugo has changed their name to 𝐭𝐻𝐻. Why am I here? 𝐭𝐻𝐻. Wait, 𝐭𝐻𝐻. Dunceface, you're the one who made me listen to Deku spout that sappy love CRP. Jax, that wasn't the line I was talking about. Kaminari. That one wasn't that bad. Jax, the one I'm concerned about is the nice asteroids one, but the 50 other lines you let him subject Uraraka to demand compensation. Minoru Mineta has changed their name to Grape Juice. Midoriya said that to Uraraka and he's not dead. Grape Juice. Toru Hagakure has changed their name to Invisible Girl. Invisible Girl, don't even think about it, Mineta. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. If you created this chat just to talk about that nerd and round face hooking up, I will explode you raccoon eyes. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Degree. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Rude. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. I've made a girls-only chat to talk about that. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. No. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. This chat is to talk about all the stuff we saw today. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. And about the weird black stuff that came out of Midori. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Without Mr. Aizawa or Principal Nezu listening in. Tsuyu Asui has changed their name to Froppy, so safe space. Invisible Girl, safe space. Froppy, then how come Midoriya and Ochako haven't been invited to the chat? Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Froppy, degree, 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. F that I'm out. Ejiro Kirishima has changed their name to Manly Red Riot. Don't be like that, Bakubro. Momo Yorozu has changed their name to Creati. Language, Bakugo. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. I'll write what I wanna write, high class. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Thought this was a safe space or some SE. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. So since I was invited into this chat and you haven't given me the banhammer, I take it you actually want something from me. Pinky Hero, Alien Queen. Yeah, WTF Bakugo. You told Midori to kill himself in junior high. Manly Red Riot, TBF, Ashido. Bakugo tells people to die like every time he uses his quirk Manly Red Riot. It's an intimidation tactic. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Kirishima gets it. Tetsu has changed their name to Real Steel. Weren't you saying something about it earlier? 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Don't make it sound all heroic like I was keeping him from being a hero for his own protection or something. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. I stopped being his friend in kindergarten. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. I bullied that nerd because I'm strong and have an awesome quirk and he was a quirkless loser. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Him talking about heroes all the time and acting like he was going to become one when he was just a scrawny weakling without power really sessed me off. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. It made me think like that worthless F was trying to be my equal or something, like I needed his help when I was so much stronger and better than him. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Heroes like All Might were awesome because they beat up bad guys and always won without getting help from anyone. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. I didn't see the stuff in Deku that All Might did at the time. Or understand all that SHT about saving people. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. And I don't care if you forgive me or not. I'm here to become the #1 hero, not play nice and make friends. King Explosion Murder. Now screw this chat. I'm going for a walk. Invite me in again and I will explode you. King Explosion Murder. Degree. Tenya Ida has changed their name to Ingenium. King Explosion Murder has left the chat. Ingenium. Bakugo, that behavior is. Itsuka Kendo has changed their name to Battle Fist. Ingenium. He left. Battle Fist, well that was something. Creati, something is right. Masharao Ojiro has changed their name to Tailman. Would anyone mind telling me why we're all on our phones when we're all in the buffet hall? Couldn't we just, talk? Mina looked up from her phone, seeing that Ojiro was right. Apart from Bakugo, who hadn't bothered to eat dinner with the rest of them, Midori and Ochako, since they were presumably still in the medical room, and the adults, as they'd all gone to the bar again to talk away from the students, all of them were currently in the buffet hall. She slammed her hand down on her table, the loud noise from it attracting everyone's attention. Fine then. I hereby call this meeting to order. Secretary Momo, please read the agenda. Momo looked up at her in slight surprise from her spot on the other side of the table. I didn't know we had an agenda. I'm sorry, Mina. What sort of committee did you start without informing the class, Ashido? Ida inquired. Enough of that. Mina replied. First order. How many of us are sharing rooms? If you are, raise your hands. I already know that Toru and I are. Zu, Shoji, Kaminari, Mineta, Kirishima, Kyoka, Todoroki, Momo, and Zero all raised their hands. Shoji and I are in the same room, Zu spoke up. It was a little awkward waking up this morning, but I'm at least glad we have separate beds, ribbit. Mineta and I are rooming together, Kaminari declared. Same here with me and Bakugo, Kirishima added. That's not surprising at all, Kyoka said. Anyway, it looks like Todoroki and I are also sharing a room. So are me and Yorozu, Zero said with a nod. I was really nervous when I found that out this morning. Mineta slammed his fist down on the table. Zero. First Midnight, then the girl from Shiketsu, and now Yorozu. Tears of BLD emerged from his eyes. I will never forgive you. Completely ignoring that, Mina continued. So that's 2 boy-boy pairs, 1 girl-girl pair, and 4 boy-girl pairs, she concluded. Here. Looks like none of the girls in our class are on their own. Hey, Kendo. Are you and Tetsu sharing a room? Kendo shook her head. No, we're in rooms opposite one another, she replied. And Hatsume's got her own room at the other end of the hall from us. Hang on, Ida spoke up. Ashido, you said 4 boy-girl pairs. By process of elimination, that would mean that Midoriya and Uraraka are also paired together. She nodded. That's right. Tetsu frowned. Hey, didn't we just watch them basically become a couple about a half hour ago? Mina grinned and giggled, placing her fingers up near her lips. That's also right. Steam seemed to escape from Ida's nostrils as he leapt to his feet. I must find Kamemoto and request a room change for them immediately, he declared. While I approve of their relationship, it would shame UA if they were to be fornicating. Ida! Momo gasped, also rising while more than a few giggles and snorts started from Ida uttering the word fornicating in reference to the sweet and innocently pure pair of Midoriya and Uraraka. I don't believe this. NTMT relationships between students are not forbidden in the UA Student Code of Conduct. I am only doing what is best for their futures, Ida replied. As first-year UA students who have achieved provisional hero licenses, we are the best of the best. Engaging in such immoral behavior on school grounds is against the rules. But we're not on school grounds, Kendo reminded him. And this isn't a school event, Ida. They have the freedom to do what they want. He paused. Even so, they should at least be discouraged against it. As I said, I approve of their relationship status, but there are some activities that hero students just should not be partaking in when they have their studies to concern themselves with. Tetsu glanced at his class rep. Hey Kendo, don't you think Ida and Shiozaki would make a nice couple? Hey, you're right, Kendo agreed, snapping her fingers and smiling. and would know that neither of them would ever dream of drowning themselves in sin on school grounds. I beg your pardon. What are you talking about? I don't have time for a relationship with Miss Shiozaki, even if she is a rather nice girl. You could always swing by the design studio, legs, Hatsune called, waving while she carried a piece of blueberry cheesecake back to her table. I'd really like to examine those engines in closer detail. The male-to-female ratio in our classes is messed up, Mineta grumbled as Ida sputtered. There aren't enough appealing babes to go around, and Midoriya's already gotten the third hottest girl in 1A to become his girlfriend. That can't possibly be all you're taking from this, right? Soto asked, giving Mineta a side-eye glance. Ida! Momo sternly called him out again. While I understand your longing to keep things civil and prevent anything, Momo blushed slightly, carnal occurring, I do not agree with your first action being deciding to separate Midoriya from Uraraka right after his found happiness. We all saw what his life was like before Yue, right? Momo cast her gaze around the buffet hall to all of their classmates. He was bullied and tormented for years and made to feel subhuman due to being quirkless. He clearly had no good relationships amongst his peers. As I'm sure the rest of you have thought, all dare scared. That Midoriya was able to make it through such a setting and still be himself is astonishing and speaks wonders about his drive and character. However, this does give reason to believe that the very idea of him ever having a relationship as special as a girlfriend would have been pure fantasy to him. Tokoyami dipped his head and folded his arms in acknowledgement. Stated like that, I concur. Separating Midoriya and Uraraka at this stage would be simply deplorable. And they'll have to go back to being in separate dorm rooms anyway once we're done here, Ribitsu pointed out. So since this is like an extended summer vacation with some special lessons and training, maybe we should just let them enjoy it while it lasts. Shoji nodded. Yeah, I agree. Ojiro rubbed the back of his head. Are we sure nothing's going to happen, though? I know it's Midoriya and all, but isn't a tropical island resort setting like this a pretty iconic romance location? Momo folded her arms and swiftly surveyed the room. Whether they get up to anything exceedingly romantic or not is their business, and so long as they're smart about it, it won't become our business either. If something like that happens, Mineta began under his breath, I swear I'm gonna. But that's not to say we won't tease them or anything, Mina piped up. Okay, first order concluded. Second order. She slammed her hand down on the table again. One for all. Just how powerful is Midoriya? Toru exclaimed. That's what I really want to know. Are you referring to how powerful is he when using his quirk safely, or at his maximum strength? Todoroki asked. Both. Toru responded with flailing sleeves. Hatsune hummed while enjoying a bit of her cheesecake. When he came by the studio for costume upgrades, he said he wanted arm braces to reduce the strain on his ligaments, she said. Seeing what happened to him in your entrance exam and fitness test, I'm guessing he broke his bones a lot. Did you not see him in the quarterfinals against Todoroki? Mina asked. Hatsune blew her off. Nah. Once I was done showing off my babies to the support company boxes I was finished so I skipped on out of there. Ida placed a hand to his chin. Midoriya did say earlier that he can use between 5 to 8% with his full cowling. That's the move he came up with where he's using one for all throughout his entire body that he learned how to do during his internship. Has he said anything about how much he can use at once without breaking anything? Kirishima asked. Since he'd been keeping the specifics of his quirk more or less a secret until today, no, Ida answered with a sigh. Given the nature of his past injuries, I'm sure that Midoriya has been hesitant to attempt much experimenting lest he experience more painful whacks to his shins courtesy of Recovery Girl. Yeah, he's only a couple stamps away from getting a free 2-day heroic suspension on his stamp card, Zero snickered. That card's real. Tetsu asked. I'd heard rumors about it from upperclassmen, but I thought they were joking. It's real, Todoroki replied. I was with Midoriya the last time he saw Recovery Girl before finals and saw her stamp it. She was not happy with him. However, while he is strong enough to help push Kirishima through a wall, Ida continued, I can probably say that Midoriya is nowhere near capable of crushing a fridge like an aluminum can with just his hand. Darn it, Toru complained. That would be so cool. I propose a series of experiments in the quirk training facility tomorrow, then, Momo offered. If possible, we may be able to ask Mr. Aizawa to administer the quirk assessment test again so long as he wasn't already planning on doing so. So, are we doing all this to build up Midoriya? Kyoka asked. We'll be training ourselves too, of course, Momo replied. But it's only fair. After all, we've all had our quirks for basically as long as we can remember. Midoriya's only had his since February and he wasn't given the opportunity to practice or develop it as much as we all were early in the year, since every time he used it he'd break his bones. But what about that black stuff that was shooting out of him earlier? Kaminari asked worriedly. That was pretty scary. Is that going to pop up again? Mina turned to look at Momo. Their ponytailed vice rep had been doing a lot of the talking about training Midoriya's quirk, after all, and she was the top student in the class. If anyone was going to have a plan for that, it'd be her. Well, since we don't know anything about that, she stopped herself. No, wait, we do. Miss Kamemoto said something to Mr. Aizawa about it being a subset of one for all, an extra power maybe. Perhaps it's similar to Todoroki's half-cold half-hot where it's a combination. I think there's a problem with that suggestion, Todoroki countered. If one for all had that kind of power, don't you think we would know about it? We didn't even know one for all was the name of Midoriya's quirk until today, Mina fired back. We all thought it was called superpower for months. Kendo shook her head. That's not what Todoroki's getting at, Ashido. Remember, who did Midoriya receive his quirk from? He got it from All Might, Zero answered. We watched the scene with him swallowing the hair and then he punched that robot into smithereens. That's definitely All Might's power. Exactly, Kendo replied. If All Might gave Midoriya one for all, and one for all had that kind of black energy power, Todoroki reasoned, don't you think we'd have seen All Might using it? He's been active since our parents were our age at least. In all that time, he would have had to have used it at least once. So what are you suggesting? Iyama inquired. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. I think Midoriya had a quirk all along, but since everyone around him said he didn't, he just never knew it existed. Mina's eyes widened. Hold up. You're saying that Midoriya was never actually quirkless? It makes sense, Hatsune added. Remember what I said. I've got a quirk and I'm like Midoriya with the extra joint in my pinky toes. That doctor he saw probably took one look at the toe joint in the X-ray and went, sorry kid, it's not going to happen since that energy quirk looked like an emitter type. Since my zoom is a mutation of my eyes, it was a lot easier to prove that I had a quirk, extra joint or not. True, emitter types are difficult to grasp if you don't know you have them, Momo commented. But why would it only appear now? A good question, Tokoyami said. Midoriya has been in stressful situations and exposed to danger throughout his life, from the abuse sent his way by Bakugo to the sludge villain incident last spring. Not to mention all of the times we have been in danger since enrolling in UA thanks to the League. If this Juchi-Yosamu of his was indeed his quirk, what could have caused it to arise when fighting with Uraraka? Mina tilted her head, and she wasn't the only one who looked at Tokoyami blankly. His what? Soto asked. Tokoyami looked around at his classmates. Not one of them seemed to grasp what he had said. Juchi-Yosamu. 10,000 cold nights. A blade made by Muramasa in competition with Masamune that would cut indiscriminately. Since the darkness he was emitting also seemed to strike and harm Uraraka, I believed it was a fitting name. Do none of you know this? Kuroiro and Kamakiri probably would have, Kendo said, giving the crow-headed youth an awkward smile while all of Tokoyami's classmates shook their heads, but not me, sorry. I apologize, Ida remarked as Tokoyami scoffed. I see now I did not pay enough attention to folklore and legends in middle school. Let's put a pin in naming it until later, Mina suggested. And we can talk to Midori about it later tomorrow. I have a feeling we won't be seeing him or Ochako tonight unless we ambush them. Kaminari tapped his finger against his table. But, wouldn't Midoriya's quirk still be something like his mom's telekinesis or his dad's fire breathing? Could be a random mutation, Ojiro suggested. His already a statistical anomaly, Might as well give Midoriya the full package of super rarity. He is a diamond in the rough, I'll give him that, Momo agreed. Mina grinned, but decided that it wouldn't be prudent to tease Momo about that comment right now in front of the whole class. She could do that in the girls-only chat later tonight before bed. Second order concluded. Third order. There's more. Soto asked faintly. Who's up for hitting the pool or checking out the water park? Let's have fun tonight, guys. Ida's rebuttal of, but we just ate, was drowned out by the cheers that greeted Mina's suggestion. And yell this from the depths of your heart. Smash. Ochako snuggled in closer to Izuku, the two of them together on Izuku's bed and watching the show again after having finished their dinner of matching bowls of tonkotsu ramen with green tea mochi ice cream for dessert brought up by room service. Their door had been fixed by the time they'd returned, along with all damages that had accidentally happened to their room during their fight. It was pretty amazing, actually, that the damage had already been repaired. Even the cracks in the stone and tub were gone as if they'd never been there at all. Ochako looked at her right hand as it was held in Izuku's for just a moment while the giant zero-pointer robot exploded on screen in front of them for the second time that day due to his first big smash. Izuku had repeatedly denied that he was artistic at all, that his drawings in his hero notebooks were just a hobby for him and nothing serious. However, that hadn't seemed to have stopped him from having artist gloves on hand to give to her with a brightly blushing face, telling her that she could wear them if she liked, so that they could hold hands without her quirk activating by accident. Smiling at their entwined fingers, feeling her heart beating so warmly with affection for Izuku, Ochako turned her gaze towards him instead of the screen. You know, I never properly thanked you for saving me that day, she said. Her boyfriend, looked at her in confusion. What do you mean, he asked. You went to present MIC and offered to give me your points. That's plenty of thanks. Ochako shook her head, still smiling, though a bit more of a blush started to creep up on her cheeks. No, not like that, she answered him. Ochako leaned over, inching her head closer to Izuku's and feeling delighted at the way he began flushing as she got close. You saved my life, Izuku, she stated, slowly savoring the way the syllables rolled off her tongue like delectable pieces of mochi. You're my hero, and heroes are supposed to be rewarded like this. Pressing forward and guiding his head with her left hand, Ochako placed her lips against Izuku's, giving the hero in training a rewarding smooch. Her body settled more comfortably on his as she leaned deeper into the kiss than she was originally planning, Ochako's left hand leaving the side of Izuku's face and beginning to run through the messy curls of his hair. They were so soft, like a tangled jungle of green cashmere, not that she'd ever actually felt cashmere to make such a comparison. But if she was to compare Izuku's hair to anything, cashmere would be the only worthy fabric. Forget his hair, Ochako. You're kissing him. Izuku's lips gently massaged hers back as Ochako quietly ummed into the act. A part of her still didn't believe that this was real. They had done a lot of kissing back in the medical room, and a fair bit more once they had returned to their room. Honestly, they'd probably only actually watched a third of the episodes that they had played since they'd found the My Hero Academia video-on-demand channel, since each of them kept taking breaks to give the other a soft peck on the cheek which quickly turned into another breathless installment of lip time. Some corner of her mind despaired that this was all a dream, and she'd wake up and this island had never existed, and Izuku and her wouldn't be in a relationship. But that corner could go and get wrecked. Even if this were just a dream, a really long, really painful, really realistic dream, she'd mustered up the courage to tell him how she felt. If she did it here, she could do it back at UA. Ochako pulled her lips back from Izuku's, giving him a sweet look while both of their cheeks were a rosy pink. I hope my hero liked his reward. Smack, the two looked back towards the screen, seeing Ochako's past self save Izuku from cratering into the ground and becoming nothing more than a bloody smear on the street. Izuku chuckled in his throat, drawing Ochako's attention back to him. You saved me too, hero, he reminded her. I never managed to thank you for the save properly either, my rainbow puking angel. Ochako frowned as a bead of annoyance welled up in her. Not you too he silenced her with his lips. Ochako let her irritation fade away for a moment, choosing instead to bask in the wondrous feeling coursing through her as she kissed him back. His right hand reached over and cupped the back of her head. Izuku's fingers were gentle, but firm, rubbing against the roots of Ochako's hair in soft scritches that helped ease Ochako deeper into the kissing mood. She closed her eyes, feeling time slip by as their lips caressed one another's. Their hands parted and Ochako slipped her legs over Izuku's abdomen. His hands traveled down from her head to tenderly hold her by her hips, and Ochako pressed her fingers against the fabric of the t-shirt he'd put on. She could feel Izuku's powerful muscles underneath it, strength and warmth radiating from his body and into her hands. Ochako ummed into the kiss again, and she could feel Izuku's lips part while his breath hitched. A slight pain against her lip made her gasp, and Ochako opened her eyes again, staring into Izuku's startled orbs of emerald while a foreign sensation pooled in her chest. "I'm sorry." Izuku apologized. "I didn't mean to. You're not hurt, are you?" Ochako pressed a finger to her lower lip, touching the spot that the one-for-all inheritor had gently nibbled. "No, it's okay, Izuku," she assured him. A grin took over her face and she pressed her body against his. Izuku's face turned red like a tomato, and Ochako felt her own heating up. His chest was firm beneath hers, she could feel her biases pressing up against him beneath the fabric of their respective shirts, and Ochako was not sure if she should scold herself or not for not having put on a BR before their fight earlier. In fact, she leaned closer and placed her lips close to his ear. "You can do it again if you want. I liked it. Can I bite your lip too?" "Oh my gosh, what are you asking, Ochako?" Izuku squeaked, his eyes wide as saucers. It really helped ease Ochako's own embarrassment that he was madly blushing too. If he hadn't also been so flustered by what she just said, she was sure that she might have aborted the mission right then and there. Izuku's hands were still on her waist, so they couldn't cover his face in an adorable display of bashfulness, but she could see Izuku gulp and delicately nod his head in affirmation to her request. Feeling bold, Ochako nodded. "Okay. Come on, Uravity, you can do this." Her hands wrapped around her boyfriend's shoulders and she kissed him again, waiting for the moment when his lips would part enough for her to try nibbling him herself. It didn't take long. The emotions they'd both been repressing for months had swelled and surged in the hours since they'd confessed that they liked one another and decided to date. Ochako couldn't keep herself back anymore. Her lips devoured Izuku's, hungry for every square millimeter of his. She stole loving nips just as Izuku replied with tiny bites at her own lips. The slight bits of pain made her gasp in pleasure, forcibly reminding her that this was not a dream, that it was real, and Izuku's answering groans lit a fire in her that was a raging inferno. After everything he'd been through in his short life, Ochako wanted nothing more than to give Izuku all the attention and affection he deserved that had been denied to him. Her fingers massaged his scalp as Ochako's lips moved away from his, pressing hard kisses against his chin and jaw. The green-haired hero hadn't showered yet, leaving the remnants of salty dried sweat on his skin. The taste was delectable, driving Ochako to pepper him with kisses. Her tongue darted out between the gaps in her lips, lapping up the trace amounts of his old sweat coupled with the sweat that was breaking out from the suddenness of her assault. Izuku's hands moved to her back from her hips, pressing her closer, and he groaned. "Ochako, is this okay?" she asked between kisses. "It's not weird, is it?" It was certainly a thing she hadn't expected to do, but she had snuck a glance at her phone 15 minutes ago. Mina had set up a new girls' chat, and somewhere between the teasing in how she and Izuku had become a couple, the debates as to who was left between 1A and 1B that could be considered boyfriend material, questioning whether Mirio Tagata was single, and the solidarity in their joint declaration to kill a grape if said grape tried to perv on Ochako and Izuku. There had been an undercurrent of jokes about how thirsty they all were. Those thirst comments had to be affecting her. There's no way she was actually this thirsty for Izuku, was there? Izuku shook his head. "It's unexpected, but fine. I'm glad you like the taste." Ochako giggled at the uncertain aspect to his reply. "Well, if it's okay," she smiled and placed another kiss under his jawline. "Allow me to continue." Izuku's breath hitched as Ochako continued to kiss him in this new fashion, with the wetness of her tongue swiping across his skin to taste the salty sweat residue, and she could also detect a hint of, that was pork. Of course. From the ramen earlier. He had been a little sloppy with his chopsticks earlier from the stiff soreness in his arms, and she hadn't been the cleanest either when she had attempted to feed him some of hers. An embarrassed mess was closer to the truth as she tried to immediately do couple things with Izuku. Oh no, now she was thinking about covering Izuku in food and eating it off of him. That wonderfully masculine hot body beneath his neck. Drizzling chocolate syrup over his pectorals. Topping his nipples with whipped cream. Putting fresh pancakes over those magnificent abs and slathering them with butter and table syrup. And then when she was entirely a mess from having gorged herself without utensils or manners, Izuku would like and kiss and clean every bit off of her. She hadn't even noticed that she'd brought her head around to the side of Izuku's neck, and had increased the intensity of her kisses as she imagined eating pancakes off of his torso. Ochako had pressed herself flush against Izuku's body, her arms wrapped tightly around the young man's back. His hands were suddenly on her butt, fingers squeezing as he lifted her a little, and the sudden sensation down there made Ochako groan. She hadn't realized that she had more or less been grinding against him as her lips smothered Izuku's skin in kisses, and their next attack on his neck struck hard. His responding hiss turned into a soft mm, and the sound brought Ochako back somewhat. "Izuku," she asked, pulling away from him so that she could look him in his eyes. Wait, where are your hands?" She looked back down, feeling his digits cupping her butt. "Don't you think that's a little fast?" Sorry." Izuku yelped. "It's just that, you were moving your hips a lot," and his voice trailed off into a mumble quiet enough that Ochako couldn't hear, his face getting progressively redder as his eyes darted around, doing everything but make contact with hers. She stared at him, not quite sure what Izuku was getting at, and his hands let go of her as he apologized again. He covered his face while Ochako plopped down from where he'd been holding her up, apologizing again in an awkward shout. She stiffened. There was something there in his waist that she hadn't felt before, something hard between his legs prodding her between the cheeks of her backside. "That's..." Ochako gulped, not sure if blood was flooding her face or draining from it. "That's an... Izuku's hard. Oh God, Izuku's hard. I did that. I'm sorry," she hysterically apologized as she flung herself to the other bed. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Izuku." She turned around to face him, so that she was laying across the width of the fluffy king-sized bed she'd landed on. "I just got too into it that I let myself get carried away. I'm sorry." Ochako glanced up from her dejiza atop the mattress, and her eyes widened and cheeks flushed again before immediately dropping her head back down to hide her blush. The tent in those black shorts was bigger than she'd expected. Not that she'd ever actually fantasized about it or had any thoughts about Izuku's size before, because that'd be weird and she'd been trying to put those feelings away, so frigging herself to fantasies like that wouldn't have been at all proper. "It's okay." Izuku's voice burst from his lips. Ochako looked up. He was facing her now, on his knees, hands down in front of his PP to push his veiled reaction to her grinding down and even more out of sight. It means that I find you attractive, right? So, it's proof that I like you." He sighed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin this." "You didn't ruin anything, Izuku." Ochako insisted. "I was the one who was getting too thirsty." "Thirsty?" Izuku asked, blinking and ping his head to the side. Ochako blushed harder. Why does he have to be so adorable?" Yeah," she answered, internally screaming at herself for needing to explain this term to Deku. "It's a sort of a term we use when, her courage failed her, and Ochako quickly grabbed her phone from her pocket and tossed it to Izuku's bed. "I can't do it. Here. Look at the chat called Thirst. Appreciation in all caps. You'll figure it out. Oh, my passcode is 149657 to unlock it. Booyah. I am here, as a projection now." Ochako turned away from the embarrassment that was this whole current situation with her boyfriend and tried to ignore both her racing heart and the heat pooling between her legs. She did not need this right now. Watching All Might's acceptance letter projection video for Izuku again would be a fine enough distraction. It could help calm her down and hopefully put an end to the raging hunger for Izuku's body. The moment where he confirmed that Izuku had passed and would be attending UA, and assured him that the girl he'd saved, had also passed, was much more pleasant to watch this time around now that her feelings had been sorted out. It also helped that the outro theme was pretty calming to watch and listen to, with lots of Izuku simply running down a path towards his future under a sky with a bright star overhead. You're Ochako, Izuku haltingly addressed her. I think I read some things I wasn't supposed to. Ochako turned her head towards him, spotting his face stuck between a few different expressions. She thought back to some of the messages. Oh no, it was at that moment that Ochako realized she fed up. What all did you read? Well, I know what thirst means now, Izuku replied, and that Ashido and Hagekyo are very thirsty. Also a few things as to how you girls look at us guys. He was blushing and looking down at the floor between their beds. Worry thumped in Ochako's chest alongside her heartbeat. Anything they said about you is just a compliment, I swear. A small smile graced his face. He was still looking down, but that smile eased the sudden anxiety that flared up. He nodded. I know. It's still taking me a bit to process, I guess. I lived for so long getting treated like CRP because I was quirkless, so a not insignificant part of me feared that UA would be like Aldera and elementary school again after you all learned that I'd been quirkless before the entrance exam. But nobody's turned on me at all. You've all accepted me and supported me with open arms even after finding out the secret of my quirk, and now I'm even dating my dream girl. He giggled, raising his head to make eye contact with her, which scratching at his cheek, and Ochako felt her heart swelling as it melted. I feel so blessed, Ochako. A slight sigh slipped past Ochako's lips as she gazed fondly at the smile on her boyfriend's face. Of course we'd accept and support you, Izuku. Our class is like a big family. Does that include pressuring you to confess how you felt about me, he asked. Ochako jolted before rubbing the back of her head bashfully. I needed the push, she admitted. Even if it was our fight that ultimately got me to do it, I wouldn't have gotten into the right mindset if they hadn't pushed me to tell you how I felt. I still don't think it was right, Izuku pouted. And I don't think it was right for Bakugo to treat you how he did for years, Ochako countered. And we never did resolve my question from earlier. Why are you still trying to be friends with him and defending him? He's a victim of circumstances, Izuku argued. He has the potential to be one of the greatest heroes there is. It's just that ever since we were kids and he got his quirk, everybody praised him for how good it was and how great a hero he'd be. Nobody ever told him no or taught him that it was wrong to do what he did. I can't fault him for our past teachers being terrible, but he's got a lot of potential. And 13 has the potential to be a terrible villain. Ochako countered. You know her quirk. Black hole lets her create miniature black holes from her fingertips, skinning up all matter and energy in front of her and reducing it to atoms in the singularity. She uses it for rescue and cleanup, but remember what she said at the USJ. Her power could very easily be used to kill. If she wanted to be a villain, she could have become a terrible one. Izuku looked about to open his mouth to counter her counter, but Ochako wasn't done. She needed to bring out the big guns, even if they'd hurt. And what about Shigaraki? What about him? Izuku growled. He could have been a great hero too, don't you think? Ochako pressed on, as much as the words she was saying made her want to vomit. His decay, where if he touches something with all 5 fingers it disintegrates. Don't you think that could also be a super useful quirk for a rescue hero to have? But Shigaraki has done such terrible things, Izuku answered her. He attacked our class again and again, he sent Nomu to Hosu, he had Bakugo taken from us, and there was the time at the mall, remember? Ochako shook her head. I'll never forget it. I was so scared I'd lose you, Izuku, when I saw you talking with him as his hand choked you, but I stand by what I said. His quirk would have made him a great hero, and if you weren't you, yours could also make you a horrible villain. Think of how much power you have and the destruction you could cause. All Might practically caused a tornado to form from his final punch in Kamino, and you're going to be stronger than him. I'd never do that. Izuku insisted. She nodded, and scrunched her hands in front of her. I know you'd never become an evil villain like that, Izuku, but hearing you continue to stand up for Bakugo and defend him, think about how I feel. All I've really seen him do or be is be mean to Ya or bully Ya or attack Ya. He told Ya to kill yourself, and then insulted Ya after Ya rushed in to save him. Sure, he ignored Ya afterwards, but after Ya got into UA alongside, he thought Ya were a worthless bug that he could smash when he wanted. He tried to attack Ya on our first day after ye'd broken your finger for gosh sakes. I can't understand why ye'd still go to bat for him after all his actions were villainous, not heroic at all. Izuku was staring at her, and Ochako took in deep breaths. That had worked her up, but she was glad that she finally got that off of her chest. If today was a day of laying things out in the open, then this was just one more. Ochako, Izuku began, his mouth widening and his stare becoming something of wonder. You have an accent. Eep, the mouse known as Ochako squeaked as she covered her face with her hands. I'm sorry. I've tried to keep it hidden since I got here. I didn't want anyone to think I was a country bumpkin cause I was from Mie. No, don't, Izuku quickly amended. I wasn't insulting it or anything. I was just surprised. And, well, it's kind of cute, actually. Ochako uncovered her eyes. He was scratching his cheek again and looking at her bashfully, and the girl felt her heart squeeze. You don't have to hide it when we're together if you don't want to. He's not marking fun out. He thinks it's cute. Ochako, ya lucky girl. Thanks, Izuku, she answered, not expecting this sudden turn. That means a lot to me. But don't think Evie escaped answering what I just said now, ya here. Izuku flinched and looked down. I don't want to admit it. But looking at things from an objective standpoint, you and the teachers are both right and I'm being a hypocrite. 4 years Bakugo hasn't actually done anything necessarily heroic. We more or less made up when we had our fight the other night, and has been getting a lot better since then. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that we managed to reset our relationship. We got our secrets out in the open, so we could start again from a place of mutual respect. He wiped his nose on his arm as he sniffed, and Ochako felt a small stab of pain pierce into her chest as Izuku continued. I'm still coming to terms with what that means, especially since the meeting we had at lunch, but you're absolutely right. Bakugo is not my friend, and he hasn't been for years. However, he wants to be number one, to surpass All Might. That's my goal too, to become the greatest hero in the world, so as much as a part of me doesn't want anything to do with him, I know that he's still going to be a part of my life no matter what. He wants to surpass me, All Might's chosen successor for one for all, and I want to go even higher and keep him from doing that. So while the stuff he did to me in the past makes me real mad and all, if we're going to be rivals like that, I'd rather not, be a PP about it. Ochako gasped, trying to process what Izuku had just declared. However, all her mind could latch on to was that Izuku had, for the second time today, said a bad word. She started to laugh. Izuku protested, of course, but she couldn't help it. It was just funny. Izuku was just so pure and full of sunshine that to hear him say he didn't want to be a PP to anyone made her laugh. Wiping a tear from her eye, Ochako came down from her high. Okay. You're not gonna be friends with him anymore. I'll take that. Still, I wanna get some kinda revenge from Trey on my boyfriend like Eddie what a why say to a prank or two. Ochako. He'd kill us. Or, come on Izuku. He'd never know it was us. Almost everyone was giving him the stink eye earlier. He'd probably think it was Mina or Toru or Kaminari. Izuku placed his hand on his chin and started to mumble. He was a little too far away for Ochako to properly hear him over the television, which was still on, and now well into the 5th episode as her past self gushed with dreams of orientation and normal high school stuff. Okay, he answered, nodding. But only if we can also prank the girls. I don't agree with how they pressured you earlier. What do ya have in mind? Ochako asked. Would it be going too far to consider asking Midnight to use her quirk on Mineta, wrapping him in Zero's tape, and then leave him hanging from a strand of it above Ashido's and Hagikyu's door inside of their room? Ochako frowned in thought. Would that be a punishment for the girls or a reward for Mineta? I guess that'll depend entirely on Mineta, Izuku replied. He's not bad, just an open pervert. Plus he was going to make a comment on my mom. Maybe this could be a learning opportunity. Ochako sighed. Well, we'll need Zero anyway, and probably Momo so she can create something to get past the locks on the doors. Why don't we go to their room and ask for their thoughts? Nemuri was alone in the sports bar. Shota had left some time ago, frustrated at the lack of any forthcoming information from Kamemoto about the change to Midoriya's quirk right in front of them, what Uraraka had said about Midoriya suffering horrible injury in the future, and her refusal to grant them access to episodes beyond the daily quota of 6. For the hour and change that she had been with them in the bar again, the woman had stubbornly refused to humor him and instead ranted on how Manga Fukudashi was even alive if his head and neck were just a speech bubble and the physical absurdities of other quirks. Fortunately, being alone gave her control of the remote, which allowed her to nibble on a plate of 𝐂𝐸𝐽 between sips of her 7-year scotch aged in a sherry cask while watching a pointless variety show that made her laugh. She took her pleasures when she could. The door opened, attracting Nemuri's attention, and for the second time today she saw Momo approaching her. Behind her were Midoriya, Uraraka, and 𝐬𝐸, but Momo turned around and said something to them Nemuri couldn't quite hear and the other three backed out. Waiting until they were gone, Momo then turned, placed her hands behind her back, and approached Nemuri with a happy smile on her face. "Well, you seem happy, Momo," Nemuri stated, placing her chin on her hands. "Did something good happen?" "You might say that," Momo answered, blushing slightly but seemingly trying to ignore that. "I have been approached to assist Midoriya and Uraraka in a project of theirs, with Midoriya stating that he'll forgive me for my part in pushing Uraraka to confess her feelings to him earlier today." Nemuri raised her eyebrow. "Oh, that sounds interesting," she purred. "You didn't mention earlier that you pushed her to tell the boy how she felt. I would have thought he'd be thanking you instead of being upset. What did you do?" Momo tittered and brought her fists up near her mouth, looking down into them so as not to meet her mother's eyes. "Well, I simply told Uraraka that if she didn't tell Midoriya how she felt by the end of the first season of this show we're watching, then I was going to ask Midoriya to dinner." Nemuri's smile brightened. My. It certainly took you long enough to realize the boy's worth. You would come home and say very little about your classmates that was highly positive at the start of the year. I remember the day you picked class representatives you were in a depressed funk about having been picked second to Midoriya, and then Midoriya decided to replace himself with Ida, who had received 0 votes. Momo sighed. "I jumped to conclusions. Midoriya's like a rough gem, it took time and polish to see his shine. And please don't tell anyone this, Mother, but I kind of wish that Midoriya had stayed as class rep." Nemuri felt her smile grow even wider at that admission. "He has a very different energy from Ida and has a certain charisma that motivates all of us to better ourselves. It was also his leadership that got us out of Kamino alive, not that I was there or anything." Momo immediately panicked as Nemuri giggled softly. Her daughter clutched her hand close to her chest. Being his vice rep probably would have turned out to be very fun. Ida's an okay rep but he's very authoritative and a little too by the book. Did you know that earlier in the buffet hall he proposed to have Midoriya and Uraraka placed in different rooms now that they are dating? After all he's been through, Midoriya finally gets some happiness he's been denied his whole life, and Ida's first instinct is to separate them. What's with that? That reminds me, Nemuri purred, making her daughter flinch. I should give a SXL education lecture tomorrow. Please don't. Momo pleaded. I don't need my classmates to see your and father's sex tapes. Nemuri laughed at the panic on Momo's face. It really was cute. Anyway, you came here to ask me something, yes? The ponytailed girl in front of her collected herself and coughed into her fist. Right. Yes. Mother. Would you care to assist us in Midoriya and Uraraka's project? It involves pranking my classmates. Morning came, and when Izuku awoke he felt fresh and ready to take on the day. Except for his legs. Those ached a little bit from yesterday. Overall, though, he was feeling great. Eyes opening to see the ceiling of the resort room he was staying in, and then looking over to his left to spot Ochako sleeping soundly in the second bed, Izuku couldn't help but smile. It wasn't a dream. This was really happening. Ochako Uraraka had become his girlfriend. He couldn't suppress his joy, remembering all the moments of kissing and cuddling that they shared yesterday. This was really real. He'd really kissed her. she'd really kissed him. She'd really given him that hickey on his neck. The hickey! Oh my gosh! What if All Might sees it? Izuku's mind quickly imagined a picture of All Might, giving him a wide smirk and a thumbs up with a soft, "attaboy." Chuckling, Izuku thought, yeah, All Might would probably do something like that. He rose from the bed, after about 5 more minutes of staying in its soft, warm embrace, and went to take a shower. He'd hold off on morning training, just for today. Maybe I should surprise Ochako with breakfast in bed courtesy of room service, though it was really weird to see that our dinner last night was delivered by a catgirl in a maid outfit. Just what is this place? Ochako was still asleep in her bed when he finished his toilet business and shower and had redressed in his pajamas, which consisted of a light pair of grey flannel briefs and a plain white t-shirt, so he contented himself with sitting on her bed next to her and just gently stroking her hair as he waited for breakfast to arrive. He shot Ida a text, letting him know of his plans and that they wouldn't be joining the rest of the class for breakfast. Which was a shame, because then they wouldn't get to see the reactions to their activities last night. Katsuki grumbled as he woke up. The sun was already shining through the windows of his and Kirishima's room. He felt awesome, his arms being on fire notwithstanding, and rolled his butt over to the edge of his huge fing bed so he could swing his legs off and rise to face down the day. Kirishima wasn't in his bed, and he didn't hear any noise coming from the bathroom, so Shitty Hair had probably already gone down for breakfast. The clock told him it was a little bit after the buffet had opened, so that's where his friend had likely gone. T-sich couldn't have waited for me. Maybe he felt I needed the sleep, he thought, before immediately asserting to himself, not that I need him to look after me. He went towards the bathroom to take a morning PSS and have a shower. He'd gotten sweaty overnight from the heat in this place and needed to cool off. Katsuki froze as soon as he opened the door and flipped on the light. Ducks. There were ducks in the bathroom. Not real mallards or anything, but small RBB yellow and orange bath toy ducks. Like 100 of them, on the floor, all arranged in neat rectangles and all facing the same direction, all except for one. One of the ducks was facing all the others, sitting atop a podium that had been seated on the toilet seat, and this duck's head looked like it had spiky hair resembling his as well as the black fins and mask of his hero costume. If the situation wasn't so freaking weird and creepy, he would have called that one duck that was pretending to be him cool. But it was weird and creepy. In the back of his mind it reminded him of those dumb history classes they took in middle school and some war that happened back in the 20th century where a German villain he couldn't be bothered to remember the name of had staged rallies of his supporters. What was it? Neurum something. Who the F? He thought, stepping back before glaring at all the ducks. Kirishima wouldn't do, raccoon eyes. I'm so going to lay into her at breakfast. That pink beach is dead. Katsuki angrily cleaned up the ducks that were in his way, surreptitiously placing Bakuduck on a shelf in the shower next to where he'd placed his shampoo despite nobody being in the room with him, and quickly did his morning routine, fuming all the while at having wasted time because of all the DMN ducks he needed to clean up. Already seeing red and in a hurry, he didn't notice how the soap suds from his shampoo weren't as white as they were supposed to be. Toru woke to the sound of Mina screaming. Her eyes burst open and the invisible girl nearly jumped out of her bed. Mina! What's wrong? What is it? Hi ladies. Toru turned her head and saw something she never wanted to see. Mina had her hands over her eyes and screamed bloody murder, but Toru's ears blocked it out as all she could do at the moment was stare at what was in front of one of the wardrobes. At who was in front of the wardrobe? Mineta. Sitting. Arms bound above his head with tape. Hands handcuffed to the furniture's doorknobs. Naked. No, not entirely naked, Toru realized. There was a pillow covering his hips and legs apart from his bare feet. It was possible that he was wearing shorts and she just couldn't see, but still. It was Mineta. What are you doing here, you little perv? Toru shouted, throwing one of her pillows at him. It missed. Her arm was a limp noodle from working out yesterday. DMN Midoriya and his seki muscle body making her go plus ultra in the gym yesterday. I don't know. Mineta wailed. I just woke up here handcuffed to the wardrobe. Please don't kill me. Where are the keys to the cuffs so we can kick you out? Mina shouted. Damn it, Zero. This is your tape, I know it. Mineta broke out in a sweat. Well, they're under the pillow. Toru and Mina both stared at the grape. Even though their classmate had broken out into a cold sweat of anxiety, he was also drooling. Mina, I'll blind him. Use your acid. Shota wanted to know who was responsible so he could string them up before having them drawn and quartered. Breakfast this morning was absolute chaos as his students threw accusations left and right. A number of them appeared to have suffered from being pranked when they woke up this morning, and nobody seemed to know who was responsible for it. Bakugo came down screaming for Ashido's head because of something about ducks, but as soon as he entered everyone broke into laughter because his blonde hair and the skin on his face had turned pink and he apparently hadn't noticed. Asui had opened the door to come down for breakfast with Shoji and an avalanche of packing peanuts buried the two. Mineta had been found in Ashido's and Hagakyu's room wearing nothing but his boxers and handcuffed to the doors of Ashido's wardrobe with the keys to the cuffs beneath his TSTCus. He was still receiving acid burn treatment from Kamemoto. Kendo had woken up in Tetsu's bed, snuggled into his bare chest like he was her teddy bear. All of Hatsume's wrenches and screwdrivers that she'd put in her room were suspended in jars filled with honey. Gyro's wake-up alarm noise was hooked up to an amp hidden in her room's shower and swayed to a saxophone riff from a song from a 21st century song contest. Urozu and Zero, despite the circumstantial evidence that Zero had taken part in the prank blitz due to tape being used, had all of their toiletries replaced with whipped cream, and Nemuri was living for this SHT. Nezu was also in far too good of a mood, and even Yagi seemed pleased when he learned that Problem Child and Problem Child's girlfriend wouldn't be down because Midoriya had ordered breakfast in bed to surprise Uraraka. Principal Nezu, if you know anything about this, please let me know so that I can properly punish the culprit, Shota requested. I don't see that being necessary, Aizawa, Nezu replied, drinking his morning Yorkshire tea. After all, despite the coincidence that they are all UA students, this is not technically a school function and the students are not bound to the same rules as they are in the dorms. Shota's eyes twitched. Are you seriously telling me that I cannot punish whoever is causing chaos amongst my students simply because we're not on UA property? Let them blow off a little steam, Shota, Nemuri teased him. It was a stressful day for them too. We got to booze it up, so let them have their little pranks. Besides, they will be punished, they just don't know it yet. Shota didn't like the predatory look in her eyes. What do you mean? We have boys and girls sleeping in the same room together, Nemuri said. She liked her lips. And one of those pairs just became a couple. Once we're done with today's batch of episodes, I'm going to hold a mandatory SXL education seminar about the joys of youth. Shota shuddered and fell silent. He placed his hands together and made a small prayer to the gods. His class did not deserve such a fate, but there was no way he was going to sit in with them. Kamemoto blinked as the students filed back into the Maple Theater, lovingly refurbished with a new wall replacing the one All Might had miraculously punched his fist through. She yawned, thinking that her sleep-deprived mind was playing tricks on her. She'd been on the phone with middle management and then upper management for what had felt like hours and probably was last night explaining that things were already drastically different now than they were in canon, and it hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Why is Bakugo pink? She inquired, raising a finger and pointing at the former blonde. Shut it, babysitter, he retorted. And put some clothes on, damn it. Well, excuse me, princess, she muttered, folding her arms underneath her bust, partially covered by the triangle fabric of her black bikini top with stylized red fire, also in a pair of jean but shorts. But a pink Pomeranian with a bad hair job is not going to tell me that I can't wear my Yoko Litner bikini just because he gets flustered. I think it looks great, Kaminari said, giving her a thumbs up along with Mineta while Bakugo grit his teeth and growled. She returned their gesture with one of her own while some of the girls just sighed. Oh hey, Midoriya, Kamemoto greeted. Your tie actually looks nice for once. Did someone finally teach you how to properly put it on? He rubbed the back of his head bashfully. Yeah, when we came down this morning after breakfast Yorozu offered to help me with it. Mine's just a clip-on, Uraraka admitted, pointing to her own, so I'm not all that good at tying them myself, otherwise I totally would have helped him out. Kamemoto smiled and nodded. She was just going to ignore the hickey she saw on Midoriya's neck, and the fresh-looking one on Uraraka's. Their friends would tease them enough. they didn't need some stranger doing so as well. Her gaze swept over the other students. Hatsune looked incredibly annoyed, while Kendo was keeping her distance from Tetsu while getting an awkward, flustered expression whenever she glanced at him. Something must have happened between them last night. Kamemoto smiled. Perhaps green tea wasn't the only ship to set sail last night. A little iron fist, maybe. Settle down and take your seats, Aizawa instructed tiredly. We'd best get through these so we can get to afternoon training, assuming you all aren't too sore from going too hard at it yesterday after getting inspired by Midoriya's recklessness during his 10 months of hell. The students all got settled in generally the same groupings as yesterday, though Midoriya and Uraraka took over the love seat that Ashido and Asui had been sitting in, allowing the front row to jumble around a bit. The door swung closed and locked, the lights dimmed, the blue quirk inhibitor light flared, and Kamemoto started the next video. Here we go. Deku vs Kaken. Enjoy reliving the rumble of the very first combat training. Bakugo was standing in the room where the fake nuclear missile was hidden, next to an oil drum, facing the door, with his back to Ida. Hey! Do you really think Deku has a quirk? Ida turned away from the fake nuclear missile to regard his teammate. You saw how he threw that ball. The background turned red and violent as Bakugo's shoulders shook. Was he seriously just tricking me all these years, he wondered. Ah yes, recaps, Gyro groaned. Hey, show of hands, who all watched these again last night? A bit more than half of the 23 students raised their hands. Yeah, Miss Kamemoto, can we skip these? Hagakure asked. No. Kamemoto chippily replied. You shall all suffer the pain of binging. Watching the recaps of the last episode even though you just watched it instead of waiting a whole week for the next one. A few groans and grumbles came from the students, but Ochako pressed her side closer to Izuku's. I'm fine with it, she giggled, if it means I get to watch you be heroic over and over again. But that just means that I have to do better, Midoriya said before putting his smiling respirator on. I refuse to lose today. And there we have determination Deku again, Kaminari said with a grin. You know, you really go all out when you set your mind to doing something. Except he doesn't know when to stop, Aizawa butted in. Going too far and breaking yourself in the process doesn't help anyone except keeping EMTs, nurses, and doctors employed. Also a fine profession that doesn't get enough credit compared to professional heroes, Nezu stated, not sitting on Kiyoma's lap this time, but on a special seat that had somehow been installed on the topmost railing. He pressed a button on the armrest and a steaming teacup on a saucer emerged from within the armrest, carried by a robot hand that didn't spill a single drop of the Yorkshire gold. My offer to train you in karate still stands, Midoriya, Kendo stated as they watched him throw Bakugo over his shoulder again. Also, Uraraka, maybe we should spar sometime. I'd love to see how I hold up against your gunhead martial arts. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. I'll try, but I'm pretty sure I'll lose to you, Kendo. I only spent the week of my internship learning those. You've been studying karate a lot longer. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Even if it is a recap, Ojiro commented as the intro started up, it really sets the mood for the episode, right? You're right, Tetsu agreed. This is an intense way to start the day. I heard a lot of you had intense starts to your day today, Uraraka pointed out. Tetsu and Kendo both blushed, despite still being in different seats. Ashido glared at her. Don't even start Miss Breakfast in bed with my awesome boyfriend. I am not in the mood to remember what awaited me this morning. But I didn't even do or see anything. Mineta whined. I'm a victim too, you know. I sure hope every night is not going to be like that, Ida stated. I would hate to have to patrol the halls to ensure nobody is sneaking around pulling childish pranks like that, though as class representative I will if I must. Don't be such a killjoy, Ida, Kaminari grinned. He pointed his thumb back at Bakugo. Even you've got to admit, it'll be fun seeing Bakugo with pink hair for a while. It was you, wasn't it, Sparkplug? Let's all calm down, Koda spoke up, holding his hands out in front of him. Nobody needs to get violent, right? After the intro faded out, Midoriya and Bakugo were shown standing next to one another against a gray background. Narrator Midoriya began to provide some helpful exposition about their background. Kaken and I grew up in the same neighborhood, so we've known each other since we were little kids. Baby Midoriya anxiously stood in front of a fence with 2 warning signs on it. One of them read "No trespassing," while the other stated, "You can't go in there," along with a yellow blob resembling a child drowning in water shouting help, in the hopes that they would actually deter trespassers. Baby Bakugo brought his arm down, pointing forward as he smiled at the warning signs. "Come on," he said as 3 other neighborhood kids stood closer to him than baby Midoriya. "Let's fight bad guys." The other boys cheered, which Midoriya joined in. A moment. Momo folded her arms over her chest, frowning. Why is it that even hellspawn like Bakugo are cute when they are children? Meanwhile, Ida chopped his hand in front of him as Bakugo led the other 4 boys past the entrance to the off-limits area. But the signs say not to enter. Was I the only child who had any respect for the rules of this society? Baby Midoriya smiled in adoration after his narration talked up how Bakugo was always so confident. "I thought he was the coolest person I'd ever met." Ojiro folded his arms and tilted his head slightly. "I mean, I guess." Midoriya's eyes lit up in awe as he chased after the blonde. A drop of sweat fell from Bakugo's hand. However, after his quirk manifested, he started to change. "Power corrupts," Tokoyami stated as the show flashed back to Midoriya defending the other boy from Bakugo. "And Bakugo's quirk is powerful. It's not surprising. But isn't that why we're in the hero course?" Kaminari asked, pointing at the feral Bakugo on screen. "So we don't become Sparky Boom Pomeranian up there." Kamemoto laughed with uproarious mirth at Kaminari's words as Bakugo shouted obscenities at the blonde. "That'd make a great hero name for you, Bakugo," Gyro teased. "Too long," Kiyoma said with a shake of her head. "Explosive Pomeranian, maybe." "Shut up. That's not going to be my DMN code name." Episode 7, Deku vs. Kakenu. "Ooh. I know." Ashido piped up from the front row. "Short fuse." "Hair trigger." Kaminari asked. "What about sociopathic sparkler?" Tokoyami suggested, all of them completely ignoring how on-screen Ida and Bakugo were talking over the radio earpieces All Might had provided. "Artillery barrage." Yorozu chipped in. "Mad missile." Ashido shouted. Asui placed a finger to her chin. "What about something simple like dynamite?" Kamemoto laughed while Bakugo shouted. "F no." "Maybe a different explosive, then," Tetsu wondered, but with a twist. "TN tornado." "Hey." Bakugo said, jaw open and glaring at him. "What's that supposed to be?" Kirishima's eyes lit up. "Oh, hey, I get it. Like that super move of yours, howitzer impact. You spin around like an explosive tornado or something." "Hey, I've got one," Zero stated. "Bang boy." "Or maybe handmine," Ojiro offered. As a play on landmine, but Bakugo's hands explode. "What about cherry popper?" Todoroki asked with his usual straight face. "You know, because of the pink hair." "Rejected." Kiyoma shouted, hands on the railing, while several students started cackling. "Todoroki!" Ida chastised, chopping his hand through the air in front of him. "That name is highly inappropriate for a hero. Additionally, we should all be paying attention to the screen, not brainstorming hero names for Bakugo." The bichromatic-haired boy looked down at his class rep from his elevated seat. "What's inappropriate about it? Should it be Cherry Burster instead?" Amar flipped his hair with a flourish while even more uproarious laughter surged throughout the theater, with even Aizawa chuckling. "Come on, Ms. Amos, have some style. Bomb Voyage is the perfect hero name for our dear Bakugo." Kendo stifled a snort as she turned to Yorozu, while on the love seat next to them Uraraka had her face buried in Midoriya's neck as she frantically attempted to hold back her giggles. The green-haired boy also had a hand over his mouth, his shoulders shaking something fierce. Does Bakugo really not have a hero name yet? Yorozu shook her head as on-screen All Might answered Ashido's comment about the heroes being at a disadvantage. No. Midnight rejected all of his suggestions for being too violent. His first one was King Explosion Murder, And the others were all too similar to that. I'm not bursting anyone's cherries, you got that, icy hot. Bakugo roared. If anyone's doing any of that here, it's gonna be Deku, and he'll be so bad at it 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 be crying afterwards from disappointment. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴. Go! Midoriya and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 stopped their laughter as their faces went through 6 shades of red and their hands dropped to their knees. A chorus of ohs filled the room. Shots fired. Soto teased. Ashido grinned and elbowed Midoriya across their armrests. Guess you're gonna have to man up and prove him wrong there, Midori. Hey Ashido. Don't worry, Midoriya, Asui attempted to cheer him up. When the time comes, I'm sure you'll do just fine. You're not helping, Zu. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 whined. Aizawa had stopped paying attention to his students' banter and watched intently as on-screen Midoriya attempted to use the capture tape in the same manner as his scarf after having only seen him act in person once. The notebook he had been in was number 10, and the one Midoriya had been working on in his 3rd year of middle school was notebook number 13. Aizawa was sure that he'd managed to stay out of the spotlight and media as much as possible. Usually he was completely unknown by first-year students at UA, but Midoriya had known about him for years and had found ways to study him when he was likely still in elementary school. And to top it off, Nezu was paying much closer attention since he had nothing else to do. Once the principal got his paws on the problem child and honed him even more, he'd become a real monster. Unaware of the thoughts of his teacher, Todoroki frowned. What do you mean, Bakugo? He asked. Does 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 have a bag of cherries with her, and why would Midoriya be bad at bursting them? He's one of the strongest people in our class. Surely he can burst a cherry without any trouble. Midoriya and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴 both covered their faces with their hands as the laughter from Todoroki's oblivious question reached a new peak not heard before. Yagi was laughing up so much BLD that it was beginning to become worrisome, and even Koda was banging his fist against his knee and Ida was attempting to restrain himself. Aizawa couldn't help but hear that one and turned to look at Kiyama. I take back every bad thought I had. Do what you want to them this afternoon. She liked her lips as a very impure chuckle tickled her throat. A chill shot down Yorozu's spine, causing her to cease her laughter immediately. I just got a horrible premonition. He's holding his own and he hasn't even used his quirk yet. Zero praised as he watched on the monitor. Ooh. How about little boy? Hatsune proposed. Are you mocking me, Dreads? Bakugo shouted, getting out of his seat and glaring down at the support girl. I mean the atomic bomb, she answered with a roll of her eyes. I could have always suggested Fat Man, but you probably wouldn't get that either. I don't think our country needs a hero with names like those, Kiyama stated, waving her hand back and forth. I can see the Americans doing something like that, but not here in Japan. So both of those are a hard no. Atomic Blonde? Zero inquired. Atomic Betty? Kamemoto gasped. She stood up and pointed right at Bakugo. You should call yourself Atomic Betty. But that's a girl's name, he argued. She was a redhead, you now have pink hair. Plus, her theme song kinda fits you. Her theme song? Tetsu asked. Kamemoto grinned. Yeah, she's a cartoon character from the early 21st century. I'll show you a video of it later, but basically it was like she's the toughest chick in the alien world, didn't have time for pink and lace since she was built for outer space. Atomic Betty, I'm a fighting girl, Atomic Betty gonna rock your world. Atomic Betty I'm galactic, girl, Atomic Betty, gonna save the world. Are you up to do your part? This ain't work for the faint of heart. You can run, you can hide, but my choice is to stand and fight. Kamemoto glanced at Gyro and Kaminari. Actually, you might like the song, it's pretty rocking. Wait, Kamemoto placed a finger to her chin. Now that I think about it, it won't work. Atomic Betty was way cuter than Bakugo could ever hope to be. Bakugo's veins were throbbing in his face. Can we get off this dumb topic already? Bakugo's voice was nothing but a faint echo as Midoriya ran through the hallways of the building away from the explosive blonde. So where's that flashy power of yours now? Midoriya growled, glancing down in his half-mask with his teeth clenched in frustration. The camera cut back to Bakugo, adjusting his stance in anger. Let's see how it compares to mine. Explosions burst from his gloved hands, and a cut-in across the screen showed his fierce red eye beneath his black mask. Quirk or no, you'll never beat me, Deku. False assertion, Tokoyami stated, some of his classmates nodding. The scene cut back to the observation room, where it was showing 5 different camera angles. One of the bomb, one of Bakugo exploding his hands in a rage, one of Midoriya running, one of Uraraka running, and one of an empty hallway at a T intersection. That guy has some real anger issues, Kaminari stated, his voice becoming uneasy. Kinda scary. Midoriya told me that young Bakugo thinks very highly of himself, thought All Might. But this level of pride is something else. On the monitor, Bakugo was searching for Midoriya in their cat-and-mouse game, not like a lion or a leopard, but more like a rabid wild boar. It may end up being his demise. Kirishima looked at his friend sitting silently beside him, stewing over the earlier conversation and All Might's thoughts. He placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. It's okay, man. You got better. Midoriya was hiding around a corner on the second floor, crouched down and catching his breath. He didn't see Bakugo down the hall in front of him. Good. He's completely forgotten about my partner, just like I thought. The screen swayed to Ida, waiting next to the weapon, tapping his fingers in presumed agitation at Bakugo's behavior. If they wanted to send someone out to stop us here, it should have been Ida. His way faster, after all. That probably means Kaken's gone rogue. The two of them aren't working together as a team. I hope you all took and continue to take this lesson seriously, Principal Nezu spoke up. Even though your quirks and abilities are varied, teamwork to accomplish a common objective is essential. Yes, sir. As Midoriya went over the scenario in his head, a diagram and caricatures of the 4 participants appeared on screen, superimposed over Midoriya's recovering form. Midoriya and Uraraka were standing facing Bakugo on the current location side on the left, with Ida and the bomb on the villain hideout side on the right. Midoriya and Uraraka's caricatures moved past Bakugo to the right to confront Ida. I can't go after the weapon right now or Kaken will follow me, he reasoned. Bakugo flipped around and came at the two from behind and an explosive VS appeared, denoting an undesirable situation. The image reset, this time including a rapidly ticking down timer as Midoriya and Uraraka faced Bakugo, unmoving. And if we both tried to take him down, we'd probably run out of time. A graphic of the words time UP covered his mental diagram. The image reset again. So we stay split up for now, Midoriya reasoned. I have to trust Uraraka. Her caricature moved to the right on her own. She'll find the weapon and Ida, and then I'll join her for a 2-on-1 fight. That's how we'll win. A large win appeared on screen alongside a cheery bing noise. I'm impressed, Gorozu stated. Thinking back on this, it didn't appear as though you had much of a strategy at the time, but you thought this through and planned well. If not for what happened at the end, you might have actually got an MVP instead of Ida, Midoriya. Izuku smiled but shook his head. True, but what happened at the end of the match did happen, so I'm glad Ida got the recognition he deserved. Midoriya rubbed his nose. By the way, I've been meaning to tell you, Kaken. The scene flashed back to the first episode, with Bakugo's neck displayed at the odd angle and his palms smoking while they were in their classroom in Aldera. You're even worse than the rest of these rejects. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? Aldera Midoriya scrambled back away from Aldera Bakugo. No, wait. I'm not trying to compete against you, you. Gotta believe me. The present Midoriya in the battle trial held a determined glare as the music swelled. I take back everything I said. Tetsu clenched his fist as on-screen Bakugo silently walked down another corridor. That's what I'm talking about. You've got guts, Midoriya. That's my boy, All Might thought, nodding his head. This is actually a lot more exciting than the first time, Kaminari said with a smile. Aizawa narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly as on-screen Bakugo remembered Midoriya's defiance after he learned that his green-haired classmate had also been accepted into UA. It looks like we'll finally get a deeper look into his mind now. He's just a little bug, Bakugo thought with his teeth clenched in an open frown. Wow! You're so awesome. That was baby Midoriya's voice. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shouted as the scene cut back into the past. Midoriya and Bakugo were playing in a park as kids, Bakugo bouncing a yellow ball up over and over again with his feet, knees, and chest. Midoriya in a cute yellow hoodie clutched his own light blue ball to his chest while watching in excited awe. "Whatever," Bakugo replied with stratospheric levels of smug, "this is nothing." The screen cut to the playground pavement, with Midoriya's voice quickly saying, "Oh," before his ball came into view, bouncing away. Midoriya was on the ground, hand on his head from where the ball had presumably hit him after he tried to replicate what Bakugo had done. "Geez, Izuku," Bakugo sneered, looking down on him. "You really can't do anything right, can you?" "Harsh," Ojiro commented. "Well, that was uncalled for," Zero muttered. Holding up a bucket that was labeled with Midoriya's name, Bakugo pointed at the character on the far right. "Look, you can read the last part of Izuku's name as Deku." "So that's where it came from," Ochako mumbled as the other neighborhood kids, including Midoriya, gasped in excited awe that Bakugo could read. She squeezed Izuku's hand beneath the green blanket that she, again, had gotten to place over their laps. He had started to tense up again as the bad memories he may have forgotten about were replayed fresh for him to examine. "Well, obviously," Bakugo scoffed with pride at their praise. "Deku. That must be what you call a helpless loser who's completely useless." "Ouch," Kiyoma winced. The other boys chuckled while Midoriya looked confused for a moment before recognizing that he'd just been insulted, again. "Why are you being so mean, Kaken?" "Kids are PPS, Gyro grumbled. Momentarily cutting to black, Kid Bakugo's voice sounded over the darkness with a question, "Why don't you understand?" A circular white rock skipped along the calm waters of the river, skipping over 8 times before the camera cut to the riverbank, showing the 5 neighborhood boys together. Bakugo had been the one skipping the rock, while all 4 of the others had their mouths open in amazement at the number of times the rock had skipped along the surface. "Dude, that has to be a new record," exclaimed the one who would later acquire the finger-extending quirk. Bakugo placed his hands on his hips, vaingloriously stating, "I bet it is." Kaminari folded his arms together. "So he skipped a rock a bunch, big whoop." "Bet you couldn't have done better," Gyro teased. "Where's yours?" Bakugo glanced towards Midoriya, a knowing sneer on his face. "Well, Midoriya's posture fell before admitting, "It sank." "Of course it sank," Ashido grumbled as the boys laughed and Midoriya's lip trembled. "It's a rock." The screen turned to black again. "Why can't you do anything right?" The show revealed their kindergarten class, Bakugo's hands popping off small little firecrackers for the assembled children. Some of the others were already showing signs of their quirks, like the Fingers kid and the other neighborhood boy from the first scene of the show that had red draconic wings sprouting from his back. All of the kids were looking at Bakugo's quirk with amazement as he stood there with a small smile on his face as he observed his quirk. "Impressive," the male teacher of their class praised him. "I bet you that's gonna grow into an amazing quirk." "Definitely," his female co-worker agreed with a bright smile. "A flashy quirk for a future hero. It's perfect." They were both really sweet as they said those things, but... The screen turned to black once more. "Yeah," Kid Bakugo's voiceover said, "You're right." It returned to the kindergarten class, zooming in on Bakugo's wide smile. "I am amazing." Bakugo's smile grew wider in realization of the one truth of his small world. "In fact, I bet there's no one as great as I am." "That's certainly one way to view things," Koda quietly mumbled. "I'm surprised his head didn't get caught in the door on his way in," Yorozu uttered. "I wasn't gonna say this, but you were pretty stuck up the first couple days too, Momo," Gyro commented. The brunette flushed. "And maybe I did have an excess of pride," she said, "but I surely wasn't like that, was I?" Midoriya and Uraraka both shook their heads, being the closest to her seat. "No, not at all," Uraraka comforted her. "Bug for me to smash," Battle Trial Bakugo reminded himself as he began to ascend a flight of stairs. "Hey, did you hear?" a child's voiceover stated before the scene entered another flashback of the boys as children. "Deku doesn't have a quirk. Like, none." Midoriya was sitting on the floor in his kindergarten, surrounded by his classmates and trembling. His eyes were wide as dinner plates, and a smile was frozen onto his face as his entire world was destroyed. The children around him quietly teased at first, before they all started laughing at him. What, really? Yeah. It's called being quirkless. That's dumb, he's so lame. What a loser. In the midst of the laughter, the female teacher of the group offered Midoriya a meager, "Don't worry about it, okay, Izuku." Even Bakugo, grinning from the sidelines at Midoriya's circumstances, could tell that she didn't really mean what she said. Nobody was reprimanding the other kids for mocking Deku. "You're a total failure, Deku." Ochako let go of Izuku's hand and instead snuggled closer into him, wrapping her right arm around his waist. She kissed him on the cheek and whispered, "You're not a failure, Izuku. The word Deku doesn't mean that anymore." He turned and looked at her. There was a determined fire in her brown eyes, telling him that she wasn't about to let him start listening to these ghosts of the past. The sensation of her lips on him was still fresh, giving Izuku a clear reminder of her feelings for him. He sighed, placing his forehead against hers and cradling Ochako's head in his left hand. Their noses were almost touching as he gazed into her eyes, the fire within melting into a gooey warmth his whole body could feel as he smiled. "I know," his voice faintly tickled its way out of his throat. Ida, Asui, Ashido, Kendo, Yorozu, Kayoma, Soto, and Koda all watched over Midoriya and Uraraka with warm, soft smiles, peacefully observing Midoriya planting a sweet kiss upon Uraraka's lips. Gyro chuckled and told them to get a room. Still in the flashback zone, Bakugo was now leading the boys out of the forest they'd entered in the first flashback of the episode and across a log that spanned a creek. His right palm was turned forward in front of him, cracking off explosions as he demonstrated and practiced his amazing quirk in front of his followers while singing a marching tune. "Forward march and here we go. Members of the agency Bakugo. Sound O dash." He stopped singing as his footing slipped and Bakugo fell off of the log, plummeting down into the water below. Despite their current dislike for Bakugo given what the show had been presenting as his past behavior, a good number of the students still gasped in shock. "Hey, were you okay, man?" Kirishima asked. "Of course I was fine." Bakugo retorted. "Why wouldn't I be? That was barely anything." The teachers shared glances with one another, and returned to gazing intently at the screen. Was this the incident Bakugo had mentioned yesterday at their meeting? "Oh, don't worry," the winged boy assured the other two, "Kaken is super tough. See." Bakugo sat up out of the water, shaking himself off. Some sighs of relief filtered through the watching students until they heard their teenage Bakugo's voice emanate from the video. "I was just fine on my own, Deku." "Oh dear," Yorozu huffed. "What did Midoriya do this time, Bakugo?" "Must be something awful to get his panties in a bunch," Mineta said. Smiling, child Bakugo turned around and looked back up at the other boys still on the log. "Sure. Just give me 1 second." He laughed, showing that he was just fine. "I didn't need your stupid help." Gyro gasped. "Midoriya? Helping people? What a shock." Bakugo stopped smiling as the sound of splashing water entered his ears. A hand reached out to him as Midoriya offered to help him up. The baby form of All Might's future successor gave him a concerned look. "Are you alright?" he asked. "Are you hurt?" He wasn't the only one asking if Bakugo was okay, but the only one who actually came down to check on him, Tokoyami noted. Bakugo's smile slipped away as his eyes took in the worried expression on the other child's face. "I was worried you might have hit your head or something." The blonde's face snapped, teeth clenching and glaring at Midoriya in wrath for even daring to suggest that he needed help or was injured in any way. "But you looked at me like I was some kind of weakling." The flashback changed to the tear and snot-covered face of Midoriya from the second episode after he'd run in to save Bakugo from the sludge villain, but the mood couldn't be more different. "Kaken, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Like you." Bakugo in his hero costume stomped forward during the battle trial, the background around him stylized in darkness and purple with white cracks behind him like shattered glass, as if resembling the ego Deku had broken all those years ago. There was nothing but rage in his eyes and gritted teeth. "But I'm not. I'm so much better than you are." Aizawa nodded his head. I guess that explains things, then. Tetsu frowned and turned to look at his seatmate. Are you serious? A kid asks if you're okay and offers to help you up after a fall and you take it as a personal insult. Shut up. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Kaminari asked, holding his locked phone up to his head. Your kid's a monster. He tried to help me. Shut up. Uraraka had found Ida and the fake weapon and was about to contact Midoriya, but she heard Ida talking to himself and paused. Bakugo definitely has a villainous side, and that's exactly what we need to succeed on this mission. I need to temporarily devote myself to criminal intent. He looked at his hands. Yes. I won't fail this trial and risk bringing shame down on the Ida family name. His voice became even more serious as he steeled himself. That means I must embrace evil to become a hero. Ida's entire being changed as the background became dark and twisted. Like a high school drama student doing his very best mustache-twirlingly evil caricature, Ida's voice became one filled with pretentious indifference to the suffering of man. Behold, I am the personification of villainy. Ida's twisted evil persona smile faded into the background, with the words Boha appearing. The on-screen Uraraka wasn't the only one who started to laugh. Izuku was among the students, letting out a few chuckles as he turned to look at his friend. Wow, you really got into the spirit of the exercise, didn't you, Ida? I determined that it was important for the sake of furthering my education, Ida answered him. Even though I lost in the end, I feel like the effort was worth it. I would advise against embodying that persona in the future, young Ida, Yagi called down to him. You'll find very few villains in the world who deliberately engage in crime with the longing to be evil. That's correct, Nezu said. Quite often, in fact, the criminals and villains of the world are just those who have different values and desires that are in opposition to the peace and stability of the society in which we live. Rare is the villain who does evil for the sake of being evil. Ida pointed at Uraraka after revealing that he'd cleaned the entire room of anything she could use her quirk on. My dastardly tricks have rendered you helpless. Uraraka watched Ida in disbelief as he spouted his evil plan in front of her. You've blundered, hero. Ida started to perform his best mustache-twirlingly evil laugh as Uraraka practically sweat-dropped in surprise at her friend's role-playing antics. He really is playing the part. Actually, I like this, Kiyama stated, placing a finger to the side of her lips. We should encourage more role-playing in our exercises like this. It could make things much more fun. Hero work isn't supposed to be fun, Nemuri, Aizawa stated. But school should be, she replied. They're only first years, after all. We only have 3 years to turn them into pros, Aizawa reminded her. There are no hero colleges in this country, Nemuri. No bachelor's degrees in heroism. We don't have time for fun and games. Midoriya looked up as he talked with Uraraka on the radios All Might had given the two of them. Right above me. We probably don't have much time left now. The show showed the clock ticking down on the powerful timer. Less than 6 minutes left. We have to finish this fast or they win. Only about a third of their time left, Kendo said. This is where things start getting dicey, right? Mineta asked. A bing sounded behind Midoriya as Bakugo's left gauntlet flashed red on the black lines between the green sections. The noise alerted Midoriya to his presence, the hero turning around in surprise. The blonde raised his fist. I'm all loaded up, he said as the training montage music started up. What does that mean? Midoriya asked. You, gross, Ashido cringed. Could you maybe not have said it like that, Bakugo? Underestimating me, Deku, Bakugo taunted with an insane look in his eyes. Get over here and show me what you're really made of. He's not using his quirk because he'd kinda kill you with it, Bakugo, Soto pointed out. Like I knew that at the time, big lips. Midoriya forced himself to stop trembling. I'm not scared of you anymore. Ochako kept her hug on Izuku tight while her face set into a thin line. So this is what you were facing below me, here. Izuku nodded, sighing out a simple, yeah. Bakugo controlled his anger at Midoriya's defiance and brought his lips back into a superior smirk. Since you're such a stalker, by now you probably know how my quirk, explosion, works. Bakugo steadied his left arm and pointed his gauntlet at Midoriya. I secret nitroglycerine-like sweat from my hands and make it blow up. Imagine what I could do if I had a lot of it. Those gauntlets must reek. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 whined. I'm glad I'm not the one cleaning those babies, Hatsune agreed. One monster blast. Bakugo declared as he grabbed the pin, ready to unload on Midoriya. All Might's face jerked in realization as he watched from the observation room. No, he's going too far. He quickly spoke up. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll kill him. Bakugo ignored the order of his instructor, looking straight forward with an insane expression on his face. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. He pulled the pin. The class blinked in amazement as they heard the words that Bakugo said right before a massive fireball roared out of the support gauntlet, tearing apart the walls of the corridor as it raced towards Midoriya. More than one gasped as he appeared to leap out of the way at the last possible moment. Well, Ashido said, trying to get her tongue to work. You were really good at dodging, Midori. Izuku chuckled to himself and rubbed his right hand against the back of his head while looking over at the pink-haired girl. Thanks, Ashido. If I was any worse at it, I'm pretty sure I'd be even more injured than I was. Or dead. Mineta cried. Seriously, why do we have guys with such crazy power in our class? My quirk's got nothing on that. Don't say that, Mineta, Izuku quickly tried to assure the short boy. Your quirk's really awesome in its own ways. It's amazing both for capture, rescue, and general utility. Powerful quirks aren't everything. I'm sure you'll become an awesome pro with it. Shut up. Mineta retorted. You're the guy with All Might's quirk and you're the first guy in our class to get a girlfriend. I see you and Uraraka cocooned in your own little world. You don't get to talk about being popular. Ashido quietly pulled out her phone to distract herself from the sight of Midori laying shell-shocked on the floor, his costume mask gone entirely and his right sleeve missing. She entered the girls' chat she'd created last night, thumbs moving as she typed. Corny. As much as Bakugo was a PP during the combat exercise and as a kid, I have a proposal. Corny, all in favor of stealing his line for a future attack on Mineta when he's being a perv. Kyoka, you mean shouting, you'll be fine as long as you dodge at the grape. Momo, I approve. I'll even make the cannon. Bakugo continued to advance on the downed Midoriya who looked absolutely terrified. Go ahead, use your stupid quirk on me, Deku. The class cringed. Bakugo looked completely unhinged as he loomed over Midoriya. Even if you give me everything you've got, you'll never beat me. Aizawa looked at Yagi as the episode transition finally occurred. You should have ended the exercise right there, All Might. I understood that at the time too, Yagi answered his colleague. But, for Midoriya's sake, I let it continue. So he could land himself in Recovery Girl's office. Aizawa growled. So he could gain confidence in himself, Yagi replied. Bakugo, answer me. Ida gave up the roleplay to try to get some answers from Bakugo. What is going on down there? Did you cause that blast? Give me a status update, now. Now's my chance. Uraraka took off running as the same music from when the show highlighted her performance in the entrance exam started up. If I can claim the weapon, that means we win. Oh, so. This is what you were up to above me, Izuku gasped, eyes shining with excitement as a smile came to his face. Ochako blushed and looked away. Yeah. I wasn't very good, though. Ida still got ahead of me. Wish I could have been there to help, though. Ochako shook her head at the soft tone in Izuku's voice. No, you were busy keeping Bakugo occupied, even if he nearly killed you for it. She kissed his cheek again. You did amazing without even using your quirk, Izuku. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds before smiling, a small huff of laughter coming from him, and nodding. Ida looked up at Uraraka in surprise, as she floated past him. Since when can she make herself float? Sporting a confident grin, Uraraka touched her fingertips together. Release. The backside of Ida's greaves popped open as Ida extended the exhaust pipes of his engines. He dashed forward to thwart Uraraka as she fell towards the weapon. She was almost there. This special move is hard, but it's worth it. Ida snatched it the moment before she could touch the weapon. With nothing in the way to block her fall, Uraraka hit the floor hard and wrong, somersaulting head over heels. Her helmet clattered off and the puffy pink belt slammed into the wall, arresting her movement with her head and shoulders on the floor, her butt in the air, and her ankles on either side of her head. Ouch, Izuku muttered. That didn't look comfortable. Ochako giggled and shook her head. No, it wasn't, she laughed. Ida evilly monologued from the other side of the room, posturing with the weapon. I could easily keep this weapon out of your reach until time runs out. Uraraka picked herself up from her embarrassing position and leveled Ida with a determined grimace. It's not over, she resolved herself. I won't let Deku down. So even on day one you had the hots for him, Hirocha. Ashido teased. Mina. Just cause you're dating now doesn't mean you suddenly get a free pass from all the teasing, Gyro chuckled. Kaminari groaned. Man, I never had a chance, did I? Zero shrugged. Don't worry about it, man. Midoriya and Uraraka were basically a sure thing. We could all see it coming anyway. I didn't. Mineta complained. Everyone calm down, Ida protested. We've gotten sidetracked too often today. Let's just continue to watch the episode. In the observation room, Kirishima looked nervously at All Might. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? He asked. That Bakugo is acting real crazy, he's gonna kill him. That Bakugo? Bakugo asked him. It was like the second day, man, Kirishima replied. Cut me some slack. I've been cutting you a lot of slack so far. I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight, just close. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Despite his fierce posturing, he's not actually trying to kill Midoriya, All Might reasoned. But still. He spoke into his microphone to Bakugo. Bakugo. Use that stored-up power again and I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose. Bakugo looked up in disbelief. Here he asked the air, while at the far end of the room Midoriya was still down, speaking to Uraraka over comms. To employ such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty would be a massive loss of points. Bakugo's began to shake, seemingly enraged that All Might was telling him he couldn't fight the way he wanted to. He needed to beat the SHT out of that nerd to put Deku back in his place, and All Might was telling him, no. All Might gripped his microphone tighter. I know that as a teacher, I should stop this fight now, but you really should have stopped it, All Might, Kiyama said, agreeing with Aizawa. That explosion should have cost Bakugo's team the match for the reckless danger it posed. This was their first day of classes for first-year hero students. That was far too violent. Bakugo screamed in frustration as Midoriya got back to his feet and finished giving directions to Uraraka. The pillar by the window, get there now. Fine then. Explosions burst from Bakugo's hands as he rocketed towards Midoriya. We'll fight hand-to-hand. Tetsu grinned. All right. Let's see you grit those teeth. I can't watch, Gyro said, covering her eyes with her hands as Midoriya lost his footing and Bakugo's beatdown of Midoriya played in front of their eyes again, this time hearing every taunt that the explosive blonde threw at their green-haired cinnamon roll. What's that about me being an idiot, icy hot? Bakugo growled. If you paid attention I actually complimented you, Todoroki replied. Listen to what Yorozu's saying as she breaks down your move again. It's impressive. Clearly the boy had a lot of practice before coming to UA, Nezu said. It's no wonder he's so proud of himself. He was clearly more than just a cut above the rest of his middle school. Ooh, Kaminari groaned. Bakugo is uber talented. I hate it. Then maybe you should train harder, dunce face. Kaminari growled and turned around. You could at least try to be nice to people for a change, Flamingo. Hey, that's a good one, Asui said. Flamingos are actually really vain, just like Bakugo. Now we just need him to keep his hair that color and it'll work. Kiyoma's eyes brightened. I like it. Flamingo. If you choose that code name, Bakugo, I see no reason not to approve it. I thought I told you extras to stop pitching shitty hero name ideas. This is hard to watch. Ashido was near tears as she begged All Might to stop it. All he has to do is wrap tape around him, not kill him. Tokoyami scowled at the screen. Bakugo's certainly acting like a villain. I've got to agree with them, Tetsu said with a nod of his head. Even Kamakiri wasn't this crazy in his first combat training. It's like you were seriously trying to put Midoriya in the hospital. Why the hell were you even thinking what you were thinking? Bakugo tisked. I don't have to explain myself to you. I've just barely started figuring that 𝐻T out now got it. Besides, I already told you and Kirishima yesterday that this fight got dark. All Might's hand trembled on his microphone. I should end this. But Midoriya got back to his feet. For his sake, I'll let it go on. Midoriya looked around, then turned tail and started to scramble on all fours towards the windows. He's running away. Ashido gasped. Kendo looked past Yorozu to the pair sitting on the love seat next to them. Did you have a plan? Izuku and Ochako both nodded. It was Izuku's idea, Ochako explained. And a crazy one, but that's pretty much par for the course with him. Usually my crazy ideas end up working out in the end, Izuku admitted. Now I just need to make them less self-destructive or Mr. Aizawa will choke me with his scarf while Recovery Girl breaks my kneecaps with her cane. Bakugo was not having any of Deku's bullshit at not using his quirk. You've been hiding your true power for years, what's the deal, Deku? Did you think you were better than me this entire time? His eyes were wild and incensed. Okay, wait, hang on, Soto said. You thought Midoriya purposefully victimized himself and let you bully him for years all as part of an elaborate long con to get into UA and spit in your face. That's what you honestly thought. You idiot, Midoriya stated. Couldn't have said it better myself, Midoriya, Hagekyo agreed with a nod. Yo Momo, Gyro addressed. I take back what I said earlier. You had a respectable amount of ego. Bakugo's ego was the size of the freaking sun if he thought that. Midoriya had tears in his eyes as he looked Bakugo straight in the eye and glared in desperate determination at him. I know you're better than me. Bakugo glared right back, hissing through his teeth. Can't you see? Midoriya asked. Here it comes, Kirishima said, starting to get excited again, the final clash. You weren't that excited at the time, Zero pointed out. I didn't know what was coming then. You're even more of an idiot than I realized. Bakugo's manic grin practically exploded off his face as he shouted at Deku. Come at me. Oh, we've got the Midoriya's going to be awesome now music again, Gyro said. She elbowed Kaminari. Pay up. I won the bet. The only other time I hear that much passion in his voice is when he talks about being a hero, All Might thought as Midoriya ran for Bakugo, drive and courage overcoming his terror. In order to achieve his dream, he has to do this. The boys leapt at each other, each of them preparing their own attacks. Time seemed to slow down as the background faded away from them. Not for me, but for himself. One for all surged through Midoriya's right arm and fist, his muscles bulging as his skin glowed, with the final remnants of what was left of his costume on that arm tearing away. You can't be serious. Kendo exclaimed. He used that punch to blow up one of those zero-pointers. Midoriya, how's Bakugo still here if you used it on him? Are you saying I couldn't tank one of Deku's shitty punches, extra? Don't call her an extra. Tetsu scolded him. Her name is Kendo. Izuku smiled at the slight blush that formed on Kendo's cheeks and nodded his head back at the screen as his past self called Uraraka's name. Because I didn't punch Bakugo. Right. Uraraka hugged a pillar like a koala, with Ida looking at her like she'd lost her mind for a moment. Midoriya's tears had evaporated from the heat of the impending explosion on Bakugo's right hand as the two boys closed on one another. I can't beat you, not in a one-on-one fight like this. He flipped his arm from a right straight to an uppercut. But I can win. Kendo gasped. Seeing what he meant. Midoriya stared down Bakugo's impending blast while making the final motion of his own attack, not to put his old bully down, but to ensure his win. Smash! The students gasped and cheered anew as Midoriya's uppercut blew the air skyward with enough force to tear a massive hole through the concrete, piercing through every floor and going high into the sky, just like All Might's punch to finally stop the sludge villain. Every window shattered, and bits of concrete and rebar scattered through the destruction of a good chunk of the building. Ida clenched his hands around the fake weapon to keep his balance at the sudden impact from Midoriya's punch, and the large amount of wind now buffeting through the room. He paused to let go and couldn't believe his eyes at the destruction that had happened out of nowhere. What's happening? Uraraka activated her quirk on the pillar she had been hugging, now freestanding with its base crumbled away. This is it. Sorry, Ida. She swung the giant pillar back like a baseball bat. Improvised special move, the Comet home run. Nice one, Uraraka, Soto complimented her. It's far from elegant, though, Amar critiqued. Hey, if it gets the job done, it gets the job done, Zero shrugged. She swung forward, the pillar striking floating debris with the sound of a major league slugger connecting with a fastball, and the bits of concrete flew towards Ida at terrifying speeds. Ida brought up his hands to shield his face. In the name of villainy, I demand that you stop this. Uraraka leapt across the hole in the floor while Ida was distracted by her improvised attack, flying over towards the bomb with her gravity already negated. She pressed her fingers together above her head and called out, "Release." Ida managed to look upright as Uraraka landed on the weapon, hugging it with a relieved smile. I got it. No. The weapon. Ida's eyes were wide in shock. Woo. Ashido cheered. You go guys. It was certainly a hair-raising finale, I'll say that much, Kendo sighed, leaning back in her seat. Man, that was gutsy, Tetsu said with a grin. He turned to look at Bakugo as the on-screen Bakugo barked at Midoriya. Bet you thought you had him, heh. Shut your mouth, Cloneshima. Tetsu laughed. Going to use it. Midoriya's voice was weak and broken, racked with pain as he held his broken right arm up. The smoke from Bakugo's explosive attack began to clear. Away. Because I can't control it. My body just can't handle the backlash of my power yet. Bakugo was trembling, looking like a strange crossroads between horrified and enraged. Mr. Aizawa said I'd be useless. Midoriya's left arm had shielded his face from the majority of the blast, looking blackened and scorched, damaged almost as badly as his broken right arm. But this was all that I could think of. The blonde gasped and his eyes widened as he saw the damage his attack did to Midoriya. And now he understands just how dangerous his quirk actually is, Tokoyami stated. Asui nodded with an accompanying rib bet. This is the only way I had any chance at winning. Bakugo's expression swiftly dropped the anger, showing nothing but terror. The timer expired, with most of the rest of the class looking on in various states of shock and horror. All Might clutched his microphone, hesitating. You did it, he whispered. Midoriya collapsed, falling to his right onto the ground as the straps keeping his respirator attached finally broke apart, separating it from the rest of his costume. Bakugo could only stare as he was handed his first ever loss. The hero team. Weins. Ashido placed a hand to her heart as the outro started up. Man, that was more intense than I remembered, she said. You know, sometimes having a soundtrack to accompany stuff feels a little overkill. But you've got to admit, Kaminari pointed out, for the context of a show, it's hella entertaining, am I right? Just because you find it entertaining doesn't mean that all of us do, Gyro answered. I bet Midoriya's not too happy about watching himself get wrecked on the first day of class again. Oh yeah, did that leave any scars like the sports festival? Hagekyu asked. That was a pretty wicked burn Bakugo did to your arm. Ochako shook her head before Izuku could answer. Nope. No scars from that at least. I can at least tell you that much. Nezu shared looks with the other teachers. Each of them nodded. They would need to have a discussion during this break, or possibly at lunch later. Narrator All Might's voice emanated from the screen moments after the man's theme music started up to show the next episode preview. You kids still have a lot to learn, but I'll help you hero up. Narrator Midoriya didn't seem to have anything interesting to say this time over the snapshots of what would soon await them, only offering a customary, next time, Bakugo's start line. So is it from this point on that you stopped being such an butt? Tetsu asked. Young Bakugo's going to get all teary-eyed on us, narrator All Might teased. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Kamemoto clapped her hands and pressed a button on her remote. A countdown timer appeared on the screen. 5 minutes, she reminded them. If you need to pee or get anything from me, now's your chance. Toshinori glanced between Aizawa, Kiyoma, and Nezu as the four of them stood near the theater doors at the top of the room. I don't know if 5 minutes is an adequate time frame to discuss what we witnessed during the combat training, he put out. I agree, Aizawa said. We'll need to discuss this further at lunch, but I feel we should at least have a preliminary discussion. Kiyoma nodded. However, I don't think it will be productive to bring Bakugo or Midoriya into the conference room to discuss this again, she proposed. We already talked about their relationship with them yesterday, and Bakugo mentioned this creek incident then. Kiyoma is correct, Nezu agreed. While it is extremely useful that we now have full context of the inciting incidents behind Bakugo's tormenting of Midoriya, having another chat with the two boys so soon after our last will not bring the desired results. We will simply have to observe and guide them to the best of our abilities while we are in this place. It's also good to see that while Midoriya's support network has strengthened, Bakugo's hasn't degraded entirely and left him ostracized by his peers, Toshinori observed. Young Kirishima and young 𝐒𝐿 were both working out with him in the gym yesterday, and young Tetsu and young Kirishima are both sitting with him again today. This is a good class. They may not all be friends with one another, but I don't think any of them are truly alone. Aizawa nodded. Despite their differences, Class 1A is a unit. They all work together to pass the first stage of the licensing exam, even if they went down to the wire and Todoroki and Bakugo failed the second stage. Given the change we've already seen in how Bakugo and Midoriya interact between the time of these episodes and now, I can say that they'll all become upstanding heroes. But we must not become complacent, Aizawa, Nezu reminded him. Seeing their pasts laid out like this and understanding the inner workings of our students' minds, it is doubly clear that we did not previously understand just how prideful Bakugo truly was. To think that since childhood he believed that the simple act of being offered help equaled a declaration of weakness, and as he said yesterday to hear it come from Midoriya, a child he'd already written off as having no value, a wound to him like that may as well be a malignant tumor. A deeply rooted belief like that has been held for most of his life is not something that his pride will allow him to let go of so easily. While Midoriya's newfound relationship with Uraraka may help to begin healing his deep-seated issues of inadequacy, we should still keep our eyes on both students for the time being. Toshinori nodded his head along with the other two, all three of them giving the principal a brief, "Yes, sir," in acknowledgement. The four returned to their seats. "You were right," Tetsu commented, looking at his seatmate, "that fight really didn't paint you in a good light." Bakugo bristled. "Shut you, but at least you didn't stab Tsunotori in the leg like Kamakiri did," Tetsu added. Bakugo froze for a moment while Kirishima said, "Whoa, Kamakiri did what?" "He got more than a little heated in his match," Tetsu answered. "He was trying to lock down Tsunotori in a corridor in order to defend the weapon. Didn't like how he had to keep defending himself against her horns as she controlled them in the tight space of the corridor, so he bashed through them and charged her. Now Tsunotori's strong as a horse, no mistake about that, but his sudden move caught her off guard. While she was slightly unbalanced from him slamming into her, Kamakiri used his blades to stab her in her right leg to limit her mobility. She started bleeding pretty bad as he wrapped the capture tape around her. Kendo says he had to have cut her femoral artery, because All Might called the match and she was close to passing out by the time he arrived. "Was she okay?" Kirishima asked. "Oh yeah, she's fine," Tetsu answered. "Recovery girl took care of her real well. But still, if she hadn't, Tsunotori might have died." Kamakiri was really shook up by it. At first we thought it was because he almost killed his classmate, but we all got really upset at him when the only thing we heard him chastise himself for getting too caught up in the fight and losing the exercise. He didn't even seem to care that he almost killed Pony. He looked over at Bakugo, who was gazing at him in shock. "What? Surprised that we have our own version of you?" "He's gotten better since then," but still, seeing your fight reminded me of that. Katsuki turned away from Tetsu, bringing his gaze down to the space between his knees. Deku's arm after that final blast of his, the one he'd used to block the attack from hitting his face. It was blackened and scorched. If not for the old lady's quirk, it would have been a beach to heal from. Fortunately, it was just his arm, but if the nerd hadn't predicted his move. If it had been anyone but Deku and they hadn't seen the explosive right coming for their face. Could I have killed someone on my first day of real training? Katsuki shook his head. No, that was impossible. He only got that way because he'd still been seeing Deku as that worthless wannabe who'd somehow cheated his way into UA and been hiding a quick behind his back in an elaborate long con to make him look like an idiot. He would have been smarter against anyone else. He would have. No, he couldn't use hindsight. While he may have gotten sessed off at Deku for thinking he could stand on the same stage as him, once he decided to fight he would have fought the same way. He still would have used that right hook and he still would have aimed that final blast for the face. The only reason it didn't work in the end was because Deku was such a nerd he'd anticipated it from having been on the receiving end so many times. He just hadn't had the strength to fight back or defend himself before. But if it hadn't been Deku, if it hadn't been someone who could predict that and use their arm as a shield, if he'd been facing off against round face down there instead. Oh SHT. I really could have, a burn to the face like that, he could have lost an eye, or worse. Damn it, he hissed to himself as he put his hands around his head. Just how fed up was I back then? A hand touched his shoulder. It's okay, man, Kirishima consoled him. You're not quite the same guy now that you were back then. Everyone makes mistakes, what matters is that we learn from them and move forward so we can live a life with no regrets. That's what manly chivalry means to me. The countdown timer reached 0 on the screen in front of them, and Kamemoto whooped as the next episode began to start. Wow! You're so lucky. We're starting with a flashback of them bug hunting as kids again. Mineta asked. He sighed and placed a hand on his cheek. Yeah, we get it already. This is still important background information, Ida remarked as he wrote in his notebook. We must pay close attention to it. Do we really need to be taking notes on Midori and Bakugo's relationship? Ashido inquired as it shifted to a repeat of them running at each other, each using their quirks for their final attacks. So where's that flashy power of yours now? Damn it. You were tricking me for years by acting weak. Bet you've been laughing behind my back. Here. Let's see how your power compares to mine. Quirk or no, you'll never beat me, Deku. That's still the dumbest long con conspiracy theory I've ever heard, Gyro scoffed. Yeah, Hatsum agreed. It's like Midoriya went, I've got a brilliant idea. I'm gonna pretend to be quirkless for a decade and get beaten to a pulp every day for it, all so that I can laugh at Bakugo behind his back and then in his face when we both get into you. Because that's exactly what 10 million over there would think. Midoriya yelped as they talked about him and rubbed the back of his head. Well, I mean, if it hadn't been one for all, I probably would have told Bakugo right away, but I was supposed to keep it a secret. Even then, you still couldn't keep your DMN mouth shut, Bakugo growled, just loud enough for the front row to hear. What do you mean he couldn't keep his mouth shut? Kaminari asked. We never heard a word about any of this stuff before yesterday. Keep watching and you'll see, Bakugo continued to growl. And stop thinking I look like a DMN strawberry. You don't have to say it, I can see it in your goddamn eyes. Like it or not, you can't stop me. Midoriya's voice from the past echoed as he fell unconscious following Bakugo's blast. I'm so proud, Ochako said quietly, squeezing Izuku's side. It was only our first real day of class, but you stood up to him and we worked together to win the exercise. But I broke my arm and needed to go to recovery girl, Izuku reminded her. I was the only one who got seriously injured in class. Ochako shook her head and let it lie on his shoulder. But you've gotten much better at that. You have enough control over one for all to not break yourself anymore. The intro started up and Asui turned to look at Bakugo's couch. I have to agree with Kyoka, she said. Midoriya's the kind of guy who would ask All Might or Endeavor if they were catching a cold if they so much as sneezed, ribbit. You really thought that he Was tricking you for years and thought that him asking if you were okay equated to Midoriya thinking you were weak. Just call me an egomaniac and get it over with, frog, Bakugo grumbled. Only weaklings need someone to help them, the strong don't. A worthless screw-up like him, the weakest of weaklings, extending a hand to me. It was a fing insult to my very identity as the best of the best. Offering or accepting help isn't a sign of weakness, Bakugo, 𝐔𝐲𝐲 said. I know already, so shut up. Damn it. We went to help All Might at the USJ, Todoroki reminded him with a sideways look. Does that make All Might weak? That was different, and I already told all of you to shut up. Asui giggled quietly in the front row. It's kind of funny watching Bakugo go through an identity crisis, isn't it? So long as he becomes a better hero because of it, Ida remarked. The turbo hero turned his attention to the green burrito that was Midoriya and Uraraka wrapped in the blanket. It had them covered completely from neck to thigh. They could be doing anything under there, but he knew his friends. They weren't about to start doing anything immoral. Midoriya and Uraraka were both just too innocent. I imagine that fight the two of you had was part of Bakugo's awakening to the truth of being a hero, he reasoned, attracting Midoriya's attention, just as being saved from the hero killer in Hosu was mine. Izuku nodded. I'm not going to pretend that it resolved everything, but yeah. Even with everything we went through here yesterday, I'm confident that Bakugo turned onto the right path after we hashed things out during our fight and house arrest. The intro ended, with the camera returning to the exterior of the building with the gaping hole Bakugo's explosion had left in its side and all the cracks in the cement from the effects of Midoriya's Detroit smash. All Might's voice came through the microphone. Your indoor combat training is over. Uraraka groaned as she slid down from where she had latched onto the fake weapon like a koala, Ida waving his hands frantically as he asked his new friend if she was okay. Midoriya lay unconscious on the ground as All Might finished his declaration. The hero team wins. Back in the observation room, Ojiro, Kaminari, Asui, Tokoyami, Yarozu, and 𝐔𝐲𝐲 were looking up at the monitor before the camera swayed to showing all of the students from behind with the 5 camera feeds on the monitor, one of which showing Ida rubbing Uraraka's back in an effort to soothe her nausea as she was on all fours, desperately trying not to puke. What a weird way for this to end, Kaminari pointed out in a hushed tone. The losers are practically untouched, and the winners are both on the ground. How does the old saying go? Tokoyami wondered while lowering his head. They may have lost the battle but they won the war. This class is intense, Asui stated. That sure was an understatement, Ojiro commented. I can't believe how quickly my match was over compared to theirs. Neither of us needed to go to Recovery Girl at least, Hagekyo piped up. So that's a good thing, right? What happened? Hatsume asked her invisible seatmate. Well, our match is up next, the invisible girl replied. So you should see it pretty quick. 2 recovery robots were carrying the unconscious Midoriya away on a stretcher, closely watched by All Might. To the nurse's office, said one of the robots. I know, replied the other. The robots have sass. Gyro asked. If they start smack-talking us during training, I'm blowing every last one of them up, Bakugo growled. Bakugo was shaking, his red eyes shrunk down to mere pinpricks in shock. My attacks, he thought, thinking back to the last moment before his final explosion, Deku predicted them. He made me look like an idiot, and somehow managed to win the exercise. Less idiotic, more bloodthirsty, I'd say, Tokoyami countered. As Midoriya's words cycled through Bakugo's head again. Yeah, Soto agreed with a nod. Besides, Midoriya only knew what Bakugo would do because of experience. None of us would have figured out his moves like that. The students grimaced in surprise, while Aizawa narrowed his eyes and Yagi's widened as the screen returned to showing Bakugo's face. He was hyperventilating, and clearly in the throes of a panic attack. Does this mean that if we really fought, if we didn't hold back at all, Deku would beat me with his quirk? If Midori went all out, you'd be nothing but a bloody smear on the wall. Ashido cried out as All Might patted Bakugo on the shoulder. Seriously. He punched the air with enough force for freaking wind pressure to rip through several floors of concrete. Yeah, that power's no joke, Zero agreed. Your explosions are pretty awesome, Bakugo, but one maxed out punch from him would probably smash you like a bug on a windshield. Mineta stood up. Also, wait, hold on. All Might, your hand is, like, bigger than Bakugo's entire torso. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 seemed to place a finger to her lips as she shifted in her seat. I wonder if Midoriya's going to get that big when he's older. Ochako shivered against her boyfriend at the thought. Just being completely enveloped by Deku like that. Her entire body fitting beneath his chin. His strong arms wrapped around her, holding her up off the ground as he carried her around. Latching onto him just like she had the fake weapon in training, hugging Izuku like a koala. She blushed as her thoughts strayed to some more interesting places, and Ochako shook her head to try to clear them. Not now. Not with everyone in class around. Episode 8. Bakugo's start line. Well, despite the results, All Might said as the 3 conscious members of the first group returned to the observation room with him for a review of the match, the MVP of this exercise is young Iida. Iida looked at All Might in surprise while Bakugo's head was lowered, face hidden by his explosively spiky hair, and Uraraka looked down, still seemingly feeling nauseous from using her quirk on herself. Hey! Iida gasped. Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead since they're the winners? Asui asked. All Might hummed in approval at her critical thinking. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Sir, I can tell you why. Remember when I said you had an ego at the start, Momo? Gyro asked. She pointed at the screen. The only one who truly adapted to his assigned role. I'll explain, Yaoyorozu said as the screen showed Bakugo standing with his head down and face shadowed in front of them, followed by flashbacks to his actions in combat. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. As you pointed out earlier, launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. It could have been disastrous. The clip swayed to showing Midoriya's smash. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out, considering the amount of damage that he received. He rendered himself helpless. Not smart. I apologize for that, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said. I realize now that you hadn't planned for the end scenario to happen. The strategies that you thought up in the early and mid-exercise PRD were excellent. Izuku held up his free right hand, since his left arm was wrapped around Ochako in their blanket. No, it's all right, Yaoyorozu, he refuted. It's not like any of you could actually hear me or my thoughts before. Besides, no plan survives contact with Bakugo anyway. I was foolish to think that I really could win without using my quirk when I didn't have any real combat training yet. Don't put yourself down like that, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu insisted. I believe you did much better against Bakugo than many of our classmates could have done. But you were still right in saying that I wasn't MVP of the exercise, Izuku countered. Iida performed the best out of all of us for the purposes of training. I tried to fight an opponent who was too far above me in power and skill and injured myself in a reckless move. You're right. We only won because we took advantage of this being training. Just take the compliment, Midoriya, Asui joined in. All Yaoyorozu is doing is taking back her thoughts that your plan was poorly thought out, ribbit. It was a good plan. Zu is right, Iida assured him. I can understand why it was your absolute last resort plan, given the intense backlash one for all had on your body at the time. This was only your third ever usage of the power, too. Incidentally, how much can you use right now? A small smile returned to Izuku's face. Oh, my continuous full body limit is at 8% right now, but I'm still not used to it. I've mostly been keeping to 5%, so it'll take some adjusting to get used to how much faster and stronger I've gotten with 8% going. Young Iida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, All Might added to Yaoyorozu's explanation, off-kilter from the depth of her analysis, but, otherwise, you nailed it. He gave her a thumbs up and a grin. The show panned up from Yaoyorozu's legs, showing her standing in front of a Japanese crane painting with the kanji for start with the basics to develop depth of learning, and devote oneself wholeheartedly written on it in fine calligraphy. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning, Yaoyorozu herself stated with confidence and pride in herself. That's the only real way to become a top hero. The screen zoomed in on her, her form taking on the rough hue of the introductory sketches as her name appeared on the screen. Momo Yorozu, one of the 4 students admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. Ashido beamed. You're a Momo. You got your own present MIC intro. And that painting was so manly, Kirishima added. I wish I had that in my room. Man, I can't wait for my intro, Kaminari said with a grin while clenching his fist. I bet it's gonna be awesome. Kiyoma glanced over at Yagi. I wouldn't have said that about Ida relaxing. His devotion to getting into character was to be admired. We should promote more of such things in our students. Hero students don't have time to join the theater club, Aizawa deadpanned. Actually, I think I'm on Midnight's side on this one, Yagi said as the camera slowly panned past Bakugo's completely mind-broken, shell-shocked expression. While a big component of our job is being a hero, there are times when us daylight heroes perform work outside of rescuing people and fighting villains, like when young Yorozu and young Kendo appeared in that commercial with Uwabami. Allowing them to develop other skills and interests like acting would help them if they were to end up in such situations, or if they were cast in a film production. Aizawa glanced at him. Are you suggesting we cut down on time needed to train our students to survive and rescue people so that they'll be slightly more prepared in the off chance they become a corporate shill? Perhaps we should encourage some manner of personal skill development during their recovery PRDS. Nezu suggested. If any are interested, I could offer some of my time to aid in their development by serving as a dungeon MSTR. Oh yes, let's do that. Kiyoma said with bright eyes while all the color in Aizawa's and Yagi's faces drained away. Critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, and emotional engagement could all be practiced along with their improved skills. Aizawa returned his gaze to the screen, the very thought of Nezu serving as a dungeon MSTR in a role-playing game for his students frightening him even more than Nemuri's upcoming SXL education lesson after lunch. Ojiro was stretching his arms as he stood in front of the fake nuclear bomb, All Might having declared Team I of himself and 𝐒𝐻𝐾 to be the villains to Team BS Shoji and Todoroki. A glove floated on screen, superimposed over Ojiro to show its closeness to the camera. Hey, Ojiro. I think that's my first line. 𝐒𝐻𝐾 gasped excitedly. Let's get serious, she said as Ojiro looked in her direction. She started pulling her gloves off. I'm going to take off all my clothes and totally disappear. Ojiro nodded. Yeah, cool. He looked off to the side, scratching his head. 𝐒𝐻𝐾's using her quirk to our advantage, but it's kinda weird to know there's a naked girl standing by me. Ojiro! Mineta screamed. What? Ojiro answered. It was her idea. Besides, I didn't see anything. 𝐒𝐻𝐾 was holding up her gloves and shoes, the only other sign that she was there being the floating earpiece radio. Just don't look, okay, she asked, apparently just realizing what she'd just done. What's the difference? Ojiro asked. Kendo shook her head. Oh Ojiro, she said as All Might shouted to look alive. What? Ojiro asked. He swiveled his head around amongst his classmates. Really, what's the difference? Hatsune looked at her seatmate. You know, he's right. You're always invisible. It's way more perverted to stare at you when you're wearing something because then your clothes show us the shape of her body. Shoji spread his tentacle arms out at the sound of the buzzer, turning the tip from one of them into an ear. The show provided a shot of his masked face with his hair down in front, all stylized for his own present MIC intro. Mizo Shoji, quirk, dupliarms. He can replicate different body parts on the tips of his tentacles. MIC announced as Todoroki walked into the building behind where Shoji silently stood, scouting. Now that's super strange. I need to have a talk with Hisashi, Aizawa grumbled. The ear Shoji had formed morphed into a mouth. One's in the hall on the north side on the 4th floor, the mouth told Todoroki. And I think the other's on the same level somewhere. Both are barefoot. A second mouth came down from the tentacle tip above it. I bet the invisible one plans to sneak up and surprise us. Todoroki stepped past Shoji. For your own safety, go outside. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. He held up his right hand, frosty cold air starting to emanate from it as the water vapor around his hand froze. He placed his hand against the wall, ice beginning to form on it at his touch. The floor beneath his right foot also started to freeze. "But we've already won," Todoroki declared, standing confidently in the hall. Kendo and Tetsu both had their eyes bulging out of their sockets as ice raced through the building, covering every single exposed surface both inside and outside. "Diamond," Tetsu uttered. "He won that one in an instant." This exercise was one perfectly suited to Todoroki's skill set, Izuku said, both of his hands now occupied with taking notes. "Deku?" Ochako asked. He didn't even seem to hear her as he muttered, pencil scribbling away in his notebook. "Oh. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaimed as the show revealed the icy floor with 2 footprints in it, clearly where she was standing. "My feet are stuck." Ojiro's own legs were covered in ice from his boots up to his shins. "This quirk is insane." "Wait, didn't Shoji say you were barefoot, Ojiro?" Mineta asked. He pointed at the screen, even though it was now showing the door while Todoroki advanced out of sight. "But you were wearing boots." Ojiro raised his arms and tail in a fighting stance against the oncoming Todoroki, the dual-quirked boy coming on with a confident smirk that bordered on a sneer. The glowing red eyepiece he was wearing over his left eye in the center of the amalgamation of ice that covered his left side just made him even more intimidating. "Pry yourself up if you want, but it might be hard to fight me with no skin on the bottom of your feet." Shoji got it wrong. Todoroki replied to Mineta's question as his on-screen self walked past a motionless, defeated Ojiro. His ears can only hear so much. Ojiro wasn't barefoot but the soles of his boots were thin. Either way, I compensated by having the ice form over his boots and cover both their exterior and interior. "Yeah," Ojiro sighed. "Not only did Todoroki freeze my boots to the floor, he froze my feet to my boots." As he said, I would have needed to tear the skin off my feet to fight him. Bakugo scoffed. "Teach wimp." "What did you say?" Ojiro snapped. "What? Didn't hear me the first time. I called you a wimp." Bakugo moved his finger out and pointed down at Ojiro. "How the hell are you supposed to fight real villains in the field if you're too concerned with a little bit of pain?" "This is just training, Bakugo." 𝐔𝐸𝐽 bit back. "If you losers don't take training as if it's the real deal, you're never gonna be able to take down a villain when it counts," Bakugo retorted. "Look at Deku." Eyes turned towards Midoriya, and he stopped his note-taking at the sudden calling out by Bakugo. "Here." "Me?" "Yeah, you heard me, Deku," Bakugo continued. "You've all been rooting for him since we got here, right? Take a look at what you already saw, posers. You've seen the nerd go and break his limbs 3 times now in order to pull out a win, and this is still the first full day of class. If you're too busy worrying about a little ripped skin when he's going and breaking his arms to keep me from executing him in the middle of combat training, then you're never going to be the best." "Bakugo," Aizawa said, freezing the already silent class. "Don't antagonize them." Ojiro's non-violent surrender in the face of overwhelming power was the best course of action in this exercise. Remember the face you showed that day when you saw Todoroki's quirk in action. Bakugo winced as Aizawa called him out on the terrified look that the students had just witnessed on screen only seconds ago. "Yeah, but I still would have tried to fight icy hot, not given up like a coward." "It's not your fault," Todoroki said, left hand on the weapon and everything around them now wet and steaming as he sent out heat to melt and evaporate the ice. "We're just playing on different levels." The show zoomed in on the side profile of his face, giving Todoroki his own intro shot. Shoto Todoroki. Another of the 4 admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. Quirk, half cold, half hot. He freezes with his right side and burns up the charts with his left. The range of his abilities is unknown. "Holy CRP!" Soto exclaimed from the observation room as many of the class observed in awe. Kaminari flinched. "That guy's kind of intimidating." "He got in on a recommendation, so he must be good," Asui reasoned. The show focused on Bakugo, his face hidden from perspective as he twitched, all might talking over to the class. "Moving on. Time to gather round for a review of the second match. After that, we'll jet on over to our next battle." "Yes, Sir. Bakugo bit his lip, hissing as he looked down while the training montage drumbeat kicked in. "Oh man," Kaminari whined as the show started a montage of the other matchups, without showing any actual action. "I thought we were gonna see how our fights went again." "I warned you." Kamemoto reminded them from her perch with the AV equipment. Ochako bopped along with the beat, slightly dancing in her seat with Izuku as the montage played. He was watching with rapt attention at their classmates' moves that the show did reveal, though since nothing major was shown, he didn't get the chance to write down much in the form of notes except for Ashido's acid splashing down on Ayama's cape and melting holes in the sparkling garment, and that it didn't appear as though Mineta did anything except use his short size to perv on Yorozu's backside, which was almost eye level for the gremlin. The brunette felt her phone vibrate in her left pocket and reached in to grab it. She was annoyed but also so thankful that Momo had given her and the other girls smartphones. She loved the flip phone her parents had gotten her years ago dearly, and still used it. It hadn't steered her wrong yet, but there was just so much more that the smartphone could do, like group chats. "Momo, I meant what I said before. I will make a cannon." Ochako looked to her left. Momo's phone was in the girl's hand, since she'd just finished typing the message after all. They shared a look and Momo gave her a thumbs up. "If he ever acts up, let me know," she said. "He'll be fine as long as he dodges." Izuku shivered next to Ochako while the gravity girl giggled. He had no idea what they were talking about, and it was adorable. Ochako wasn't quite sure if she should comfort him to let Izuku know that they weren't talking about him, or if she should let him keep thinking that. Kamemoto managed to pick up the interesting comment of Yorozu's, and grinned widely while hiding her smile behind the monitor. If she was able to, she'd need to introduce the girls to a montage of someone lean, mean, and green shouting dodge. Too bad none of them could actually create a beam cannon. Unless ki was a real thing and they just didn't know how to ℔ it. This was a shonen universe, so the rules of other shonen universes could apply, right? Ki. Chakra. These heroes in training could use those too if they learned how, right? Kamemoto shook her head. She was getting ahead of herself. They had anime in this universe too, she was sure of it. If they could use stuff like that alongside quirks, they would already be doing so and Deku wouldn't have had so much trouble being a quirkless person. "Or, I was hoping I'd get to see more of your quirks and fighting styles in action," Hatsune ummed as All Might congratulated the class on the results of their first day of training. "I didn't get enough data to come up with any new babies for any of you, not that I could make any right now with all my tools swimming in honey." Honey. Midoriya yelped. "Wow, that sounds harsh, Hatsune. I wonder who would have thought that up." Zero suppressed a grin. Midoriya had suggested that they get Hatsune too last night, but he had been the one to put forward the idea of submerging her tools in something sticky. Midnight had suggested molasses, Uraraka maple sap, and Yorozu had the idea of using honey, which they had ultimately gone with. He was still surprised that Midnight had joined them for the prank spree, but none of their class would ever suspect the perfectly benign excuse of being with a teacher to also equate to how they managed to prank everyone. Her quirk was no joke, and he knew that from first-hand experience. "It's nice to hear some encouraging words after our homeroom class," Asui said. Present Asui stiffened and gulped. She remembered what had happened to Kaminari yesterday. Her teacher still wasn't in a good mood. In fact, his mood might even be worse today than it was yesterday. Aizawa's manic face with a purple background appeared front and center on the screen with a burst of percussion before returning to the assembled class in front of the exit. Mr. Aizawa was kind of a buzzkill, Asui finished her thought, with about half of the class that was in the front with her nodding their heads. Aizawa's eyes flashed and most of the students froze. They could feel the chill emanating from their teacher's stony expression. This was just like remembering their first homeroom PRD for orientation, after Ashido had unwisely blurted out that the quirk assessment test sounded fun. Fortunately, that feeling vanished the moment Kiyama slapped Aizawa on the shoulder. "See, Aizawa. You've traumatized the poor dears. My students love me." "That's because your first-year design students don't know you," Aizawa gave her a deadpan retort. "The third years are terrified of you." Kiyama laughed, and none of the students found that laugh very reassuring. Emma mumbled while Kamemoto hummed merrily, We roll along to herself at All Might's mention of "That's all for now, folks. Do we really want to know?" I think asking that question's like tossing a rock at a hornet's nest, Tetsu commented, to which several of the students nodded their heads. Like he's got somewhere to be. All Might declared as he dashed off, to the amazement of the class as he practically left a dust cloud behind him. "Okay you guys, that is a hero." Kaminari gushed. "Oh," Ojiro lamented. "I'll never be that fast." "Don't worry so much Ojiro," Hagakure consoled him. "You're not All Might. You don't have to try to be as strong or as fast as him. Just be the best that you can be." The young man, with the tail, smiled slightly as he looked towards where Invisible Girl Saturday. "Thanks Hagakure. Besides," she continued as the All Might on screen thought about guiding Bakugo's development, "Midoriya's the one who needs to worry about filling All Might's huge shoes." All Might slammed a meaty hand down on a button to close the staff-only door behind him, the mighty pro breathing in exertion as steam wafted up from his body. "I can't hold this form any longer." A burst of steam erupted around his body when he fell back into his emaciated true form, gaunt and sunken eyes filled with frustration as he struggled to catch his breath. "I barely have time to teach a class, Essie." The jaws dropped on all the fledgling heroes. "You were cutting it that close to all of us finding out with every class." Zero wondered. "You were okay, right sir?" Uraraka questioned, spinning around in her seat to look up at All Might. "We didn't push you too hard, right?" "It's all right, young Uraraka," Yagi replied with a smile. "To think he was that short on time," Kendo uttered. "I mean, we'd thought about it yesterday, but—" "All Might, sir. If you only had enough time in your hero form to teach a single class a day, how did you manage to handle all the hero courses?" "All Might is only teaching foundational heroics, Kendo," Aizawa answered. "That's the introductory practical class for first-year students. Second years and third years are taught by other instructors. Although, now that it is no longer necessary to keep All Might's weakened form a secret from the student body as he is now retired from performing hero work, it may be possible to see him expand in his duties in the future, assuming that he isn't too preoccupied with training his successor, that is," Nezu added. "He's too exhausted from his classes for my quirk." Recovery Girl fumed at All Might in her office, looking over at Midoriya as he lay asleep in the bed with his right arms bandaged up and N4 hooked into his healed left arm. "I can't treat his injuries all at once. I did some first aid, but after the 4 is finished we'll have to wait for his body to heal overnight." Izuku, Ochako mumbled, her lip pouting. "I know we won, but did you really have to go so far?" "If I didn't, we would have lost," he replied softly. "I'll work harder, so I don't worry you so much, okay?" "Fine. You passed your powers on to this boy, but you can't spoil him," Recovery Girl chastised the pro. Recovery Girl knew. Mineta gasped. "We were already told that she knew yesterday," Yorozu reminded him. "And as the school nurse, it was the correct decision to keep at least her in the loop," Ida added. "Given how frequently Midoriya sustained injuries, it was only natural that Recovery Girl would know. She also patched me up a lot, back in the day," Yagi stated for the students. "So it only made sense that she'd know about One for All before I ever passed it on to young Midoriya. He needed to see that he was capable of winning the exercise." All Might tried to explain his rationale for letting the fight go on to the point of Midoriya's injury. "But winning by breaking himself?" Soto asked. "Yeah, it shows tenacity, but, like Mr. Aizawa said in the earlier episodes yesterday," MR agreed with a nod, "and like Yorozu said in her post-battle analysis, it's not stylish to turn yourself into a casualty after one attack, even if it does win you the fight." "Yeah," Zero agreed. "What happens if you need to throw 2 punches?" Izuku gulped at Zero's words. "This show is, it's not going to show the fight with muscular, is it?" "Oh, who am I kidding? Of course it is." Recovery Girl had her nose turned up at All Might. "Mr. Natural-born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace." All Might sighed. "Several people know about my injury and this weak form. Like the UA faculty and a certain group of pro-heroes, for example. However, only a select few people know the secret of One for All." The background around All Might changed from being the nurse's office to a darkened sky with blue, gray, and white illuminated clouds and lights st by as silhouettes of Recovery Girl, two darkened figures, and Midoriya appeared. It was a very cool visual effect. There's you, the principal, and a very close friend of mine. Young Midoriya, too, of course, but no one else knows the truth about my powers. And now all of us know too. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 cheered. She extended her arm out towards Midoriya, giving him a thumbs up. Thanks for being so awesome and being cool with sharing your big secret with us, Midori. He nodded. Yeah. Thanks for being so kind and understanding, 𝐻𝐸𝐻, everyone. I'm really lucky to have classmates like you. Hey man, we're heroes, Kaminari replied. We're not going to judge you based on your past or quirk like that. That's true, 𝐔𝐠 agreed with a nod. I admit, we're kindred spirits in a way, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. Here. Why's that, 𝐔𝐠? The huge young man, who was the youngest of them all, actually, looked down at his hand. You were bullied because you were quirkless throughout life, but you still look like a normal person. I was bullied because of the way my mutation quirk makes me appear. But your quirk is so cool. Midoriya countered, surprised. Bakugo scoffed. TCH idiot. You think every quirk is cool. Because they are, Bakugo. Does it really matter if you were born with your quirk or not? Do you have to be the symbol of peace? Is it that important? Recovery Girl asked. All Might leveled his head, the show providing a close-up of a side profile of his face. If they knew I wasn't, the temptation of this power could corrupt our society. He looked down at his hand. This quirk, those who wield it are responsible for mankind's safety. Recovery Girl smiled and sighed. Well, if that's the case, the camera slowly panned up on Midoriya's unconscious body in the bed again. It's even more important for you to be a good guide. You're right, All Might agreed. Which you've been phenomenal in so far, Aizawa muttered as the scene faded out. Yagi looked down. I admit, I am still new to teaching. And proper mentorship. You had a year with him before the entrance exam and you didn't teach him anything about his quirk before you gave it to him, Aizawa stated while the show faded in again, flashing back to the moment All Might told Midoriya he could be a hero. Yagi winced. He really couldn't say anything to the contrary in that regard. Yorozu put down her pen and notebook. I admit, I didn't think about it as much yesterday, but All Might is right, she said. This information is dangerous. Even if they don't know, as Midoriya said, that the power has to be willingly transferred, the knowledge that a super strength quirk can be passed on from person to person would definitely be a temptation to villains. Even then, they could try to force Midoriya to give them his power in a hostage situation, Ida added. Cowardly, but I can see villains using that tactic, Kirishima grimaced. Izuku kept to himself as his peers conjectured around him. It wasn't just super strength anymore. It was also Black Whip, and the quirks of all the other past users of One for All. If villains knew that that kind of power was capable of being passed along, it would be incredibly dangerous. Actually, he thought, I suppose one villain already knows. All for One. He created One for All, even if it was by accident. He would know that it can be passed along, and he likely told Shigaraki. Izuku sighed. I guess it's fortunate that they don't know that All Might passed it on to me, or we'd be in big trouble. Midoriya looked tired and in pain as he opened his eyes, taking in the four and that he was in bed in Recovery Girl's office. He looked at the wall clock in front of him. 3:55. It's late afternoon, he wondered aloud. Recovery Girl leaned over him, filling the boy's vision. Rise and shine, Sonny. His classmates chuckled as Midoriya blinked and gasped in surprise. The show cut to an image of the exterior of UA, bathed in the warm glow of evening light. That's all for today's treatment, Recovery Girl's voiceover told Midoriya as he walked through the halls alone, his broken and bandaged right arm in a sling. Come back tomorrow, okay? I'm sorry you had to wake up alone, Izuku, Ochako apologized. But the teachers wouldn't let us skip class to wait for you. It's okay, he replied with a smile as his on-screen self worried about Aizawa choking him with his scarf. I know you would have come by if you could. Midoriya slowly opened the door to 1A's classroom. Kirishima turned around at the sound and grinned at the sight. Hey, it's Midoriya. He and some other students converged on their classmate still in his mangled hero costume. Good to see you back, Super. Midoriya gasped as he suddenly found himself surrounded by a gaggle of his peers, all of them smiling encouragingly at him. Kirishima leaned forward, still not done, while Ashido excitedly bounced around beside him. Ha! Man, I don't know what you were saying during that match, but you were all fired up, here. And now that we know what was being said, it really did get you guys fired up, Kirishima said. DMN straight. That fight was personal, Bakugo growled. You did a great job dodging. Ashido complimented Midoriya with a cute grin. You guys really turned up in the first match, Soto said, so none of us held back in our rounds, either. TCH. If you really went all out, Deku wouldn't have been the only one to end up seeing Recovery Girl. Ashido cut off AMR's attempt to speak as she hopped up and down again. And the dodging was like, whoa. Midoriya gasped again, looking around at them all with a bewildered smile. Asui smiled gently. I guess now we know why you had that smile then, Midoriya, ribbit. Yeah, Zero agreed. I know we've said it before, but your middle school classmates were garbage, Gyro finished. Ochako smiled and looked past Izuku at Ashido. Also, Mina, your dodging was like, whoa. Really? I didn't have anything else to go off of, Mina countered. And his dodging was super awesome. I don't know how many of us could have held their own against Bakugo like that at the start of the term. I wonder how many of us have since picked up the art of the dodge. Tokoyami inquired. Hey, Mr. Aizawa, Kaminari asked. How come we never play dodgeball in training? Aizawa looked down on him. Kaminari, did you just ask me why I don't have you play a children's game for training? Kaminari paled. Please, no more laps. And it's not like it's not just a kid's game, it's an important skill so we don't get hit by an opponent's quirk. Yes, Ida remarked. The first stage of our hero licensing exam was reminiscent of a game of dodgeball. Todoroki glanced at his classmates before turning to AMR. Am I missing something? What's dodgeball? The students silently gazed at Todoroki before returning their attention to the screen. Tokoyami, Ida declared as he strode towards the bird-headed boy with his arms making stiff motions. Stop using that desk as a chair. Ida reprimanded the other student as Gyro and Ojiro stood by him. Get off of it this instant. Gyro placed her right hand on her hip, slightly turning towards Ida. Dude, you need to chill. Ida jerked backwards while Ojiro pointed to his shoulder. You're carrying a lot of tension. Ida hunched inwards. No one understands, he muttered. I cannot condone actions that disrespect these desks. Ida declared, chopping his hand down at the trio. Not when great men and women, our upperclassmen, once used them. Also noisy, Tokoyami grumbled. Ida never relaxes, does he? Midoriya thought with an awkward smile as the other students around the door watched him with various looks of confusion, exasperation, resignation, or amusement. That boy needs to loosen up, doesn't he? Kiyoma wondered, placing her cheek in her right palm. The door on the other side of the classroom opened, Kaminari coming through, carrying a stack of books. So, anyway, he was saying to the person behind him, turning out to be Uraraka, helping him in carrying the classroom supplies, wanna grab a bite sometime? Kind of stuff you like. Uraraka looked up in thought, eyes straying. Anything sweet. His brown eyes caught sight of Midoriya at the other door, and she dashed towards him. Hey, Deku. Kaminari sighed and looked dejected as his shoulders slumped. Ooh, shot down, Mineta chuckled. Hey, lay off, man, Kaminari replied. Not surprising, Zero chuckled. I mean, considering what just happened on screen, I guess last night really isn't a surprise. Yeah, it makes sense, Soto agreed while Midoriya and Uraraka both blushed and looked shyly at each other. Can't believe I didn't see it before. Kendo looked over at the electric type with a sigh. So you were asking girls out on the first day of classes, here. Swing and a miss, Tokoyami stated. Considering that it was Uraraka, however, he was doomed to failure. Oh come on, guys, Kaminari whined. I didn't know that Uraraka was crushing on Midoriya since the day of the entrance exam. If I'd known that she already had the hots for Mr. Breaks-His-Bones' chosen one over there, I wouldn't have tried so hard. Uraraka blinked. Wait, Kaminari, were you flirting with me? She asked, cheeks steaming. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I never noticed. Ashido let out a low whistle. Wow, so I guess this whole watching our class as a show thing was a good thing after all. If we didn't, who knows how long it would have taken for you both to clue in that you liked each other. How long indeed? Kamemoto thought with a hint of bitterness at her future knowledge. Mineta chuckled, and Kaminari looked at his friend. Hey, at least I tried to be a smooth gentleman and ask girls out. You haven't even tried to ask anyone out to lunch or something. You. Smooth. Don't make me laugh. Kaminari and Mineta glared at each other, grinding their hands into fists. Morons, Gyro thought with a sigh before returning her attention to the screen. Midoriya had asked for Bakugo's whereabouts, which she'd been only somewhat curious about at the time, and had caught up to him. Urozu watched with heightened interest, her mouth slightly agape, as Midoriya began half spilling the beans to Bakugo, who was not taking his nonsense explanation well, given his reaction. Midoriya was so tied to Bakugo that he felt he owed him an explanation. He didn't need to do that. Izuku, thought Ochako. She turned her attention to him. You didn't even tell your mom, but you told Bakugo. Izuku looked down. We'd known each other for years, and he knew I didn't have a quirk. I knew it was confusing him more than anyone, so I felt like I owed him at least some kind of explanation. Full control of this borrowed quirk, and I'll finally beat you with my own power. Bakugo stared at him and Midoriya blanched. Still waiting on that win of yours, Deku, Bakugo called down to him, making him flinch. Asui placed a finger to her lip. Well, I guess this explains why Bakugo looked like he wanted to punch Midoriya, ribbit. Izuku yelped. You were watching that? Ashido nodded. Yeah, but we couldn't hear anything. Bakugo turned around to face Midoriya. Borrowed power. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot, he demanded, clearly not treating anything Midoriya had just said as dignifying belief. You already made a fool out of me in that DMN training exercise. So, did you come here to rub it in? I lost. And to make matters worse it was to you. Never thought I'd hear you admit defeat, Bakugo, Kirishima said quietly. That's real manly of you. Shut the F up, shitty hair, Bakugo replied, voice just above a whispered growl. The show flashed back to Todoroki's freezing of the entire building. When I was watching that ice guy, the show returned to Bakugo, his arms out and shoulders bent forward in an emotive display. I realized I couldn't beat him in a head-to-head fight. Another flashback, this time to Yorozu with her hand raised. Launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. Bakugo placed his left hand over his face. CRP, he shouted. I even agreed with what that girl said. My attack was so stupid. All of the students were watching, not a snarky comment to be found in their throats as Bakugo flexed his arms in the midst of another breakdown in front of the formerly quirkless kid he'd bullied, and had now lost to. Even if he'd been left standing at the end and Midoriya had gone down, Midoriya had still accomplished his objective, while Bakugo had failed. DMN it. DMN it. DMN it. DMN it. He clenched his fist, body shaking in indignant frustration at his own failings. Enjoy that win, Deku. The camera swayed angles and cut up to his face, revealing a tortured, angry look on Bakugo's face as tears sat in the corners of his eyes, showing that even Bakugo was capable of being brought to tears. You won't get another. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm gonna end up the #1 hero, no matter what. Whoa, Gyro muttered. It's angry, but oddly inspiring, Koda mumbled. Several people who were able to hear his quiet voice nodded along. Yorozu sighed. Well, he does have a goal and tenacity, I'll give him that much. Bakugo wiped his eyes as he walked away. You'll never beat me again, you BSTRD. Don't even try. Hey, who'd win right now? Mineta asked. Me. Bakugo loudly answered. Don't you remember hearing about our fight after the exam? I'm the guy who ended up on top. True, but there was that weird power that came from Midoriya's arms yesterday, Ojiro commented. Before anyone could vocalize a response to that, the voice of All Might shouted over them. There you are. He whooshed past Midoriya in dramatic still images before placing his hands on the blonde explosive child's shoulders. Bakugo. I found you. Aizawa sighed while Kayoma giggled at the over-dramatic theatrics of reaching his student while All Might's theme music began to play. Just so you know, pride is an important attribute to have, but while you certainly have the abilities to become a pro hero, there's still plenty you have to learn. Let go of me, All Might, Bakugo growled. Right now. He turned his head to look at the man's inquiring grunt. Save your speeches. I'll be more famous than you, and I'll do it without your help. Tetsu whistled. Now that takes guts. Telling All Might to shove off and you'll be better than him without his help. Wow, Zero chuckled. Now that is an ego. You got something to say, tape arms? Bakugo asked. Zero shrugged. Only that you might have your license if you actually listen to our teachers and tone down that attitude of yours. Man, All Might thought with a sweaty brow and a bit of a confused smile as the camera panned up and away from him towards the glass walls of viewer. Being a teacher is hard. Welcome to our world. Kayoma said with a teasing elbow ribbing. Ashido, Uraraka, and Asui were pressed against the glass, looking down at the scene that had happened in front of the school. Ashido said, I wonder what that was all about. Uraraka held her fists together and furrowed her brow. The fated battle between rivals. Whatever Midoriya was saying, it looked like Bakugo really wanted to punch him, Asui replied, turning to look at the other two girls. Childhood friends turned enemies. Uraraka added sagely to herself as she pressed her forehead against the glass. Izuku's sweat dropped. I think you went at that a little too intensely, Ochako. I didn't know anything else at the time, Ochako pouted. All I knew was that you two had been childhood friends at one point and that he picked on you, so now you wanted to beat him to show you could stand up to him. It was totally a fated battle between rivals or a battle between men moment. It might have been a battle between men, Emma said, but it was no elegant gentleman's duel. But people die in gentlemen's duels. Izuku yelped. You could have died if you didn't dodge Bakugo's explosion, Midori, Ashido reminded him. And Bakugo could have died if you'd punched him instead of the air. Fortunately, neither of which happened, Nezu remarked as the outro began to play. However, you all must still take this as a learning opportunity, dear students. Hey, Muscles, Hatsune spoke up. I'm starting to get some ideas. Do you think it'd be possible to weaponize the air pressure like you did with that big punch, but without the whole broken arm thing? Izuku blinked. I mean, I suppose, but I haven't tried anything like that before. It'd definitely help my combat abilities if I'm able to use a ranged attack, but I'm fairly limited right now. The 8% I can reliably use doesn't generate any significant amount of wind pressure to use as a reliable attack. It'd put a candle out, I guess, if I can control it, but it's not like it would be able to really buffet or knock around somebody. Yorozu, Kendo, Uraraka, and Ashido all giggled as Midoriya descended into his muttering. There he goes again. Demon, that was more intense than I expected, Soto commented. Tokoyami nodded. Yes. The frailty of Bakugo's immense pride is, or at least was, something to keep in mind. Taking advantage of it could be either beneficial or disastrous. What do you mean? Kaminari wondered. He flies into a rage, though. Even so, Tokoyami acknowledged, Bakugo is a talented and intelligent fighter. Even in a rage, he's strong and calculating. Making him angry isn't going to slip him up like someone might hope. Bakugo grinned menacingly from his seat. Rip it. Asui croaked as the outro ended. Is there a post-credit scene this time? It was night, in another city, signs, streetlights, and lit windows illuminating the streets as the camera panned down. Narrator Midoriya began to speak over the calm night background. None of us were prepared for what was to come. All Might warned us about cunning villains. Yagi's eyes widened and he gasped quietly as the show revealed a building, the exterior of which was familiar to him. That bar, some of the students gulped, already understanding what narrator Midoriya was getting at. "Don't tell me," Mineta muttered. And a few days later, we learned firsthand how terrifying they could actually be. Ida gasped. "So we're not just seeing our own perspectives. We're being shown, did you see this joke?" a voice asked, after tossing a paper onto the bar counter. Izuku paled, Ochako growing cold in the blanket next to him, as Ida's words got caught in his throat. "That voice," she whispered. A cold drink was placed down on the paper over a picture of All Might in his civilian suit. The condensation soaked in, warping the newsprint. "It says he's a teacher now." "That's," Izuku gasped. The person called attention to another man standing behind the counter, wearing a dress shirt, vest, and tie, with a metal neck brace and a body made of flowing black vapor with a purple outline. Big, glowing, yellow eyes looked over at the speaker, a man in black with numerous severed hands grasping at his shoulders and neck. "Not them," Mineta shook his head. "That warp BS Bakugo growled. "What do you think'll happen?" the villain supposed, the camera now switching to show the man at the bar from a different angle, while in the front left of the shot it revealed a muscled mass of black with an exposed pink brain, beady eyes, and a beak-like face with rows of exposed teeth. Aizawa tensed, trying not to flinch as his body remembered the strength of the beast. "Ennomyu," Kirishima whispered hoarsely. When the mighty symbol of peace, the camera showed part of the villain's face. Beneath his unkempt mop of faded steel-blue hair was a white dismembered hand covering his face, showing only the dry, cracked skin around a single exposed red eye. Izuku felt more than consciously moved his hand towards his throat, the phantom sensation of a hand with dry, rough skin, scratching against his neck. 4 fingers clenching and choking him, one finger oh so close to joining the other 4 in making contact with him and disintegrating his windpipe first before the rest of his body could follow, ensuring that he would die before he could alert anyone in the mall to the villain's presence. Ochako gripped his arm tightly. "Is finally killed by the villains. Shigaraki!" Izuku gasped. The next episode preview started, but Ochako couldn't concentrate on it at all. Izuku started to double over, his breathing intensifying, and she could feel the bare skin of his arm beneath the short sleeves of his summer uniform grow chill. "Izuku! Izuku!" she gasped. Movement flurried around her as Ida quickly approached while she got on her knees in front of him, better to look up at his face. Izuku's green eyes had shrunk to pinpricks, and sweat was beading on his forehead. A hand touched Ochako's shoulder, but she didn't pay any attention to it as she instead brought her hands up to her boyfriend's cheeks. Ida placed a hand on the green-haired hero in training's shoulder, calling out his name. Izuku blinked. "Oh, Ochako." "Izuku, look at me," she directed. His green eyes didn't waver from hers. "You're here, all right. You're here, you're safe with me. I won't let him get you." "Uraraka's right," Ida agreed. "You're our friend, Midoriya. On the Ida family name, I won't let that villain lay a hand on you." "That's right," Yorozu agreed. "Hey, what's going on?" Tetsu asked. "Why's Midoriya freaking out down there?" Bakugo narrowed his eyes and placed a hand on his chin. "Not sure, but it seems like the others know what's wrong with Deku. It probably has to do with seeing Shigaraki up close like that in this theater," Kirishima said. "He seemed fine talking about him and when the adrenaline was pumping, but I guess Uraraka and Midoriya could tell you it better, but the last time either of them saw Shigaraki up close like that, he had his hand around Midoriya's neck and was choking him." Tetsu's eyes and mouth went wide in horror. All it would have taken is one more finger touch, and Midoriya wouldn't be here right now, or his neck would have taken a ton of damage, at least. He wouldn't be able to talk, or it'd be a big stretch for sure, and he'd probably be a quadriplegic or something. Bakugo felt something electric surge up his spine as he glanced back down at the nerd. He hadn't been told about this meeting with the sub-boss villain before. As Round Face wrapped her arms around Deku, letting him rest his head on her shoulder while a bunch of the other extras folded him into a group hug, Bakugo shivered. Deku's got one for All Might's quirk, inside of him. If that hand BSTRD could take him out just like that, then... Bakugo shook his head. "Forget that. You already know Chapstick's weakness. His the same as Round Face. Just don't let him touch you and you're fine. If he ever comes after me again, I'll blow his butt sky high. A timer popped up on the screen in front of them, signifying their next 5-minute break. Hatsune looked next to her at where she presumed 𝐒𝐻𝐾's head to be based on her clothes. Hey, invisible, what's next? She asked, her voice still peppy. Midoriya and the others all seemed to be really anxious about something. 𝐻𝐾's clothes trembled for a moment. Oh, is it that stuff in the intro where All Might and Eraserhead are fighting all those villains? Were you there for that? Was it scary? 𝐻𝐾 gulped. She hadn't been in too stressful a situation at the time, since she had gotten warped into the landslide zone with Todoroki and he unknowingly protected her with his powerful quirk. However, she had heard that other members of the class had had a far more difficult time of it, and Ida had had to leave all of them behind to run for help. That couldn't have been easy for him. The USJ incident is probably what's next, 𝐻𝐾 answered the support prodigy. I can't remember anything else important happening in class between that first combat exercise and our trip to the USJ when the villains attacked our class. Kiyoma placed her hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Are you going to be fine, Shota? He shook his head. Don't worry about me, he deadpanned. Worry about the students. Seeing this again will likely hit them hard. Tetsu looked down at where Kendo was standing with the group around Midoriya as he recovered from having seen the villain. His thoughts briefly strayed to this morning, where he woke up with Kendo's red hair tickling his nose, the girl with the big fist quirk wearing a cute set of turquoise pajamas, and Tetsu had to force off a blush as he got up from his seat. Be back in a minute, he told Kirishima and Bakugo. Alright, but make it quick man, Kirishima said, gesturing at the timer that had just ticked down to show only 4 minutes left before the next episode would start. Tetsu waved casually as he hit the stairs and started to make his way down. A few of the 1A kids and Kendo seemed to notice his approach and looked up. Hey Tetsu, Ashido greeted. What's up? Taking a break from Bakugo and Kiri. Not quite, he answered. His steel-gray eyes took in Midoriya's face as the formerly quirkless young man recognized his approach. He was pale, but his cheeks looked like some color was returning after having been calmed down by his girlfriend. Tetsu moved his eyes away from Midoriya and found Kendo's aquamarine eyes peering quizzically at him. So, the USJ is next, isn't it? He asked. 1A looked at him. Ida nodded his head. That is what the show seems to be implying, yes. So we'll get to see what you guys went through, then, he continued. That was the point when our classes really started to diverge, when you guys began pulling ahead. You had an early look at what the world was like outside of a classroom, which we didn't get until the training camp. Ashido grimaced. It's not like we asked to be attacked by villains in the first week. Kendo shook her head as Tetsu flinched. That's not what he's saying, Ashido. He's not saying that he wishes our class could have traded places with yours or that both of our classes should have been on the bad end of a villain attack. Tetsu's just pointing out that what's coming up is where your class started to get the real-world experience that you shouldn't normally be able to get in a classroom. Well, that's good, Kaminari sighed. I was beginning to think that you were going to start boasting or something. Zero nodded his head. Yeah. I can't say enough how glad I am that it's you and Kendo here with us instead of that jerkay Monoma. Gyro scowled. He'd probably be mocking us the entire time. Her scowl was replaced with a grin. Or at least he'd be mocking you, Kaminari. He shot Gyro a look of betrayal. Hey, come on, he complained. I was cool back then, wasn't I? Kamemoto idly looked at her nails before pulling a phone out from the pocket in her jean but shorts. You know, I could always ask for Nito Monoma to be brought here as well, she stated. Please no, Kirishima answered instantly. I'd rather not, Amar agreed. Koda nodded his head as well. But he'd provide an interesting perspective, Kamemoto suggested. And who knows, maybe having him see your hardships would help mellow him out, wouldn't you say? It would be interesting, Ribbit, Asui agreed. But he's never liked our class much and with the quirk inhibitor in place, Kendo wouldn't be able to deal with him if he gets out of hand. She folded her arms. Do you think I need my quirk to chop him out of consciousness? Kendo asked. You guys are all right. If he's brought here and I need to keep him in line, I can handle him with or without my quirk. Izuku lowered his head down, thinking. Ochako was still kneeling in front of him, and she kept pace with his eyes. Izuku. Her voice was quiet, but all eyes turned towards the boy who the show they were watching was ultimately about. If Momo was brought in, then just like all of the others, he would be learning Midoriya's secrets. He'd be learning about the true nature of his quirk, about one for all. Kendo, you're the class rep of 1B, Izuku said, finally bringing his head up and turning to look the redhead in the eye. Would you trust Momo to keep one for all a secret? Now the attention diverted to her as Midoriya sought out her opinion and approval. It was a sound question for him to be asking, since she was the classroom representative of their sister class. Well, we're going to be here for a while, right, she reasoned. Since we're only watching 6 episodes a day, and we haven't even gotten to the end of the first week of classes yet, and I bet the sports festival is going to be something like a whole arc on its own since that's how shows like this normally go, I feel like we'd be able to trust him. Especially since we're going to be seeing the future as if we didn't have this extra knowledge and practice. He may be overly competitive and making butt of himself, but Momo's smart and knows discretion. He'll be able to keep this a secret if we impress the importance of it on him. Yeah, but he's not going to be happy about the show being about you and 1A, Midoriya, that's for sure, Tetsu grunted. So you're just going to have to put up with that. The boy nodded. That's fine, he said confidently. But you were right about the USJ being where our classes diverged. I'm sure that's also the point when Momo started stoking the rivalry between our classes too, after finding out that we fought the villains. I just want all of us to be the best heroes we can be, and while competition's good for that, it'd be much better if we were all friendly rivals instead of despised rivals. The easiest way to change that relationship is by changing how Momo sees us. If he can just see firsthand what it was that we went through, then maybe, done, Kamemoto said. She pressed a button on her phone and held it to her ear. Hey, Vladimir, it's Amahi. Look, I need you to pop Nito Momo here. Yes, Momo? No, I'm not crazy, Deku asked for it. Where are they? They're about to start getting into the USJ. Look, I know that's still super early but, great. Thanks Vladimir, you're the best. Bye. She put the phone down and a second later there was a flash of yellow light illuminating the empty couch in the center of the uppermost row of the theater. Oh man, Kirishima groaned. We're gonna have to deal with him now too. They could all hear a yawn as someone started to wake up from the couch. Nezu smiled. Welcome, Mr. Momo. I am excited that you could join us. The countdown timer wound down to 0, and immediately the episode began with the familiar guitar riffs and the shots of bright lights illuminating All Might standing heroically for the intro. Momo jolted upright, his eyes unfocused but alert at the sudden appearance of unfamiliar rock music in his ears. The blonde was dressed in his pajamas, a matching grey flannel button-up shirt and breathes, chibi images of his homeroom teacher Saijiro-kan in his hero costume of Vlad King plastered all over them. Here! What? He yelped, eyes going wide as he worriedly glanced around the room. Principal Nezu. Calm down, Momo. Kendo sighed, standing up and moving up the stairs towards him as the intro continued playing on the screen behind her. Kendo! Momo shouted. Where am I? Where's my bed? Here. He took a closer look at his surroundings, taking note of who all was present in the couches and love seats in the rows in front of him, and the images currently cycling through on the intro. Why are all these 1A losers here? Did you come up with a show in secret to hype up how great you are? That's rich, considering that 1B is such a superior class. Okay, whose idea was it to prank me like this? Kendo, I cannot believe you, fraternizing with 1A to pull a stunt like this on me. Momo, Kendo slowly explained, you're going to think this is crazy, but we're not at UA anymore. Here, sit down, and I'll try to explain this as best as I can. The redhead sat down on the same couch as Momo in his pajamas and tried to give him a very brief and abridged summary of where they were and why while the rest of the intro played. Momo scoffed and laughed when she finished. Ha! What a joke, Kendo. To think even you have been taken in by these fools. You honestly believe that watching some show about Midoriya and the pack of attention-loving hooligans that is 1A is going to help us? Kendo grimaced. Momo was not going to listen to simple reason here. As the show's intro ended and the episode came in full swing, the screen showing some overzealous reporter trying to get a statement from Midoriya about having All Might as a teacher, Kendo got an idea. "Monoma, I know you don't like the idea, but look at it this way." She leaned in close to his ear and began to whisper. Fortunately, the audio was loud enough to prevent the others from listening in. With the quirk inhibitor in place, not even Gyro or Shoji could eavesdrop. This show is about them, in detail. We've already seen what happened in some of their battle trials in All Might's first class. You could use this as an opportunity to learn more about their quirks so our class can beat them in the joint training Mr. Khan told us about. You could learn their secret so that 1B can get the upper hand later. Monoma placed his hand on his chin, stroking it with his fingers. "You know, I know that you're playing me, Kendo, but you're right." Attend the world's most prestigious educational institution, Ida was answering the reporter's question about what he was learning from All Might. Of course, he's the personification of honor and integrity that one would expect, but he's also not afraid to show his students a more humorous side. The press crowd looked tired and bored as Ida continued on. "Wow, Ida," Gyro chuckled. "I'm actually not all that surprised that you launched into a speech." "Don't see what they're so upset about," Soto commented. "They got what they asked for." "Exactly," Ida remarked. "I provided them with the exact sort of comment that they were looking for, speaking every word truthfully. I do not understand why my praise for All Might's teaching did not gain any publicity." Aizawa sent a shifty eye towards the retired pro, who was smiling fondly down at his class representative. "Aren't you that sludge villain kid?" Bakugo froze, an angry scowl on his face as he didn't even turn to face the reporter and her microphone. "Walk away." "Oh my, what's this?" Monoma asked snidely, standing up and grasping the railing as he looked down and to his left at the couch Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu were at. "I heard that you wanted to be the top-ranked hero, Bakugo. But someone mentions your first claim to fame and you growl at them. Being number one means being in the spotlight, you know. Nobody's going to like a number one who barks like a rabid dog." "Wait a second. Ha 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 ha. Your hair. What did you do? Did you decide to drop the tough guy act and turn into a magical girl Barkuk, UG?" Monoma slumped as Kendo chopped the back of his neck. Most of 1A was looking up at where he was currently being held up by the scruff of his Vlad King pajamas with varying looks of incredulity or exasperation. Kamemoto winced. "Should have known that was going to happen. I'm gonna kill him if he stays on this island," Bakugo growled. Zero grinned. "Hey, anyone want to bet on Monoma's reaction when he finds out about One for All?" "I bet his head's going to explode," Kaminari suggested. "He'll probably go catatonic learning that Midoriya inherited All Might's quirk," Gyro blithely offered her vote. "Maybe we should go back and have him watch all of yesterday's episodes first," Shoji suggested. "Then we can see how he takes it while all of us know the story so far." "You mean us reacting to Monoma reacting to Midoriya's origin story?" Ashido asked. "I think that's going a bit too far," Asui pointed out. "He'll figure things out as we go along, ribbit. How does All Might ever get anything done with this media circus stepping on his cape?" Aizawa thought as he made his way through the school's gate. Aizawa's eyes widened in a flash and he leaned forward ever so slightly. "I remember this day," he said, bringing a hand to his stubbly chin. "This was the day of the press break-in." Yagi gasped. "I heard about that," he said. "I apologize. My becoming a teacher made trouble for all of you. There is always some media circus whenever a popular hero decides to take up a teaching position at a hero school." Kiyama consoled him as the UA barrier sprang up. "We were prepared for some reporters and their hijinks." "Not enough, it seems," Nezu calmly stated. "Whoa! What is that?" Soto exclaimed, pointing up at the sheets of interlocking steel that had just slammed in front of the aggressive ponytailed female reporter, preventing her access to the campus. "That would be the UA barrier," Gorozu answered. "Our school has something like that." Koda asked. Another member of the press came towards the woman as she collapsed on her knees. "Don't you know about the school's defenses? This gate is the UA barrier." "Defenses," she snapped back. "It practically killed me." I guess the show will explain for us, Yorozu muttered quietly, the wind leaving her sails. Yeah, well, it's designed to stop anyone who doesn't have a student ID or special pass from entering the campus, the cameraman replied. Guess it works. The camera panned out to show that the steel plates had sprung up in the wall all around the campus. Apparently, there are security sensors like this all over the place. The first reporter's voice came over in an annoyed huff. Keeping the public out, she clenched her free hand into a fist as she glared at the gate. This school thinks it's untouchable. The least they could do is grant me one interview. Not with an attitude like that, AMR commented. I sure don't want to have such an unpleasant reporter interview me. Easy there, young Emma, Yagi calmed the fellow blonde with a raised hand. She's just trying to do her job and is getting frustrated. That's all. Momo regained consciousness as the reporters were talking amongst themselves. With a stern look from the girl who assaulted him, he held his tongue and glared at the screen. Really, what did she think he was supposed to believe? That watching the past and future of that attention-seeking adrenaline junkie Midoriya and the rest of his merry band of Class A trouble magnates would help them. All it would do is inflame their egos and make them think they're all hot SHT, that they have some stupid show revolving around them, which was exactly what these troublemakers needed. Wasn't it because of that 1A mongrel Bakugo that his class was targeted this past summer during the training camp in the first place? Almost no one else in his class seemed to feel that way, but he knew it was the truth. So sure, he'd play Kendo's game. He'd watch this dumb show about the braggarts of Class A, and use that knowledge to concoct bulletproof strategies against them for their joint training exercises this term. The camera zoomed in on the weathered golden logo of UA adorning the top of the gate. Narrator Izuku's voice spoke out to the audience. The news that All Might had been hired as a faculty member at UA took the entire nation by surprise. The camera slowly panned out over the parking lot and sidewalk in front of the gate, showing the crowd in front. Naturally, the media swarmed the school in search of a story. A new image took over the center of the screen, filling almost all of it as it showed the back of a head, covered in thick faded steel blue hair gently blowing in the wind. Everyone wanted to get their hands on All Might. Izuku froze again. The playful cheer he'd had when he saw his girlfriend call All Might Super Muscle Y was gone as if it had not existed. His mind went a million miles a minute, seeing the back of that head of hair. Ribbit, Asui croaked, falling back into her seat in the couch. Momo looked at Kendo, furrowing his brow. She had let out a slight gasp at the sight of this strange man, and all of 1A was acting odd too. Past Kendo, he saw the teachers glaring at the screen. He wasn't sure of it, given the principal's fur, but he could swear that the paw that held his teacup had turned white beneath his coat. The camera dropped back, revealing the skinny, slender body of the man standing far behind the crowd gathered around the barricaded gate. Yeah. Everyone. The music swelled ominously as the show dropped the title card. Episode 9. Yeah, just do your best, Ida. The hallway of UA, just outside of 1A's classroom door. Eraserhead's voice addressed his class. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. The show cut to inside of the classroom, showing the pro hero at the front desk. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Bakugo. The blonde's eyes narrowed as his lips curled downward as he bit his lip. You're talented. So don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay? What's that? You lost. Momo laughed. I thought you were supposed to be the best. And Midoriya. The green-haired boy seated behind Bakugo heavily flinched. I see the only way you won the match was by messing up your arm again. Midoriya hunched over, looking down at his desk with a chastised expression. Work harder, Aizawa urged him with his deadpan DLVY, with just a touch of annoyance. And don't give me the excuse that you don't have control over your quirk. That line's already getting old. Midoriya elevated his shoulders, trembling as he started to turtle under his teacher's criticism. And Midoriya can only pull off a win by breaking something. Momo added. His decision from moments ago already completely forgotten. Why am I even wasting my time here? What is there that I could possibly learn from you when your class is clearly so inferior to? A gray scarf wrapped around Momo's mouth, chest, and neck, cutting off his speech. Momo, Aizawa's voice cut like sharpened steel through the room. His on-screen self had just offered Midoriya a smidge of encouragement by identifying his quirk as being useful if he could only control it, and the bright smile on the boy's face from that moment squeezed at his heart. You are here to learn alongside your classmates Kendo and Tetsu and your fellow peers at UA at the request of Midoriya. I suggest you take this opportunity seriously and pay attention. Midoriya's smile is so cute. Ashido gushed. You're lucky you get to monopolize that, Ochako. It would be wise to follow Aizawa's instructions, Mr. Monoma. Principal Nezu advised the blonde from 1B while taking a sip of his Yorkshire Gold and ignoring the antics of the students in the front row. While he may not be your homeroom teacher, for the duration of your stay here on this island he will be responsible for you. There was a phrase that was bandied about yesterday. I believe it was, think of this as an extension to your summer training camp that was interrupted by the League of Villains and it fits the situation. Nezu looked towards his right. Miss Kamemoto, this show will be providing us additional perspective on that attack upon our students, yes. We're a ways away from it, she replied, nodding, but yes, it will. Izuku flinched and started to sweat while his on-screen narration talked about class representatives as the entire class went crazy asking for the role. A few members of his class were discussing that day, with Kaminari and Gyro poking fun at each other for only having received votes for themselves, but he couldn't focus on that and his mind zeroed in on what Kamemoto just said. Oh CRP. They're definitely going to see how reckless I was that night with Muscular. Mr. Aizawa's going to choke me with his scarf. Izuku. It'll be fine. I did it to save Kota, after all. He wrote me that nice letter when I was in the hospital recovering from my injuries. Everything's going to be fine. I did win, after all. Izuku. He felt a tap on his cheek. Ochako was looking at him in concern. Are you going to be okay? She asked quietly. Izuku put a smile on his face. Yeah. I'm fine. The worry in her eyes didn't go away. I was just thinking about that night at the training camp, when my arms got all busted up, he admitted. Kamemoto just now. I'm sure you guys are going to see what happened. You're not the only one who was injured that night, Midoriya, Yorozu said, having heard him speak. I'm sure it will be difficult for many of us to watch it again, just as it will be difficult for what will be coming up shortly. Ida clenched his fist nearby, even as his past self spoke on screen. And both times I ran away. In disgrace. You must first have the trust of everyone in the classroom, Ida was explaining as the camera showed shots of the rest of his classmates listening to him. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. Ida was given a close-up, his expression serious with the right side of his face and body covered in shadow. We will hold an election to choose our leader. However, he was standing with his right hand raised straight to the ceiling. It's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you, thought basically the entire class. Hey, how did you guys choose your rep and vice representatives? Zero asked Tetsu. We had a rock-paper-scissors tournament, Tetsu replied, growling. But then at the end of it all, after Shishida pulled off an upset and beat Kodai in the final, we realized that since Kendo and Shoda basically organized the whole thing, that they should be our rep and vice rep, with Shoda gracefully ceding the position of class rep with Kendo. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima mentioned after Asui pointed out that they had only known each for a few days. That is a flaw for trying to democratically choose someone as a representative so early in the year, Kiyama sighed. Hatsune giggled. Well, I knew I was never going to get the rep spot in 1H, she cackled. I never wanted it, and Mr. Power Loader vetoed me from the start. Said if a problem child like me was made class rep, then God's help the support department. Whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job, Ida explained his reasoning. It's the best way, right, sir? He asked as Aizawa zipped himself up in his sleeping bag. Do what you want, just decide before my nap's over, his teacher deadpanned. Kendo, Tetsu, Monoma, and Hatsune went still as class 1 as homeroom teacher completed his impersonation of a caterpillar and dropped to the floor in his bag, snug as a bug in a rug. Mr. Aizawa, Hatsune nervously giggled. Do you have trouble sleeping much? Aizawa looked down at the pinkette from 1H, no. I could make a baby for you that would help with that, she offered. No, thank you, Izuku declined. I get enough sleep to function. It's one of the sacrifices you make as a nighttime underground hero with a day job teaching kids like you to be heroes, and their support technicians, he added. A sound effect announced the election results as the camera panned up the list of names of won-as students, most of whom having only a single vote, but right up at the top were Izuku Midoriya with 3 votes, and Momo Yorozu with 2 votes. How did I get 3 votes? Midoriya yelped with surprise. Kendo frowned as on-screen Bakugo exploded in anger. Hang on, Ida's your class rep, not Midoriya, she stated, finding the inconsistency odd. Not that you wouldn't make a good classroom representative, Midoriya, but this doesn't add up. Oh, I'm sure the show will explain it, Kendo, Midoriya answered her. And thanks for your confidence. I'll just keep my vote to myself, Uraraka thought while innocently whistling. I knew it. Bakugo shouted. I knew it was you, round face. Ochako just giggled and gave Bakugo a peace sign. Ida was shaking in frustration, biting the middle of his lip. 0 votes, he muttered in a strained voice. Soto, Asui, and Ashido all watched Ida with some level of concern or befuddlement. I feared this might happen, he continued, but I can't argue with the system I chose. Yorozu looked at him pityingly. So you voted for someone else, here. But you knew it was best to vote for yourself, right? Soto asked. What were you trying to prove here, Ida? Ochako did her very best to hold back a laugh that most of her classmates couldn't keep in as the show smash cut to Midoriya at the front of the class. His eyes turned into tiny pinpricks as his social anxiety of being the head of the class got to him. Izuku chuckled a little next to her, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, Ochako. I never said this before, but thank you for voting for me, for having confidence in me back then. She giggled, rubbing her thumb along the back of his hand as they held them underneath the blanket. Of course, Izuku. I'll always believe in you, I'll be in your corner no matter what. Unaware of what was happening in the front row, Monoma gave Kendo a sideways glance. Are you sure that your confidence in Midoriya isn't misplaced, Kendo? I don't see him as having any leadership material whatsoever. Kendo shook her head and smiled. Oh, I'm sure you'll see what I mean. Yorozu sighed. Momo blushed and placed her hand over her mouth. Oh dear. How'd this happen? She rhetorically asked with a frustrated grimace and a shift of her head away from her representative. This might not be so bad, Asui said optimistically with a nice smile on her face as she looked at the pair at the front of the room. Yeah. Kirishima agreed with a grin. I can get behind Midoriya, I guess. Yorozu was totally on top of it when it came to our training results. Kaminari pitched in while the camera focused on Ida's disappointed frown. Momo shifted in her seat to fully face the couple of Izuku and Ochako. She bowed her head. Midoriya, I would like to apologize for my words that day, she said. I didn't know you at all at the time and was simply frustrated that I wasn't elected classroom representative as I had been all 3 years in middle school. Izuku raised his hands in surprise. He could feel Ashido's eyes boring into the back of his skull and could practically see the grin forming on her face. No, it's all right, Yorozu, he offered. Mineta clenched his hands into fists as he witnessed the hottest girl in class apologizing so earnestly to Midoriya when he was already cuddled together under a blanket with the 3rd hottest girl in class. Midoriya, why did you have to be so cool? When did you get so popular with the girls? Is it because you've got All Might's quirk? Is that why Yorozu is suddenly so interested in you? He bit his lip. Damn it. Why couldn't I have been chosen? By All Might. Then all the girls would be falling in love with me. He could see it now, himself on a throne, all the babes in class hovering around him in lingerie, while Midoriya, Kaminari, Zero, Todoroki, and Bakugo bowed on their knees in front of him, prostrating themselves and offering fealty to the most exalted one who had inherited All Might's power and, by extension, the earth and all its bounties. Shoji looked down at his seatmate. You're thinking something perverted, aren't you? Mineta jolted in surprise as he came out of his daydream. Possibly. Jiro looked down at her phone, typing up a message in a group chat she was in with Ashido, Asui, and Hagekyu. Dope lover. Hey, Am I the only one noticing that Yo Momo seems to actually be serious about being interested in Broccoli Boy over there? Uraraka smiled brightly as she placed her chopsticks in her mouth, a big bowl overflowing with white rice in her left hand as she praised the taste of the simple staple prepared by Lunch Rush, the cooking hero. Midoriya looked apprehensively at his bowl of katsudon. Guys, I'm kinda worried about the class rep thing, he admitted to his two friends. I don't think I'm qualified. Kaminari muttered as Uraraka told Midoriya he was. I just noticed. The general studies track doesn't share the same cafeteria as us. I'm kind of glad, to be honest, 𝐂𝐿 admitted. That way we don't have to deal with guys like ♯breathing down our necks and threatening to take our place. You would worry about that, wouldn't you, 1A? Monoma jeered from up on high. After all, two of you managed to fail the licensing exam. Of course someone from general studies would want to take one of you losers out of the running. Oh, you mean that licensing exam that second years and above normally take with a 50% pass rate? Hagekyu asked. The licensing exam where this year less than 10% were even given the chance to pass. Ashido asked. The licensing exam where even with all of that stacked against us, 90% of us first years still passed. 𝐂𝐿 added. That licensing exam. Monoma deflated a little under their withering stares. While 1B did manage to have their entire class pass while two members of 1A failed, they did have a valid point. It grated on him, but when Kendo raised her hand again, Monoma held his tongue. The blonde furtively glanced back at one as homeroom teacher. Eraserhead was glaring murder at him. Perhaps it would be wiser for his short-term health to just keep quiet and keep his comments to himself. You were one of the three. Midoriya asked Ida after the engine-quirked heroine training told him the reasons he voted for Midoriya. Makes sense, Kaminari said with a nod. I guess the other would be Uraraka, then, Asui pointed out. Ochako whistled and looked very interested at the ceiling, earning a few laughs. Didn't you want to be rep really badly? I mean you do look the part, Uraraka said. Cause of the glasses. That's how we should have chosen our class rep, Kirishima laughed. Ida has glasses, so his class rep. He did give off the whole class rep vibe even before he became our rep, Ojiro commented. Ama agreed. Though someone with more sparkle who stands out would have been a phenomenal pick, no. But who would be vice rep, then? Tetsu asked. No one else in A has glasses. And if we were to use that in Class B, we only have Shishida. Gyro glanced down at her phone again. It had recently been pinging her rapidly. The other girls in front of her were clearly replying, and frequently. Rocking Pink, she is giving off that vibe, not gonna lie. Froggerble, it's not that surprising, come to think of it. She went along with Midoriya, Kirishima, and Todoroki's plan to rescue Bakugo, after all. Froggerble, going on a secret mission with him like that probably got her interested, and she did say yesterday that he inspired her to get us to pass the licensing exam. Snake, and that she admired him. I'd been worried that she had a thing for Todoroki, since they were both recommendation students and were paired together for Aizawa's final, but if she's still on Midoriya, then Todoroki's free. Rocking Pink, yeah, but Midori and Ocha are a thing now. Rocking Pink, unless. Rocking Pink, gasp. Snake, les gasp. Rocking Pink, you don't think. Snake, I do think. Rocking Pink, does your Momo want to get in a three-way with Midori and Ocha? Gyro blushed at the thought and felt rather than directed her eyes to shift down and to her left, where Yorozu was sitting in the couch alone next to the love seat occupied by Uraraka and Midoriya. Froggerble, while that would be cute as hell, and I can understand the appeal since I was with Midoriya at the USJ, I don't want to try to intrude in his and Ochako's relationship. Gyro began moving her thumbs to type a response. She had asked the question and it had gotten away from her now. Dope lover, hey, if your Momo's into that kind of thing and Broccoli and Ochako are fine with her coming in, great. Dope lover, Midoriya's a catch, but is not the catch for me. Boy's too timid even if he'll break himself for you. Dope lover, it's metal as F but it sounds more high maintenance than I want. Ochako and Yo Momo can team up on him. Having said her piece or, well, typed it, 𝐤𝐬𝐽 turned her phone to completely silent and put it back in her skirt pocket while smiling at the reactions Midoriya and Uraraka had to Ida letting slip his family had a hero agency. Thank the gods UA uniform skirts had sensible pockets for things like phones. On the screen was a dark background with several heroes in white armor in the center, the words Ida family in blue with light streaming out behind them. It was a really cool visual. The Idas have been pro-heroes for generations, Ida's voiceover explained. It runs in our BLD. What? That's awesome. Both Midoriya and Uraraka declared. Ida himself appeared on the right side of the screen, smiling and pointing casually at the heroes in the center. Are the two of you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Midoriya's expression brightened into a beaming, excited smile. I know all about him. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Midoriya leaned back as his eyes shrunk in realization. Don't tell me. Ida placed his hands on his hips and held his head up high as the background became colorful rays of varying shades of green bursting from behind him. He's my elder brother. Your family's famous. Uraraka gushed with excitement. I can't believe it. Midoriya practically screamed. 𝐤𝐬𝐽 chuckled. Hey fanboy, you losing your touch or something, she teased, looking down at Midoriya from her seat above him. He looked in her direction. I'm kind of surprised. I would have thought you'd have figured out Ida was Ingenium's little bro right away once you saw his hero costume. Hey, that's right, Ojiro added as Midoriya's face went white. Ida's quirk has engines coming from his legs, while Ingenium had engines on his arms. And their costumes are so similar, Shoji added with a nod of his head. It's surprising something like that slipped past you, Midoriya. Both of his hands were on the sides of his face as Izuku hunched over in shock. Oh my gosh. You're right. How did I not see that? All of the clues were right in front of me from the very first combat training when Ida came out in his costume. Ida. I'm sorry. I should have realized it. Ida looked over at the hero fanboy having a crisis and laughed. It's quite all right, Midoriya. Actually, it's entertaining that I was able to pull one over on you. I suppose getting into a school that you believed was a pipe dream and having been elected as class representative had you distracted. I'm sure you would have figured it out on your own had you dedicated some effort into figuring it out. He smiled. Actually, I'm sure Tensai will find it humorous to hear that one of his fans in my own class didn't recognize me as his younger brother. How is Ingenium doing these days, Ida? Ochako asked, a touch of worry in her tone. Ida kept his smile, and his friends in the front row could tell that it was genuine. He's doing quite well, actually, he answered. While he may still be paralyzed from the waist down, his spirits are high and his rehab is going well. Hatsune was nodding her head along as she half listened to what was being said on the couch next to her while also paying attention to the screen. Well, if his brain is still functional and it is just his legs that aren't, and his quirks in his arms instead of his legs, maybe a neural interface to control the lower half of the power armor I developed. I should probably test it first. She gasped. Legs. Hatsune had almost thrown herself across the armrests to get up into Ida's personal space. I've got a baby that just might work. Come to my lab tonight and, wait, my tools are still covered in honey, and I still need to develop it. Change of plan. Come to my lab tomorrow morning before we have to be here. Ida spluttered in confusion at how close Hatsune was, and how excitedly she was urging him to come to her lab. She was mere inches away from him, her arms wrapped around his right arm and pulling it close to her chest, and had the top few buttons of her summer uniform undone, showing more than a hint of cleavage beneath her red tie. Hatsune, what are you talking about? Ida asked, decidedly not looking at her in a lecherous way. And my name isn't Legs, it's Tenya Ida. Hatsune just giggled and hummed in her throat. In the row behind them, Mineta was grasping the sides of his face with his hands, fingers dragging his cheeks down as his nails dug into the skin. Now the crazy support chick with the huge melons is going after Ida. WWHHYYYYYYY. That's the first time I've seen you smile, Tenya, Uraraka complimented him after he said that Midoriya figured out what the judges were looking for during the practical exam and that he'd need that sort of insight as a classroom representative. You should do it more. Oh, tenure? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 asked. Ochako blushed. Only 2 days and already on a first-name basis with him, here. Yorozu teased. Hey, come on, Ochako pouted. Stop picking on me, girls. It was just a slip of the tongue. Midori doesn't need to be worried, does he? Ashido asked with a catty grin. If absolutely necessary, I will challenge you to a duel, Ida, Izuku said, to which Ashido squealed. A gentleman's duel for the hand of a lady, she shrieked. So romantic, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 added. Kirishima clenched his fist. Way to go, Midoriya. That's so manly. Ochako placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Hey, Izuku, you don't, I will, of course, concede gracefully, Ida answered Izuku's challenge with a small smile. Far be it for me to become between my 2 best friends and their happiness. Tears came to Kirishima's eyes. That's also manly. Shut up, shitty hair. The camera cut away from Midoriya attempting to explain again about how he didn't know anything in the practical to an exterior shot of the school's main building as a bell started ringing. The alarm, Kaminari gasped. Oh right, I kind of forgot that this had happened, Mineta confided. Kirishima frowned at him. How could you forget? The cafeteria was total chaos. Because I wasn't in the cafeteria, Mineta replied. Ayama nodded. OUI. Monsieur Mineta and myself were eating within our classroom that day. What's a level 3 security breach? Ida asked the upperclassman sitting next to him at their table. It means that someone's managed to get past the school's barriers, the black-haired young man replied. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should get going. He cried as he quickly fled the table. Principal Nezu, Izuku spoke up, turning his head as best as he could to look up at the teachers in the top row behind him. When our senpai said that, did he mean that there's never been a breach, or that there's never been a drill for what to do in the event of a breach? Yes, answered the principal. Ah, yes, Tokumi muttered, my old nemesis. Nezu bowed his head as the students on screen formed a mob to try to get out of lunch. Rush's cafeteria. To be quite honest with you students, the incident that the show is currently revisiting for us is revealing a lack in our emergency preparedness. Once one believes that their defenses are invulnerable, one begins to grow lax in preparing students to react appropriately to the unthinkable. Yagi rubbed the back of his head, wincing as Midoriya was elbowed into the mob and was separated from Uraraka and Ida, and the second oldest Ida's son caught sight of the media outside. My apologies, young Midoriya, he thought as he watched. This was all due to my becoming a faculty member at UA. That same reporter from before pressed her microphone forward. All you have to do is give us all might. They're treating him like a piece of meat, Todoroki observed coolly. Present MIC and Eraserhead did not seem either pleased to be the guardians of the front doors or sympathetic to the press's plight. We said it's his day off, MIC answered. Just give us one good comment on record and then we'll leave, another reporter demanded. Aizawa held up his hands. I know how you people work, give you an inch and you'll want a mile. Present MIC leaned in to whisper in Eraserhead's ear. They are trespassing, he pointed out. That means they're kinda like villains. Why don't we just beat 'em up? Yeah. You show 'em who's boss. Tetsu cheered. Name dragged through the mud. Aizawa reminded him who they were dealing with. Let's wait for the cops. MIC tissed in annoyance at not being able to throw trespassers out of the school just because they had a platform. Is that really the appropriate response? Kaminari asked. Mr. Aizawa is right, Yorozu said calmly. Even though the members of the media were trespassing on private property, which does technically make them criminals, engaging with them and having pro-heroes forcibly removing them from the campus would be a bad PR move. Anyone who did toss them out would likely face weeks if not months of bad press. Or the school would go around paying a large sum of hush money to the different media corporations to keep their reporting of the incident under wraps, Todoroki added. Even then, it couldn't be sure that news of the incident wouldn't leak anyway. Monoma chuckled as the show continued to present the panic in trying to get out of the cafeteria. Honestly, you'd think third-year Hero Corps students wouldn't be the ones inciting such a panic, or that Lunch Rush would be organizing them. They're all supposed to be so much better than this. Well, they could be business course, Ashido mumbled. Ah! Kiri! She gasped as Kirishima and Kaminari were swallowed by the crowd. A yelp cut through the noise into Ida's ears. He saw Uraraka in the crowd, facing against the flow and being pushed around. She could be trampled. Uraraka! Her eyes met his as she heard him, and she reached her hand out towards him. Tenya, help me! Ooh, Tenya again, him. Hagakyu asked. Scandalous, Yorozu giggled, placing a hand to her lips. Guys, I really didn't mean anything by it, Ochako muttered, blushing and burying her face into Izuku's shoulder while he chuckled. What would Midoriya do? Ida thought to himself. Or my brother? How would they handle this? Well, Deku's going crowd surfing and getting his butt trampled, Bakugo barked. So I wouldn't be taking his example. Yeah, but Midoriya didn't know what was really going on, Tetsu said. He's being crushed somewhere in the middle of the pack. He didn't get pushed to the windows. You know, this doesn't make a lot of sense, Zero said while rubbing the back of his head as he watched Uraraka reach out to use her quirk on Ida. There are lots of other students by the windows, but Ida was the only one who thought to look outside to see what was going on. Yeah, Gyro agreed. Apart from the big three, our upperclassmen have got to be a bunch of jokes if it took a first year to calm this panic down. Kiyoma and Aizawa winced at her harsh words. She's not wrong, Yagi sighed. While it may have been an oversight on the school's part to neglect performing routine emergency drills as other schools do because of the tightness of UA's security, second and third year hero course students have a lot more field experience and training. That none of them took charge in this situation without adult supervision to look after the students of other courses and their juniors show some deficiencies in their conduct. Ida yelled as he flipped through the air, his gravity taken away by Uraraka's quirk while he used his engines to propel himself forward. Since the move was coming from his legs, the acceleration was giving him a difficult vector to deal with in his change in velocity. His movements caught the attention of Midoriya, Kirishima, and Kaminari as he whirled through the air before eventually slamming into the wall above the exit. Ouch, Hatsune winced. That had to hurt. This is it. Ida told himself, gritting his teeth from the pain. Be concise, clear, and confident. Make an impact. He grabbed hold of a pipe above him to keep his weightless body in place while his feet stood just above the exit sign as the word boom was sketched across the screen in jagged black characters. Listen up, everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Zero smirked and sat back in his seat, making it recline. And the legend of emergency exit Ida was born. Ojiro sighed. I'm kind of glad I wasn't in that crowd, he admitted. I would have ended up panicking like the others. Yeah, mob mentality's a scary thing, Soto agreed. Ida, Koda spoke up, your legs were shaking. Were you okay? Their class rep bowed his head. To be honest, despite my thoughts you just heard, I was quite nervous. I was trying to shout a panicked crowd into being calm. That's not something you practice doing every day before attending high school, even one such as UA. Tisich, Monoma scoffed quietly to himself. Of course, someone from 1A had to be the one to calm the crowd down. Are our classes the only ones with any competence at all? Look! The police are here. One student at the windows exclaimed in relief as the whole crowd calmed down. Thank goodness, said another. The show cut to the shining red light from a police cruiser outside before revealing the crowd in front of the front doors, now looking nervously behind them at the approaching police while present MIC waved his arms in victory. That's a wrap. Get these vultures out of our station. The school's not a radio station, MIC, Aizawa sighed. I wish he didn't always have to be on brand while at work. After lunch, Yorozu addressed Midoriya when they were all back in the classroom. It's time, class rep, let's begin. Midoriya shook like a leaf in a storm, his eyes shrunk down to pinpricks from his nerves. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be, he announced. Ochako patted Izuku comfortingly on the shoulder. You sure were tense back then, here. Well, you know me, he said, bashfully looking down. After seeing my past, I'm sure you're all able to guess that I was never close to being a class officer for anything before. I honestly didn't think I could handle the pressure. I've thought a lot about this, Midoriya declared while Yorozu looked at him in surprise. He hadn't consulted his vice rep with this. And I think that Tenya Ida should be our class rep. Kendo's eyes widened and she snapped her fingers, making a noise of approval to herself. Aha! So that's how Ida was made their rep. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line, Midoriya explained. He looked up and gave Ida a warm look. So I believe that he should be the one leading our class from now on. Ida appeared stunned by the declaration. Yeah, you know what? Ida looked across the aisle at the student who had spoken. It was Kirishima. If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good. Plus he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge, right? Yep. Kaminari agreed while Ida continued looking shocked at his classmates and their verbal support before shifting his asking gaze to Midoriya, who nodded confidently. Oh. Did you notice he totally looked like the dude on the emergency exit signs when he was on the wall earlier? Aizawa's tired face in his sleeping bag took up the screen. This is a waste of time. More than a few students chuckled to themselves at the annoyed expression on Aizawa's face and his deadpan delivery. Monoma felt his eyes bug out when for the second time he saw his sister class homeroom teacher hide himself in a puffy yellow sleeping bag. Mr. Khan would never have pulled off something like that in their class. Ida raised his right hand high in the air. Then I humbly accept. I pledge to carry out the duties of class rep to the best of my abilities. Ida smiled to himself as he witnessed the scene over again, and glanced over at his friend sitting on the other couch. Actually, Midoriya, I think I will take you up on that duel. Hey! Izuku yelped. Ida! What? Ochako gasped. Yorozu slumped over and looked at Ida in disbelief. Hello. I got 2 more votes than him, she muttered in frustration. Izuku yelped and turned the opposite way. Oh. I'm sorry, Yorozu. I should have consulted you first. She smiled and shook her head. It's quite all right, Midoriya. I believe it turned out better this way. Still, it wasn't fair to you, he argued. You had more votes than anyone but me, and I just turned around and made my friend the class rep when more people had put their faith in you. Don't worry so much about it, Midoriya, Kaminari started up. It's not like the rest of us argued against. He shut up as Gyro punched him in the side. Look, she said. The students quieted as they all returned their attentions to the screen, some of them gasping in shock. What the? Monoma asked quietly, his voice only being heard by Kendo next to him. Principal Nezu, Recovery Girl, Midnight, and 13 were all standing in front of the UA barrier that had been raised to prevent entry to the campus. But at the main gate, they stood before what remained of the barrier. The center was gone, but the sides were crumpled away into piles of scrap metal, far less than the actual amount of steel that had once been that section of the wall. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? Nezu inquired of the air. Someone else must have been behind this. It was him, Todoroki said with narrowed eyes. This wasn't simply a press break-in. He let them in. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school, Nezu continued. But was this purely a show of power, or a declaration of war? Wait, we had an actual intruder. Monoma shouted. It wasn't just the media. No SHT, idiot, Bakugo spat. You remember that guy you saw at the start? The gangly F. Monoma wrinkled his nose at the crude language Bakugo was using, but was mindful of Kendo being right next to him as he answered, yes. What about him? You'll be seeing him again real soon, Bakugo replied. The class shivered at Bakugo's words. Not all of them had seen Shigaraki up close, but everyone in 1A knew what he had done to their homeroom teacher. Mineta hadn't exactly been quiet about what he'd seen. Ribbit, Asui croaked. Mina, I think I'm going to go get a blanket again, she said. Midoriya and Ochako have the right idea. Ashido blinked at her before glancing to her left at the pair wrapped up like a green burrito. Even though it was wonderful shipping fuel for the sailed ship, they also looked comfortable in their blanket. Oh, yeah, sure, Ashido numbly agreed as All Might on screen smacked a villain in the back of the head with a chop from his Missouri smash to save 3 hostages that Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, and another pro were having difficulty with. Hatsune hummed. Heroes sure are teaming up a lot in the city, aren't they? She asked. I thought you guys were supposed to do a lot of your stuff solo. It depends on the day, Kiyama replied to the support girl's question. Underground heroes like myself do typically work alone, Aizawa answered. As do a lot of heroes working nights and patrolling the streets. Sometimes you have more lightly populated low-crime areas where only a single pro works or there are a few heroes who manage the area, but Musutafu is a decent-sized city, and its proximity to UA means that there are a lot of hero agencies set up here since we can act as a sort of feeder for fresh sidekicks wanting to stay local. That means that a lot of the daytime heroics on the streets end up having multiple heroes arrive on scene pretty quickly, Yagi added. Building a good working relationship with other heroes in your neighborhood helps offer a united front against the villains who would break the peace. All Might was soaring through the air as he rushed towards another incident. I've clearly gotten slower, he thought. My powers have been weakening even faster since I gave one for all to young Midoriya. Monoma jolted up in his seat. 𝐻𝐻, he asked, whipping his head between All Might and Midoriya. Gave who what? Kendo sighed and yanked Monoma back into his seat. Calm down, Monoma, she said. Pushing my hero form too far past the limits. Kendo! Did you know that All Might and that twerp were acquainted with one another? Ochako felt her eyebrows curling in as she gripped Izuku's arm. Hold me back, Deku. I want to yeet him into orbit. Young Monoma, settle down, Yagi said with a sigh. It'll be helpful if you watch the first few episodes, but for now just keep quiet. I'm sure young Kendo and young Tetsu will be able to fill you in at lunch. Monoma felt the words die in his throat as he looked at the emaciated form of the former number 1 hero. He swallowed hard and nodded. What is All Might talking about? He wondered to himself as he turned back to the screen. What would he want with someone as infuriatingly glory-seeking as Midoriya? The show was flashing back to the sludge villain from the first and second episodes as All Might thought back to that time. Shorten the time I can spend as the symbol of peace. Returning to the present, All Might sighed. Wait, you told Bakugo, what? Oh, so this All Might did drag out of you what you told Bakugo, here? Asui asked, glancing over at Midoriya. He nodded. I'm so sorry, Midoriya replied, eyes down in shame at having spilled part of the secret. I didn't even tell my mom about any of this, but for some reason, I felt like I had to explain it to him. Like it was only fair that he knew. Kirishima felt tears well up in his eyes. That's so manly, Midoriya. Even though Bakugo treated you like that for years, you still felt like you needed to let him know that you weren't lying to him the whole time. Yeah, but he really shouldn't have been spilling his and All Might's secrets like that, Kaminari replied. Monoma's eyes widened for a moment as he caught the words of the clowns in 1A while Yorozu and Uraraka tried to tell Midoriya that he really had no reason to confide anything in Bakugo. Secrets? What secrets? What did Midoriya know about All Might that he needed to tell that blowhard about? Not the reason he shared our secret, All Might thought back on the previous day, so I didn't lecture him too much. Don't look so sad, he told the boy with the broken arm. He didn't take you seriously, so I don't think he'll say anything. This time I'll let things slide. Midoriya looked up, his shame replaced by surprise at All Might's forgiveness. Just make sure this doesn't happen again, All Might told him. You need to think carefully about the responsibility that comes with this power. Monoma glanced between All Might and Midoriya again. There was something here he wasn't getting. Something important. If word got out that One for All could be passed on, villains across the globe would come for you, trying to take it. You must keep this secret to ensure your own well-being, true, but also for the safety of the world. So no pressure, right? Ashido cheerfully elbowed Midoriya in the side as Asui returned with the blanket. Aizawa stared hard at Yagi again. All Might. Hey, I needed to impress the severity of keeping it a secret, he answered. You tossed the weight of the entire world on the shoulders of a 15-year-old boy barely a month after giving him your quirk and didn't tell anyone about it. I'm allowed to be as judgmental of that as I want. Hey! Momo cried out again, rising to his feet and grasping hold of the railing. His eyes were bulging out. Oh, now if that doesn't just take the cake. No wonder you're such an attention hound, Midoriya. All Might passed his quirk on to you. Now it all makes sense, why you're jumping straight into fights all the time. You're trying to be just like the #1 hero and are dragging all of us along with you. No wonder you love the spotlight so much. Man, getting the power of All Might must have swelled your ego to the same level, didn't it? I guess it's no surprise, then, that you all think you're so much better than us. After all, you have the chosen one in your class. Too bad he's so incompetent. Ha ha, okay, you can just sit back and nap, Kendo said, depositing the limp body of Momo back on the couch. I swear, maybe this was not such a good idea after all. That guy's gonna ruin the whole island, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 complained. Back at UA, a little before 1 in the afternoon, Aizawa had just finished explaining that himself, All Might, and another pro would be supervising their afternoon training, the students in 1A looking at him in surprise. 3 pros. Midoriya thought. Is that because of the break-in? Zero raised his hand and leaned out from behind Gyro. Sir, what kind of training is this? Aizawa held up a card. Rescue. Koda gulped. Here it comes, he mumbled. Yeah, Soto agreed. The USJ. Sometimes, Mineta quietly admitted, I still get bad dreams about it. What happened to you to make you so scared? Bakugo sneered. Did you wet yourself or something? Those villains were totally weak. I wasn't scared at all. Shut up. Maybe you weren't, Dynamite Hands. Mineta exclaimed. But not all of us can. Explode any villain that looks at us funny. You didn't have a freaking shark almost eat you. Actually, Bakugo's quirk would have been practically useless underwater, Izuku spoke up. So if he'd ended up in the shipwreck zone or the squall zone, it would have been a lot harder for him to use it to fight. That's true, Tokoyami agreed. His sweat would simply wash away. As if I'd have been caught dead in a place like that. That's probably what would have happened, Todoroki deadpanned. Hey. The dual quirk teen turned to look at Bakugo. You'd have been caught, and then you'd be dead. Like hell, icy hot. Well, it didn't happen. Kirishima tried to calm Bakugo down. So I guess we'll never know, right? We all made it out of there alive and we busted up a bunch of villains who thought they could take down All Might. That's what matters. Tetsu looked at Kirishima and Bakugo in surprise. They thought they could take on All Might, he asked. Whoa. I'm really glad my class didn't get caught up in that, no offense. Not knowing what was about to happen to them, Kirishima raised his fists in front of him. I'm shaking with excitement. Finally, Asui said with some enthusiasm of her own, I'll get to show off how good I am in the water. Ribbit. You certainly got to do that, Zoo, Izuku said with an appreciative sigh. Thanks in advance. You'll probably hear me say it again. Sure thing, Midoriya, Asui replied. I'd tell you it was nothing, but I know you won't believe that. Ribbit. Aizawa looked back to them after having pressed the remote to slide their costume cases out of the wall. This special training's at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. Kiyoma looked over at the redhead in charge of the facility. Miss Kamemoto, she spoke up. Do they really have to watch this again? It was a traumatic experience for many of them. Kamemoto looked at Kiyoma, silent. Thoughts whirled around in her head as she beheld the pro hero in plainclothes while she sat in this theater. In her mind, she could hear Midnight's pained voice saying, I trust your judgment. A concerned look was on her face, eyes flickering towards the students, towards one student. You remember what I said when you all first entered this theater, right? Kamemoto asked, attracting the attention of all the students. Yes, this will be a traumatic event that they will experience again, however, the future of Midoriya and this class is even more traumatic than what occurred at the USJ. They should know, they know how their summer training camp turned out. What happened in Kamino? There is evil in the future. The USJ. It is but a taste of the terror that Shigaraki will unleash, all the more potent for he is driven now by the loss of his MSTR. Mineta gulped. A taste. I can't not show you the USJ incident, Kamemoto stated plainly. There are things coming later in your pasts and in your future that are far worse, and you need to be prepared for them. That means seeing them and learning from them. If you can watch what happened at the USJ, you can review it, study it, and take the lessons you find there to heart. Kendo, Tetsu, Hatsum, none of you three, or Monoma, were there. You did not witness what your peers did. Pay attention to the next few episodes. They are important. Yes, Kendo replied, nodding. The bus open layout ruined my boarding strategy, Ida griped, hunched over in disappointment that his plans had been thwarted by the interior design of the bus they had gotten into to take them to the off-campus facility. Ashido, Ema, Kaminari, Kirishima, Asui, Midoriya, and Soto were all giving him somewhat sympathetic looks. Ida, you really need to chill, Ashido advised him. Yeah, she agreed with herself as she looked at him, wrapping herself up in the blanket together with Asui. You're still way too high-strung. If we're pointing out the obvious, Asui brought up, there's something I want to say. She looked beside her at Midoriya, about you, actually. Midoriya flinched nervously. About me? What is it, Asui? I told you to call me Zu. Why were you so nervous, Izuku? Ochako giggled. Ha, well, you know me, he answered. I was still getting used to UA and the fact that people didn't treat me like a useless nobody, so I was on pins and needles around practically everyone those days. Given how incredibly anxious you were standing in front of the class when we elected you class rep, I can understand that now, Yorozu commented with a slight nod. Yours? Asui mentioned. Isn't it a lot like All Might's? Aizawa's eyes flashed and he looked at Yagi, who nervously looked away from him. Not even the first week and already students were figuring it out. Oh, maybe if that idiot hadn't decided to imitate you and kept shouting smash all the time, Bakugo growled, you'd have been able to keep the secret better. But he did keep the secret, Hatsum pointed out. Despite being in class with Midoriya practically every day since April, nobody except you figured out his quirk, combustion hands. She giggled. And that was only because he gave you a hint after your combat training, I'll bet. What did you? Hatsum shrugged. Besides, I thought he had to yell it out. In the stuff we say yesterday, All Might said in order to use his quirk he needed to clench those rock-hard butt cheeks of his and yell out smash whenever he wanted to throw a punch or shoot off a kick. The temperature of Izuku's face shot up as BLD rushed into his cheeks. Hatsum, he squeaked. He should have realized that the teasing about the clench your butt cheeks wouldn't have died out just because a day had passed. So, are those cheeks rock hard, Uraraka? Gyro asked, smirking. You should know, right? You two were getting pretty steamy in the foyer last night. Gyro. Ochako gasped, her own face flushing. And no comment. Izuku glanced at her and looked away almost as soon as he made eye contact with her expressive, embarrassed brown eyes. He knew that he'd laid his hands on her backside last night because of their activities, but he couldn't recall her doing much of the same. Oh God, now he was thinking about Ochako's hands on him. How would her finger pads feel? Gyro. That is a highly inappropriate question to be asking in this environment. Ida reprimanded, his arm chopping up and down. Yeah, you definitely need to lighten up, Ida, Hagakure agreed. Wait, how would her finger pads, finger beans, feel? Izuku thought, glancing down at Ochako's hand, currently gripping the blanket that was wrapped around them to keep it somewhat tight. He knew how they felt, of course. He'd been holding hands with her a lot since yesterday, but how would they feel there, on his rock-hard cheeks, was his current thought. And if she touched me without gloves on, she'd just make me float. I wonder if Ochako's ever trained on being able to consciously turn her quirk on and select when she removes the gravitational force acting on an object before. Oh, that's probably why she has those mittens. So she doesn't accidentally float her mattress when she sleeps. That makes a lot of sense. Wait, no it doesn't. If she removed the gravity on the bed, gravity would still be acting upon her, pulling her down. Even if she removed the bed's gravity, her own weight would keep it down. The same should have been true for the hunk of destroyed robot in the exam, so how did— Wait, Ochako threw up after she released it, and she always had trouble when nullifying her own gravity. She removed both the robot piece's gravity and her own in order to reach me. But now that she's been working on that, what would it be like if she were to remove both of our gravity? How would 𝐔𝐬𝐽 feel? Dek? Izuku. He looked up at Ochako and saw her blush was even deeper. Her eyes were focused around his collar, but they kept flitting up to meet his. You were muttering again. OCRP. Izuku gulped. How much? Well, a lot of it was just rambling about my quirk, Ochako admitted. But how would 𝐔𝐬𝐽 feel? Ashido teased. Please kill me, Izuku muttered into his hands. Sure, but Bakugo's always angry, Asui stated, looking at Ashido, so he'll never be that popular. Midoriya flinched while Bakugo got to his feet. What did you say? He barked, Gyro leaning away from him in discomfort. I'll kick your butt. Asui stuck out her tongue and pointed at him. YAC. Kaminari smirked. You know, we basically just met you, so it's kinda telling that we all know your personality is flaming CRP mixed with garbage. Ochako couldn't help but giggle again as she tried to get her previous emotions at the thought of kissing Izuku in zero gravity under control. It was an experiment that would have to be conducted later, in private. Right now, though, she had to support Kaminari's roast of Izuku's childhood bully. She brought her hand up to her mouth to try to hide the giggles, and saw Momo doing the same from the corner of her eye, which was funny, considering how much she had disliked this conversation back when it happened. You're totally better now, though, Kaminari wilted under the angry gaze of Bakugo. I mean, yeah, you're still angry a lot, but you're a pretty cool dude when you're not trying to explode everything. It's because he moved to a bigger pond where there were bigger fish than him, Tokoyami stated. He may have been special at Aldera, but suddenly he was around equals, rivals. Losing to Midoriya in the first exercise and seeing Todoroki's power firsthand showed him he wasn't such a big man on campus. I'm here, Crow. Bakugo shouted. Don't talk about me like I'm not able to hear you. In case you've forgotten, you're a bad matchup against me. I'd prefer Raven, Tokoyami coolly replied. Much more dignified. 13's helmet took over the screen. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you. It's the space hero, 13. Midoriya announced as the camera panned up over the hero's costume, not an exact replica of one but certainly fitting the theme of an old astronaut spacesuit. The chivalrous pro who's rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Woohoo! Uraraka excitedly declared, pumped up as Midoriya covered his mouth with his hands to try and hold back his fanboying. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Oh, Uraraka's like Midoriya when it comes to 13, Ojiro teased. What? Uraraka gasped. I am not. What her birthday? Gyro asked. February 3rd. Birthplace? Tanigashima. Hobbies? Visiting museums and watching documentaries. Why 13? It's an homage to the NASA Apollo 13 mission. BWH sizes. Don't you even? Numerous eyes turned to Midoriya, who nodded his head slowly. Yeah, I think those are all right. I didn't know about her birthplace, though. You're the Midoriya of 13, then, Asui declared. Congratulations, Ochako. Ribbit. She covered her head in her hands and Ida gave her a comforting smile, not that she could see it. Don't feel so bad, Uraraka, he consoled her. After all, you could call me the Midoriya of Tensai, and Kirishima the Midoriya of Crimson Riot. All of us have heroes we admire greatly. There's no shame in being a fan. I should have gotten her autograph, Ochako mumbled, only loud enough for Izuku to hear her, but I didn't think it'd be a proper thing to ask for. Izuku was about to say something when a groan from above entered his ears. Kendo, was that really necessary? Kaminari made an expression that blared I'm done, in big neon letters. Great, he's back. You gonna go on another rant again, Minoma? Zero asked, clearly unimpressed. Actually it's something else, 13 answered Aizawa's question. She held up 3 fingers. Apparently he did too much hero work on his way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. Hey! Monoma asked. What's going on? What did I miss? Nothing you'd care about, Kendo surmised. She gave him a side-eyed look. What 13's talking about there? You see All Might's current form there in the teacher's lounge and how he looks now. At the start of the year he could only work as a hero for 3 hours a day, and he already used up his time the morning the episode is showing us. Hey! Only 3 hours a day? Monoma asked. But how did he keep that a secret from everyone? By being careful and only allowing him to instruct the first-year hero students, Nezu answered. Any more and it would have run the risk of his weakened form being exposed to the students. Of course, Midoriya was already in the know, being his successor, but none of the rest of you needed to know that at the time. Monoma sneered. Oh right, the spotlight-loving, Monoma. The room went cold. The voice that had spoken was Izuku's. Apart from Todoroki, no one had ever heard him speak so chillingly before. The young man's emerald eyes burned into the memory of those in the front row who were capable of looking at them, but he did not turn and fix Monoma with that gaze. He kept looking forward at the screen as 13 began to say that she wanted to say, well, numerous things to the students. We didn't ask for our class to be targeted and get everyone's attention. Being attacked by villains in our first week of high school isn't a badge of honor. We weren't prepared for the evil we faced. It was all an accident of scheduling. Now shut up and watch. What's about to happen could have very easily been your class. He paused for a moment. And I doubt Vlad King would have been able to protect you better than Mr. Aizawa did for us. Monoma riled up while Aizawa felt a swell of pride in his chest. Now be silent and watch, Monoma, Kendo ordered as she slapped a hand over his mouth, a very intense look on her face. I want to watch this, and I don't want you distracting me with your taunting. Used black hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you? Midoriya asked as 13 explained her quirk, the power to such up anything and turn it into dust, to the uninitiated while Uraraka fervently nodded her head up and down cheerfully. Asui pointed. Totally a 13 fangirl, she said. Now I get why your costume's space-themed, ribbit. Could also very easily be used to kill, 13 stated, her words making Uraraka stop her head bobbing while the rest of the class gained more serious expressions as they considered her statement. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. Izuku and Ochako shared a quick look. Their discussion from last night rang through their heads. About how dangerous their quirks were, about what made them heroes, and why Shigaraki was a villain. Furthermore, why Bakugo shouldn't be held so highly in Izuku's regard. It wasn't their quirks themselves, it was how they used them. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Yeah, no maxed out punches on us, please, Midoriya, Mineta tried to joke. I'd rather not be a purple smear on a wall, thank you. He's gotten better at that, Zero said while some of the students laughed. He's not breaking his bones all the time anymore. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, 13 continued as the show provided standing shots of the class listening to her, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. Tisich, Bakugo tissed, looking to the side. F***ing idiot, he cursed himself under his breath. I'm glad we eventually got to do the rescue training after the sports festival, Shoji said. It certainly would have been beneficial had we been able to conduct it originally, Ida agreed. But as Kamemoto and the others have said, we mustn't discount the experience we gained from this, even if it wasn't what we were supposed to be learning. Right, Aizawa said, adjusting his arm to point down the stairs. Now that that's over, electrical sparks ran across the lights built into steel rings in the dome, dimming the lights over the entire building. Some of the students looked up, gasping in surprise as they were draped in sudden darkness. The fountain in the center of the main plaza sputtered before a distortion in space began to appear, purple mist forming in a swirl like a galaxy. Bakugo snarled. Mineta bit his fingernails. Izuku gulped. Ochako tensed and gripped his shoulder while pressing herself closer. Hatsume narrowed her eyes in interest, mumbling to herself. Ida sternly watched. Aizawa glared intensely at the screen. Yagi clenched his fists as his arms shook. Kendo steeled her gaze, determined to see for herself what had happened to her sister class that set them on different paths. Monoma raised an eyebrow, staying silent for once. Aizawa felt that something wasn't right and started to turn towards the central plaza. The swirling mist exploded outwards as it expanded, black mist forming into a malevolent entity with bright yellow eyes that glared through the darkness. Monoma's mouth fell open. He'd never seen anything like that before. What? A hand emerged through the portal, grasping at its side and pulling it back. Coming through was a head covered in unkempt light steel blue hair, severed hands on both the back of the head and covering the face, revealing dry skin and a horrid red eye. Shigaraki, gasped the students of 1A, each of them trembling slightly in their own ways. Monoma recoiled only slightly. That was Shigaraki. He looked creepy, sure, with the hands, but he was a villain. Villains were supposed to try too hard to be edgy and intimidating. He didn't get why 1A was acting like they'd just seen the boogeyman. Protect the students, Aizawa said to 13. Kirishima looked away from Aizawa and down at the plaza. Whoa, what is that thing? The same music that had played yesterday during the sludge villain's rampage came back as the massive blackness of Kurogiri's warp gate allowed Shigaraki and a number of other villains to fully emerge and enter the facility. Wait, has the training started already? Kirishima wondered, not understanding the sudden change to the afternoon's plans. I thought we were rescuing people. Midoriya started to take a step forward when Aizawa sternly commanded them to stay back. He placed his goggles over his eyes and looked down at the plaza, which was becoming crowded as even more villains emerged from the warp gate. This is real. Those are villains. The atmosphere in the theater was just as intense as that being shown on screen. We thought we were going to be practicing saving other people's lives that day, narrator Midoriya stated as the Nomyu walked through Kurogiri's warp gate and into the USJ, towering above Shigaraki and stopping beside him at the villain leader's hand sign. But when they appeared, we realized we were the ones in danger. Tetsu gulped. Man, that looks like a lot of villains, he said as the show cut from Midoriya's frightened expression and entered the outro. It certainly was not something that we were expecting, Yorozu agreed. That big black guy, Monoma gasped, with the exposed brain and the eyeballs sticking out of it, what was that? 1A was silent for several seconds at Monoma's question. The idea to mock the braggart now that he was somewhat shaken didn't enter most of their minds. Most of their minds. Bakugo barked without any bite. No tough words now, you DMNB lister. You ain't seen nothing yet. That thing was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with All Might himself. The eyes of the three from 1B widened. They'd heard of the villain attack, obviously, but they'd had no idea that the opponents their sister class had faced were so strong. Shigaraki bragged about it quite a bit, Yagi said with a low growl, so I'm sure you'll learn all about it this afternoon, but that was the first Nomyu we encountered. Kendo gasped. Nomyu? You mean like that thing Oase and Yorozu ran into in the woods? Yorozu nodded. Except this one didn't have all manner of saws and blades sticking out of its body, she stated. Nevertheless, even though I never saw this one fight, the fact that it could stand against All Might means it was still highly dangerous. Gyro rubbed her shoulders. I'm sort of glad that I never got to see it fight, but I'm guessing that I will now. Grimacing, she smacked herself in the face. Kaminari and several others near her jumped at the self-inflicted violence. Gyro! Damn it, pull yourself together, Kyoka, she hissed at herself under her breath. You're going to be a hero. You need to deal with this stuff. Get over it and get your SHT together. All Might's theme played as the next episode preview began. Asui. Narrator Midoriya's voiceover began as short clips from the next episode started to appear. The villains are attacking us. I told you, call me Zu, narrator Asui reminded him. Oh, I guess Asui's going to be a major character in the next episode, here. Ojiro asked. Then it's probably going to show us in the shipwreck zone, ribbit, Asui rationalized. Is this really the time to be correcting me? A panicked narrator Midoriya asked. Next time, encounter with the unknown. Oh, narrator Asui said in sudden understanding, so that's why Minata's hair is like that. Now I get it. Let's go beyond. Narrator Midoriya began the sign-off. Plus Ultra. Cheered most of the students along with both narrators for the preview. Ashido clenched both her hands together into fists as she sunk into the green blanket she and Asui were in. Now All Might, Ida, Ochako, and you have done previews together with Midori, Zu. When's my turn? Kamemoto did say she didn't remember if you got one, Asui consoled her. But I'm sure your time will come, Mina. Don't worry about it. The 5-minute timer appeared on the screen and Kamemoto rose from her chair, stretching. Well, 5 minutes, folks. Then it's your last episode before lunch. I'm just gonna pop out and get Monoma's room key ready. Try not to destroy the place while I'm gone, boo-bye. So, Ochako nervously uttered, steepling her fingers together. Here it is, the USJ. Izuku nodded his head. Wire, our first encounter with the League of Villains. He sighed, feeling his heart rate quicken in anticipation of what he was about to see again. It hadn't been pleasant to witness firsthand, but now it was going to be presented to him again cinematically, showing perspectives he wasn't privy to back then. It would be enlightening to know what the rest of his classmates were going through just like him, but at the same time, it would also be frightening. Were they in just as much danger as he had been? None of his classmates had been injured enough to join him and All Might in Recovery Girl's office, but that didn't mean that they had come out of it all unscathed, right? Nobody wanted to talk much about what had happened in detail in the days following the incident. Few amongst the class had even shared contact information by that point, since their trip to the USJ had happened only on Wednesday of their first week, and when they returned to school on Friday after Thursday's classes were cancelled because of the attack, Aizawa and All Might had them already begin preparing for the sports festival. Once the sports festival itself was over and the furor over the class that had survived a villain attack was done, nobody ever really brought up the attack on the USJ again except in hushed tones in passing whenever they went to the facility to conduct rescue training exercises. Are you going to be okay, Izuku? Ochako asked quietly. You broke both your legs and a couple of fingers if I remember right. Zu said that you saved them at the shipwreck zone, and I remember seeing you rushing in to help All Might. Izuku froze for a second as Ochako's right arm wrapped around his waist, hugging him close. Hey, I'm here, all right. You can lean on me when you need to, Izuku. I'm cheering you on with all I've got. I don't know, Ochako, he answered, unsure of himself after a prolonged pause. I've honestly tried not to think of how closely I came to dying at the time, so you're probably going to scold me something fierce now that we're together. I'd have scolded you before, why no, she replied, scrunching up her nose. It's not like we went from nobody to BFGF in an instant. I was already your best friend by the time this happened. I was already so worried just hearing that you'd gotten hurt, but if you got hurt because you rushed into danger, knowing Midoriya better now, that's likely exactly what happened, Yorozu stated frostily from next to them. While rushing towards danger to save someone is admirable, we have to remember what Mr. Aizawa said, as well as our assessments of our past actions. Prior to returning from our internships you had little control over One for All, Midoriya. Using it in any capacity only injured your body. To rush into battle knowing that you are a glass cannon in his first week of training. It's foolhardy and would only cause your friends unnecessary worry. Frankly, any scolding you receive for whatever stunts we are about to see you pull would be justified. Even if whatever you do does end up coming across as heroic, Ochako agreed. Listening in as Izuku wilted a little under the combined gazes of his girlfriend and the vice-rep, Asui spoke up in his defense. While I don't know what happened at the end because I was busy with Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya did do everything he could to save me, ribbit, she said. Even knowing the risks to himself, he does everything he can to save lives without hesitation. Still, Rendering himself helpless or needlessly endangering himself and giving those who care about him unnecessary worry is not a very heroic thing to do, Yorozu answered. Say that again when he tries to save you when you're seconds from death and I'll listen, Asui croaked. We have to work with what we've got, Momo, and we were only a few days into class and he was barely a month into having a quirk. Since Midoriya is the main character, it's definitely going to show what he and I went through, ribbit. Ashido, who had been getting talked over by Asui, leapt in. Wait, hold up, Zoo, she said. What do you mean, seconds from death? Asui croaked in her throat in what she took for a gasp and sunk back into her seat. You'll see, Mina. Zoo, Asido wrapped her arms around the frog-quirked girl, who was already mostly covered in the blanket she had retrieved earlier. Ida settled in to give her a one-armed hug with his left arm from his side of the couch. Tokoyami glanced at the pile on the other side of the row from where he had taken up seating with Soto and Koda, choosing to be closer to the quiet man who had endured the USJ together with him in the squall zone. Asui, he thought, you are a strong, talented, and collected woman. What could have happened to you that put you in such a state? The countdown timer hit 0. It's starting, Mineta mumbled as the intro started, no recap this time either, and Shoji placed one of his large hands on the dwarf boy's left shoulder. It'll be all right, he said softly. We're safe here. Heh, Minoma scoffed. Just watch. There'll be nothing to worry about, and we'll all see just how overhyped everything was. Kendo didn't say anything next to him as the entire room remained silent. Those who weren't in Class 1A kept their thoughts to themselves as the tension from the students who had encountered the villains that day rose. Some were just trying to keep calm. Some were holding the hands or gripping the shoulders of the people nearest to them. Midoriya and Uraraka were, obviously, wrapped up tightly together in the blanket they were sharing. I think it's fair to say, Aizawa spoke up suddenly, attracting everyone's attention, that we're going to go over what we see these next few episodes over lunch and later today. Even if this was several months ago, I'm sure we'll spot areas where you guys still need to improve. Understood? Yes, sir. At the end of the intro, the screen once again showed the massive warp gate Kurogiri had created, Shigaraki emerging into the central fountain plaza of the USJ, the other villains following him one by one into the facility as Kirishima's voiceover said, "Whoa, what is that thing?" The screen cut back to the students up at the entrance looking on. Has the training started already? Kirishima asked. I thought we were rescuing people. This music is still giving me the creeps, Hagekyo stated, the movement of her clothes making it appear as if she was attempting to rub her arms to dispel the goosebumps she was getting. The last time we heard it was during the sludge villain rampage, Gyro said, nodding her head in agreement. Not even Bakugo's crazy evil stunt in the training exercise had this track accompanying it. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead, the voice of the warp villain. Kurogiri spoke up as Nomu stepped through the warp gate and paused as Shigaraki raised his left hand up. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. Kurogiri's form took on its fluid misty shape as he finished talking. Mineta shrunk down, shaking his head in his hands while Aizawa accused them of stealing the schedule during the fracas on campus yesterday. Not that guy, he muttered quietly enough that only Shoji, Kaminari, and Gyro could hear him. Not the bird guy, not the bird guy, not the bird guy. Dude, why are you so freaked out by him? Kaminari asked, anxiously looking down at Mineta. You got out of there without any real injuries, right? He couldn't be that bad. Were you guys actually able to hear what the villains were saying back there? Kendo asked, frowning in surprise. You were halfway across the USJ from them. Their voices carried well, Bakugo replied. Yeah, Gyro agreed. The USJ's actually got some great acoustics. Want All Might, Shigaraki said as he wondered where the number 1 was. The great symbol of peace. You'll never kill him. Izuku suddenly shouted at the screen. I won't let you, Shigaraki. Many of the students blinked in surprise, their attention drawn to Midoriya's outburst. Those that could see his face saw something they hadn't often witnessed in him. Emotions warred in his expression, fear, desperation, and conviction struggled against one another as he tried to force his lips into a smile. Deku, calm down, Ochako quickly urged, wrapping her arms around him. He's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Kiyoma's lips were drawn into a razor-thin line as she watched the Aizawa on screen tug on his capture weapon like he was loosening a tie, the whole thing flying up around him as he got serious. Yagi had his hands clenched into fists so tight that they had turned white, while Aizawa next to her was scowling hard enough that she was sure he was trying to burn the screen with his mind. She could relate. Hearing Shigaraki threaten the students like that, hearing him threaten her daughter like that, made her want to tear him limb from limb. WHP his skin raw, cut off his fingers, then have him drawn and quartered by teams of horses. She could see the fearful looks on the students' faces, Momo standing behind and between Midoriya and Uraraka. While she didn't appear as shocked and scared as those two and Ida did, the anxiety on her face made Kiyoma's BLD alternate between freezing cold and boiling hot. That day, narrator Midoriya stated as the screen showed his terrified, panic-stricken face, "We learned what the pro-heroes were really up against. The darkness they faced to keep us safe." Close-ups of Kurogiri, the Nomu's jagged, broken, sharp teeth set in its beak-like mouth beneath its exposed brain and large off-white sclera with only the tiniest pinprick of a pupil and no iris, and finally Shigaraki's hand-covered face with just his left eye exposed, also shrunk down to barely above a pinprick. We looked at these villains, and pure evil stared back. Episode 10. Encounter with the unknown. Monoma couldn't seem able to suppress a chuckle to himself at the sight of Midoriya's face a few seconds ago, but he at least managed to keep his mouth shut about it while the camera panned over the crowd of villains walking in the plaza towards the stairs. How could so many of them get into a UA facility this secure? Kirishima asked from the front with Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida. Yorozu stepped up between Ida and Midoriya to bring her own question up. Yeah, 13, why aren't the alarms going off? 13 seemed to look up towards the roof. Good question. I'm not sure. Clearly the villains had someone with them who was jamming UA's security network, Monoma stated like it was obvious. To do anything that bold without it would be so reckless as to be completely moronic. Todoroki was verbally contemplating the scenario. Their only target. He wondered as the camera panned over a multitude of the villains and then an exterior shot of the USJ. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. Todoroki looked down at them with disdain. They are fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. The camera again focused on Shigaraki, panning up from his waist to his face. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? I'm still amazed you came up with all that so quickly. Kaminari praised him while their on-screen selves seemed unnerved by the implications of Todoroki's deductions. Todoroki looked at Kaminari. He wasn't usually very expressive, but the look on his face might have been pity. It really wasn't all that impressive to figure out if you thought rationally about the situation, he answered. Kaminari clutched at his chest like Todoroki had just shot an arrow through his heart. Gyro smirked. Heh, that's why he's in the top 5 of the class and you're not, Kaminari. Salt in the wound, Gyro. The tension rose with the dramatic swelling of strings as Aizawa laid down instructions to 13 while he went to the front of the group. Then they might be jamming our regular communications, too. Kaminari. The screen swayed to a close-up of the electrification user near Soto, Koda, and Shoji, who blinked in surprise at suddenly being addressed by his teacher. Try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, sir, he answered as he placed his hand to his headset, using his quirk to try to boost the signal through the communications jamming. Midoriya stepped forward, clear concern etched on his face. What are you going to do? He asked his teacher. You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. An excellent analysis, Midoriya, Nezu complimented with a nod. Eraserhead glanced back at him. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Ooh, that's a solid line. Tetsu said as a nervous grin came to his face. And a fine point, Yagi agreed. Though I'm not really much of one to talk, only having one thing going for you is a serious disadvantage as a hero. Maybe, Kaminari replied, but when you've got incredible killer strength like you did, All Might, it's not like you really need much else when you can solve all your problems by punching people. It's a real manly way of doing things, Kirishima agreed, clenching his fist. 3 villains were lined up at the bottom of the stairs as Eraserhead. The guy in the middle with an iron helmet that covered the upper half of his face and metal barrels coming out of his fingertips had called them a shooting squad. Behind and to his left, a woman in purple with red eyes and numerous dreadlocks of grey hair asked, "Didn't our intel say it was just gonna be 13 and All Might out here? Who's that?" "Don't recognize him," said the third, a huge man with an orcish body. Type in ragged dull olive green clothes and a black gas mask with horns. "But if he thinks he can take us down easy, he's dead," he declared while Eraserhead sprinted towards the trio. Izuku let himself smile a little. Well, they certainly thought wrong. Ashido, Kaminari, and several other students cheered as Aizawa erased the quirks of the villains just before they tried attacking, wrapping them up in his capture scarf and smashing them against each other, knocking them out cold. "Idiots," one of the villains scoffed. "That's Eraserhead. A pro. He can cancel your quirks just by looking at you." "That's not good," Kendo muttered. As Midoriya said, Mr. Aizawa's best when people don't know what his quirk is and can attack quickly and with the element of surprise. If they know he can cancel quirks, he's at a big disadvantage. Monoma huffed as he watched Eraserhead punch the rocky-skinned, multi-armed heteromorphic quirked villain in the face. "What a naive way of thinking, Kendo," he said. "Even if he's the homeroom teacher of 1A, Mr. Aizawa is still a pro. Street trash villains like these don't stand a chance." "Whoa! Look at that dodge!" Ashido yelped. "You weren't even looking at him and you saw him coming." "I know I wasn't sticking around to watch," Soto commented, "but I sure wish I could fight like that." "Mr. Aizawa, how did you learn to fight like that?" Mineta asked, stars practically in his eyes as he looked up at his homeroom teacher, not having watched him take on bad guys right from the beginning. "The answer should already be clear to you," Aizawa told them as the villains slammed down behind him. "What did you learn about work studies from Tagata Mirio of the Big Three?" "Oh right," Zero said as he turned back to the screen. "I guess you can only get skills to pay the bills like that through experience. But I don't want to experience crazy villains like that again." Mineta cried out. "I don't want to die, Beth." Mineta's voice left him as Shigaraki's voice came through the speakers. "There he goes, trying to intimidate us," Shigaraki voiced as the camera panned over the league as villains stood still, surrounding Eraserhead. "He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. He's making it hard for us to work together or rely on each other's powers." One villain, a brunette in a purple top with her hair formed up into drills on the side of her head, glared at Eraser, her hair beginning to spin. It stopped, her hair beginning to drop out of its drill shape, and she glanced up at it in confusion only for Eraserhead to kick her in the jaw in the moment she was distracted by her quirk being erased. Eraserhead took out another villain while he was airborne with another kick to the head. Shigaraki's visible red eyes stared out at him. "How annoying!" He scratched the left side of his neck with 2 fingers while Nomu and Kurogiri stood by. "The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype." "Ha!" Tetsu cheered as the screen showed Eraserhead standing tall, his hair dropping. "Take that, you dumb villain." Kurogiri's eyes narrowed. So did Bakugo's. So this was when that DMN warp villain got away, here. Tetsu looked at him. "Here." Eraserhead's quirk, Bakugo answered him. Whenever he's using it his hair flies up so his bangs don't obstruct his vision. I don't know if it's just a style thing or what, but in that moment when his hair fell, he blinked, so every villain's quirk he had cancelled came back, including the warp BSTD. "Hey, Kaminari piped up. He was nervous as some people in his class looked towards him, Gyro raising her eyebrow at him. The electrification quirked teenager had some noticeable beads of sweat on his skin. "Is it just me, or did that creepy guy, Shigaraki, didn't he remind you of someone?" In the front row, Izuku was clutching a hand to the blanket wrapped around himself and Ochako. It was a struggle for him to breathe normally right now. The close-up sight of that red eye was piercing his mind, and his voice was so close, like a whisper in his ear. A whisper of death. He had thought that he'd mentally prepared himself for this, but it was all coming back to him, only this time he didn't have anything to use his adrenaline against. He could hear Ochako speaking calmly to him, and it honestly helped to have her at his side. If he was being forced to watch this along in a dark room, Izuku didn't even want to imagine the places his mind would take him. A ruckus was forming behind him, Izuku's ears starting to pick up on it now that Shigaraki was no longer on screen and talking, even though Kurogiri had just warped in front of the class and 13. Kaminari. I'm just saying. It's not like I think they are brothers or something, but doesn't what Shigaraki said kinda remind you guys of Midoriya? Izuku's mind ground to a halt. Me? And Shigaraki. You take that back, Kaminari. Ashido yelped, jumping up to her feet and turning around to face him. Midori's nothing like that guy. Midoriya's got nice skin and is really muscly, Hatsune agreed. Plus he's got a cute face, freckles, a winning smile, and that messy green hair. The other guy really needs a few gallons of lotion and a gym membership since he's such a lanky twig. And he's a villain. Ashido emphasized. Yeah, you're going to need to explain that one, dude, Zero said with a frown. Kaminari balked at him. Zero, back me up here. Laughter from above ended the hubbub. You 1A failures really need to stop being so emotional about it, Momo sneered. For once, I can agree with the lightning idiot. He's seeing what all of you are completely blind to. He laughed at One's silence. We've interacted a few times out of class and we had that summer training camp together, so even I know of Midoriya's penchant to mutter his thoughts and write down in those notebooks of his. Momo pointed lazily down at the green-haired powerhouse successor in the front row. It's even apparent in this very episode. Midoriya had analyzed Eraserhead's fighting style and quirk, knowing exactly what the hero's optimal battle strategy was for the best synergy between what his quirk could do and what he knew of his teacher at the time, advising against fighting in a crowd since that would put him at a disadvantage. Then Shigaraki stood there watching Eraserhead fight his minions, taking in how he was using his quirk and his combat prowess to put the league on their heels even when he should have been at a disadvantage. Then there's what your esteemed class rep just told Midoriya, who was also standing there, watching. This is no time to be analyzing, right? If you ask for my opinion, they are very alike, Midoriya and Shigaraki. He laughed again and leaned forward, his voice dropping. I always knew that a villain was hiding in your class, but I'd never have guessed it to be. Kendo's karate chop to the back of his neck silenced him. She was staring at Momo with her body shaking in fury. That's enough out of you, Momo. Sit back and take a nap. Izuku was sure that the entire world had gone deathly silent, because all he could hear was the tumultuously loud drumming of his heartbeat rocking his ears. His ice-cold hand clutched at the soft fabric of the blanket so hard it wouldn't be surprising to him if his muscles were to snap one of his bones. Ochako was saying something to him, but he couldn't hear her. His body could barely acknowledge the warmth of her arms around him, of her face buried into his neck while his breaths entered his lungs in short, pallid bursts that offered nothing more than the barest need of air. They talked about Shigaraki last night, about how, if not for his choices, he could have become a great hero. But in all that talk, Izuku had refused himself to acknowledge the nagging tick he'd buried down beneath a mountain of revulsion, the nagging tick that Momo had now so clearly spelled out for the entire class to hear. Momo was right. Shigaraki was just like him. Both watching, planning, analyzing their opponents and strategizing on how best to defeat them. Both making mistakes and then coming back from them stronger as they mitigated their weaknesses and improved on their strengths. The only thing that differentiated them as people were their views on All Might and the superhuman society he had striven to protect. But if Izuku had never met All Might again after having his dream crushed, if he'd become jaded and spiteful at all the smiling heroes running about in the bright sun while all quirkless, useless, Deku could see was the cold darkness of a hypocritical world that denied his dreams. Would he have fallen into evil? Would he have become a villain, just like Shigaraki? Was there a villainous side to him, still enraged at the torment he'd endured and suffered through in silence because this society was predisposed to pander to quirkist bullshit and SHT on and discriminate against the quirkless minority like he'd been. Could Izuku honestly say, after watching the worst day of his life at the beginning of his 3rd year at Aldera, that there wasn't the smallest bit of evil inside of him that someone like All For One could have nurtured into becoming a dangerous supervillain like Shigaraki? If that was true, wasn't it? He really was evil deep down. Even Monoma could see it. How could All Might have been so blind, choosing someone like him to be his successor when he could so easily turn to villainy? There was only one thing to do. He needed to pass one for all on to another successor, someone more worthy than a quirkless fanboy with delusions of grandeur, and then go hide in a hole for the rest of his life to resist the temptation of burning superhuman society to the ground. Antarctica should be a nice place. Scientists had managed to reverse global warming during the chaos the dawn of quirks had caused. All For One would never find him at the South Pole. Zuku. Now all he needed to do was pick someone to pass one for all on to. It had to be someone good, someone who wouldn't abuse it but also wouldn't have their limbs explode when they inherited it. Bakugo was a choice, one which was immediately discarded. He was on the road to getting better. The last thing he needed to do was give him All Might's power before he had proven himself worthy. All Might had just said yesterday that he wasn't worthy, though he certainly had the potential to become worthy indeed. Ochako was clearly the best candidate as far as heroic spirit and drive as far as he was concerned, and no, that was not his affection for her tinting his vision pink, thank you very much. Izuku, can you hear me? But her body likely wasn't strong enough to handle the backlash of One For All, and he didn't want to hurt her just by giving her All Might's quirk, so that ruled her out. Someone heroic, but strong, who wouldn't abuse its power and would be able to get used to it fairly quickly. Kirishima. He could give Kirishima One For All, and then hop on the next boat to Izuku Deku Midoriya. The shout in his ears snapped Izuku out of his inner world and reminded him that there were people around him. Ochako was looking at him, frazzled and seemingly worried out of her mind, but he didn't quite recognize that as he took in her disheveled appearance. Ochako, I'm evil. I need to give Kirishima One For All before I succumb to the urge to tear down society and become a supervillain and take over the world. Ochako's frazzled expression got even more anxious as a shot of bewilderment was injected into it. Hey! Izuku, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm all for you taking over the world. I'll be beside you the whole way, but wouldn't that be easier with One For All? Izuku blinked owlishly at Ochako. Here. What do you mean you're all for me taking over the world? Because it'd be fun, wouldn't it, she replied. And Izuku, you saying that you're evil is just completely untrue. I've never seen you do anything to suggest you have a single villainous bone in your body. And if we took over the world, it'd be for all the right reasons and to make it a better place for everyone, not because you want to rule over the earth like a demon lord. Of evil. Somewhere along the line, everyone else had stopped talking or even paying attention to what was happening on the screen as Izuku had been in the midst of his panic attack and identity crisis, so all of them had heard everything the two of them had just said. That meant that Principal Nezu had heard every word loud and clear. The Ermin began to laugh. Midoriya was desperately trying to convince Uraraka to not go with him on this crusade, to convince her that Monoma was correct and he was definitely a villain all along and he hadn't even realized it himself. Ultimately, the boy was going to need to calm down and look at himself when he wasn't under mental duress from seeing the League of Villains again, but the idea of Midoriya and Uraraka taking over the world together, of seeing One For All not rise up to be the symbol of peace and a pawn of the Hero Public Safety Commission but a true world leader, it delighted him inside and set the wheels of his brain spinning. His giggles froze Aizawa and Kiyoma to their bones. I do believe I have some ideas for lessons with your students, Eraserhead. Agreeing to do this was a bad idea, Aizawa deadpanned. Midoriya, calm down, man. Kaminari pleaded, on his feet and practically hanging over the railing above where the class couple was sitting. I know what I said was weird, but I didn't mean anything by it. I just meant that you and Shigaraki are good at analyzing your opponents in the middle of a fight, I swear. I didn't mean it like that, JRK Monoma said. I don't think you're a villain at all. Midoriya, Don't think for an instant that Monoma's right, Ida joined in. You're not a villain. You, out of everyone in our class, except perhaps Koda, is absolutely the furthest person from being a villain. Thanks, class rep, Koda said, smiling at him. Think nothing of it. Like hell you could be a villain and take over the world, Deku, Bakugo scoffed. You couldn't even handle the idea of being class representative. There's no way you'd be able to take over the world. And whose fault was it that he didn't have the slightest amount of self-confidence, Bakugo? Yorozu asked, her voice icy. Midoriya would have made an excellent classroom representative if he'd given himself a chance. She's kinda got you there, pal, Zero teased with a grin. But villain Midoriya. The idea gives me chills, and I don't know if it's in a good way or bad way. Hatsune rolled her eyes at all the commotion going on around her, and got up. Reaching into her uniform, she pulled out a wrench that had avoided the honey jars most of her tools had gotten trapped in, and slammed it against the metal railing in front of the front row. The loud, sharp, ringing clang that pierced through the hubbub silenced everyone and woke Monoma back from his forced unconsciousness. Look, potential villain Midoriya is interesting and everything, she said, lazily shrugging her shoulders, but I'm trying to watch what happened to you guys in the USJ and I can't hear a thing with everyone talking over each other. Do you want me to come up with babies to counter the league or not? Young Hatsune makes a great point, Yagi said. It would be best for everyone to settle down and watch. Midoriya landed in the water of the shipwreck zone after having fallen out of one of Kurogiri's warp gates. Water, he realized as he started to swim back to the surface of the artificial lake. He must have a warping quirk. Midori, you saw the lake beneath you when you came out of the gate, Ashido teased. How were you surprised? Izuku flushed red. Everything happened so fast, Ashi, what the heck? First catch of the day, a villain with a shark-like face wearing diving gear said as he swiftly swam towards Midoriya. Nothing personal, kid. He opened his mouth wide, revealing dozens of small, razor-sharp shark teeth lining his jaws, but you gotta die. Izuku! Ochako shouted, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him tight. Ashido jumped across the armrest, closing her arms around him too, as if that would help protect their class cinnamon roll from the bad shark villain on the screen. Midoriya shut his eyes, but the moment he did, Asui burst into frame, kicking the shark villain hard in the side of his head, carrying Mineta's limp body under her arm. Cheers of TSU and ASUI erupted from the class at her dramatic entrance, and Aizawa, Yagi, and Kayama all breathed sighs of relief. Monoma felt a bit of sweat on the back of his neck as Asui wrapped her tongue around Midoriya to get him away from the shark villain. Heh, some big shot he is if he needed to be rescued right off the bat. I thought all of you were supposed to be impressive or something. Kendo gave him a sideways glare. Monoma, could you have handled a shark villain underwater seconds after you'd been warped above the lake? Of course I would have, Monoma answered breezily with a cocksure attitude. When Kurogiri was warping us, I would have copied Tetsu and Tokage's quirks. Kendo stared at him, her expression at his Vlad King pajama-clad body sliding into a decidedly tepid look. Right. Asui lifted Midoriya out of the water as she broke the surface near the yacht that floated relatively close to the amazing water slide that exited into the lake. I really want to slide down that, Kaminari excitedly spoke up. It's not for recreation, Kaminari, Aizawa reminded them. There are also floating chunks of ice on it, Todoroki pointed out. Unless your idea of fun is slamming into them, I'd advise against it. Midoriya grunted slightly as Asui let him down on deck as gently as she could without being able to see it from her angle at the water's surface. Mineta seemed to regain consciousness as she retracted her tongue. For a frog, you've got some pretty big melons, Zoo, he stated from his position right next to them. Perfect floatus. He leaned his head against her, squishing up against said melons, making Asui ribbit and blush at the contact. He was dropped onto the deck with decidedly less grace than Asui had shown to Midoriya. Heads turned towards Mineta, various students. Either glaring at him in anger or giving the dwarf looks of disappointment. Dude, Kirishima sighed. Mineta! Ida reprimanded. That was a highly inappropriate and disrespectful comment towards Asui, Zoo. Towards Zoo. Apologize. She slammed me against the deck. Mineta shot back at him. I'm not apologizing when I've already been punished for it, he started to scream. My perversion helped keep me calm until Midoriya stole that comfort away from me. All types handle stress differently, I suppose, Yagi sighed. Asui finished climbing up the side of the yacht to reach the deck. I told you to call me Zu, she reminded him. The camera zoomed in on her, stylizing the shot in a red background and sketching Asui's profile in green while her name and quirk appeared in kanji on the screen. Momo's eyes bulged out. What the heck is this? Ashido squealed and reversed course from hugging Izuku to hugging her seatmate. Zu, you got your present MIC intro. Tsuyu Asui. Her quirk, frog. It's pretty self-explanatory, she can basically do anything a frog can. Oh yeah, Kendo said with a bit of a sly grin. Occasionally the show will do these stylized freeze frames of us with present MIC narrating the person's name and usually some tidbit about their quirk. It's kind of inaccurate, though, Asui said. We call my quirk frog, but some of the aspects are more chameleon-like, like my tongue. What do you mean, Zu? Ashido asked. Asui opened her mouth, but from the corner of her eye she saw a bit of life return to Midoriya's face at the prospect of discussing quirks, and she turned to look at him. Midoriya. Care to explain? He nodded eagerly. Sure thing as, Zu. Zu can extend her tongue up to 20 meters, which is beyond impressive, but it's somewhat of a misconception from our viewpoint that frogs have long tongues. Compared to their body size, they do, since it's about a third of their body length, but chameleons have a tongue size that's as long as their bodies or even 50% longer. For us, that'd be like having a tongue you could shoot out over 2 meters, but Zu can shoot hers out 10 times that far. It's really amazing. See, she asked rhetorically. Ashido nodded her head. So, like, where does the tongue go? Ribbit. Do you have, like, 20 meters of coiled tongue just looped around inside your mouth? Ashido asked. Because I don't think so. And if you did, how would you be able to talk or eat with all that in your mouth all the time? Asui stared at her, blinking. Her expression was usually always unreadable, but even now there was a bit of evident surprise on her face. You know, I never thought about that before. Midoriya looked anxiously at Asui and Mineta after explaining his thought process behind what Kurogiri had said about All Might having been scheduled to be here at the USJ with their class, with how they must have gotten into school files during the break-in chaos the previous day. That means they've been waiting for the perfect time to attack, just like Todoroki said they were. It really wasn't that hard to figure out, Todoroki agreed. Save Rai, Ema said, nodding his head. In hindsight, seeing everything again, it's painfully obvious. It's not like these guys can really kill All Might, Mineta argued. Once he shows up he'll PND these villains until there's nothing left. Think about it, though, Asui spoke up, making Mineta stop punching the air in a pantomime of All Might while Midoriya shifted his gaze to her. If the villains spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him. Momo laughed. As if. Like any of those pathetic villains could have possibly hoped to kill. Not true, Yagi interrupted him. There was absolutely a distinct possibility that their plan could have succeeded, young Momo. My life was truly in danger that day. Hear what that smoke guy said? Asui continued. Maybe we should worry more about not getting tortured to death. The camera slowly zoomed in on Mineta, staring at Asui in shock. Otherwise, we might not survive long enough to see All Might again. And even if he does show up, who knows if he'll make it out in one piece. Mineta began to panic as he looked to Midoriya, who despite seeming anxious, still appeared somewhat level-headed. No, the pros are gonna save us, right? Tell Frogmelons to shut up. Mineta! 𝐔𝐸𝐽 growled, but her next words died in her invisible throat as the shark-like villain and another one with a bald head and pointed red bands running from above his eyes to the back of his head surfaced and began closing in on the ship. You BSs, the half-shark villain angrily called out to them as more villains closed in. I'll enjoy eating you. Mineta screamed as the boat was surrounded. Bad guys. Mineta brought his feet up and hunched over in his seat next to Shoji. It's all in the past, he muttered to himself, trying to get his body to stop shaking. It's all in the past. The shark guy's not here anymore. You and the chick magnet beat him. Asui might be right, Midoriya thought as the villains established a marine perimeter around the yacht. If they're here for All Might, they may have a way to defeat him. They wouldn't have planned this attack if they didn't. The background went grey as Midoriya distracted himself from the current environment as he thought his way through it. But why him out of all the heroes? Because his very existence discourages villains and evil. He thought of a stylized, impressive picture of All Might posing in front of a bright light. Because he's the one and only symbol of peace and justice. The music was getting more dramatically intense as Midoriya withdrew his hand from his mouth, a hard look of morbid trepidation on his face as he continued to think. Actually, it doesn't matter. His mind flew back to that day 10 months ago at dusk, with All Might in his deflated true form standing in front of him as the wind blew about his oversized t-shirt and side bangs. Young man. You, too, can become a hero. During training. Come on. Fanboy. Show me that fightin' spirit. Midoriya extended his white-gloved hand in front of him. I don't care what their reasons are. What's this about? Momo asked curiously, frowning and leaning forward. Did Midoriya know All Might before UA? Oh, you have no idea, Kendo laughed. Yagi felt tears come to his eyes. Young Midoriya. Midoriya. Aizawa thought with a sigh. You're not fooling me, Midoriya, Todoroki thought, glancing down at the green-haired youth, who seemed to be over the majority of his previous panic as he listened to his own thoughts with an emboldened expression on his face. All Might is your dad. I'm going to prove it. Welcome, young Midoriya. Congrats on getting in. He clenched his hand. I have to focus. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Because I am here. I have to face this evil. Midoriya clenched his teeth and swung his fist down. Head on. Or, dude, that's so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima cheered. If they can beat him, Midoriya told Asui and Mineta, then we have to stop whatever it is these bad guys are planning. We have to work together and keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows what's happening. This is up to us. Let's be heroes. Ha! Tetsu chuckled, glancing at Bakugo. Midoriya knows how to pump people up. And you say he can't be a leader? Shut it, metalhead. Yeah, Midoriya has some mad charisma, Zero agreed, watching as Todoroki's ice covered the ground of the landslide zone. Villains froze in his ice. Aren't you embarrassed to lose to a child? He taunted them. There was disappointment and malice in his eyes. For God's sake, you're adults. Put up a real fight. Bakugo yelled as he moved his right hand forward, exploding his sweat and sending a villain reeling as he and Kirishima stood back to back in the ruined zone, surrounded by a pack of villains of their own in the close confines of a ruined building. Gorozu's skin shone as she withdrew a metal staff from her arm and she created a machete for Gyro to wield while Kaminari stood with them in the mountain zone, all three of them getting ready for a fight. Ojiro was in the fire zone, a mob of villains in front of the lone martial artist. Koda and Tokoyami stood together in the squall zone. The rest of the students and 13 were on the elevated exit, still with Kurogiri, with the boys ready to throw down while Uraraka and Ashido looked over their shoulders nervously at their classmates and the pro. And Aizawa was still in the plaza, beating down Shigaraki's thugs while the leader and Nomu watched pensively. Shigaraki scratched at his neck with 2 fingers, and slowly began to step forward towards a Razorhead. Back on the yacht, with villains surrounding them, Midoriya was forcing himself through his fear to face the evil before them. Asui was calmly smiling as she did, and Mineta was openly terrified of the situation they were in. The episode transition hit, and the students suddenly felt able to breathe again. Hey, you were already doing simultaneous creation back in our first week, Yorozu. Izuku exclaimed excitedly, looking over at her. That's amazing. Yorozu blinked as she looked at Izuku and felt a slight blush of embarrassment come to her cheeks. I suppose I wasn't I? She turned her eyes up to the screen. I suppose the stress of the situation made me perform better than I thought I was able to at the time and I just forgot about it. If I'd remembered I could already do it, I might not have tried so hard in preparation for the licensing exam because I would have already mastered it by then. You were really going to let that frogmelon's comment slide, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked as the episode returned to UA, with All Might's attempts to get in contact with Aizawa and 13 which they seemed to collectively decide to just talk over, glancing down at the dwarf who was honestly earning a bit of sympathy from her for having to relive such a terrifying day, especially seeing how he'd carried himself in the moment. We were kind of in the middle of a more pressing situation, Gyro, Asui replied. Besides, this is nothing compared to what came later. At the reminder of later, Mineta placed his hands on his head and started to shake it. I'm not watching that part again, he insisted. I don't care that All Might saved us. I'm not watching that part again. All Might's theme kicked up as he buffed up and stood. Time to join my students, his speech cut off as BLD spurted from his mouth. The door slid open, revealing a familiar pair of orange shoes. Hold your horses. All Might grunted, and the screen quickly panned up from shoes and tail to the top of the head and ears of the rodent principal they all loved and feared. Hello, Nezu, sir. That's me. Nezu replied. The one who could be a mouse, or a dog, or a bear, though the only important thing is, I'm the principal. You know, I never do tire of introducing myself that way, Nezu stated with a small giggle. Hey, what is the principal anyway? Kaminari whispered. I know, Izuku answered. Really? Ochako gasped. What is he? Numerous pairs of eyes were upon the green-haired boy as he glanced around. Yorozu's held a sparkle in them as if she, too, knew what their principal was, and she was delighted to hear that she wasn't the only one. Izuku glanced around at them all before meeting and holding her gaze for a second and then grinning. Izuku turned back to Kaminari and simply answered, here's the principal. Yorozu stifled her giggles with her hand while Nezu laughed uproariously at the little prank. I like him very much, Aizawa, Nezu declared. I will most definitely be taking up some of Mr. Midoriya's time while we're on this island. Great, Yagi thought. He's going to turn young Midoriya into another Nezu, and a Nezu with one for all at that. Young Midoriya just might end up taking over the world after all. Come on, man, Kaminari whined. Can't you at least give us a hint? Well, Principal Nezu might not like me describing him based on animal classification, Izuku replied, but, in a broad enough sense, since humans are primates, Principal Nezu is a mustelid, not a rodent. Aha! Ashido exclaimed. So since the principal introduced himself as a mouse, dog, or bear, but only one of those is a rodent, that means he's a mouse like Mickey. Not a mouse, Ashido, Ida corrected her. Mice do not have furred tails. So is he like a chimera, then? Koda asked. Izuku shook his head. Recovery Girl said that he was born with his quirk and humans experimented on him because of it. If he was a chimera, Principal Nezu would have to have been created in a lab, and I don't think that's true. So he's got to be some kind of a rodent, but not a mouse, here. Soto asked. Hey, how many rodents are there? Lots, Siro replied. I once had a pet gerbil as a kid. That's a rodent. Ochako looked away from her classmates and towards Izuku. She quietly whispered. Hey, didn't you say that the principal isn't a rodent, right? You said he is something else. Aren't you going to correct them? Maybe later, he whispered back. If you want to know, I think Yorozu also knows. Do I need to whack my wrench again? Hatsum asked as the episode returned to the USJ. 𝐔𝐬𝐽's dupliarms had grown additional eyeballs and ears as he used them to scout out the rest of the USJ. Ida's attention was still on the villain in front of them as he asked his classmate, 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Got them? Anything? Where is everyone? They've been scattered across the facility, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 replied, his main body and head facing forward towards Kurogiri as his tentacles searched. But our classmates are still here. The other students left up there with them breathed sighs of relief as some of the tension they were feeling left them. You have no idea how relieved that made me, Ochako mumbled to Izuku as she snuggled into him. I was so worried about you and everyone else after what Kurogiri said about scattering everyone to torture us to death. I'm just glad that you and the rest of the class came out of it okay, Izuku replied. If you'd been hurt, I'd have beaten myself up about it for forever. Ochako beamed at him and gave Izuku a quick kiss on the cheek. His cheeks turned tomato red, making her giggle. I only wish the rest of us could have heard that speech you give to Zu and Mineta. 13 turned back slightly. Class representative, yes. I have a job for you, 13 stated. Run to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here. The alarms aren't sounding and our phones and radios are useless right now. One of these villains must be to blame. Even though Eraserhead is cancelling quirks left and right, flashes of Eraserhead's smackdown of the villains appeared over 13's voiceover. We're still completely sealed off from the outside world. Likely, whoever's causing this interference hid as soon as they were warped into the USJ. Kurogiri was reforming in front of them after having finished warping the majority of the students away. They could be anywhere. Impossible to hunt down. It'll be faster for you to run and get help than for us to find whoever's jamming everything. So you ran away, did you? Monoma sneered. Ran away from the scary villains with your tail between your legs. Ida clenched his fists together and pressed them against his thighs as he sat, shaking in his seat. I don't remember you being so tough when they attacked the training camp, Monoma, Kirishima retorted. Monoma, Todoroki coolly inquired. Have you ever faced a villain before? I shouldn't have to, Monoma replied confidently. As a student, we shouldn't be put into danger's path like you all in Class 1A so recklessly seem to believe. Thinking that first-year students just in their first week can defeat villains who have a plan to kill All Might. Just how villainously arrogant are you, Mida? Kendo slapped her hand above his mouth and growled through her teeth. God, you just cannot shut up, can you? They're going to lynch you the moment they get their quirks back at the end of this episode if you keep this up, and I would let them. Monoma realized a moment too late that he was on the receiving end of the disgusted glares of absolutely everyone else in the room, and he felt his bravado wilt. Even though 1B had very recently bested 1A in the number of students who had passed the provisional license exam, there was still something else he had to consider. Only Shiozaki and Tetsu had advanced to the tournament round of the sports festival, the same as the total number of general studies and support course students combined. All the rest had been Class 1A. On top of that, there were only 2 of his classmates with him at the moment, but all 20 of 1A's members were present. And it looked like all of them, including that rabid dog Bakugo, were about an inch away from murdering him for insulting Midoriya again. Remember, students, Nezu calmly steered their gazes away, murder is not heroic. You must always do your best to avoid killing villains. Sometimes, however, that is simply unavoidable. Even if this is your only option, Kurogiri chided them as Ida took a running stance, are you really foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy? He surged his warp gate mist out towards them. 13 was ready for him. It won't matter if you know what we're planning or not when I'm done with you, she shouted back, raising a hand and popping off the cap of the glove of her right index finger. Her quirk activating, air visibly began to flow into the singularity at the tip of her finger, catching the mists of the warp gate and sking them in. Black hole. That's amazing. Izuku cheered. Good going, 13. His notebook was in his hands. Using her quirk to absorb Kurogiri's warp gate. That would keep him pinned down and unable to form a proper gate to warp things with, which would help Ida escape off to the side. Nice move. Mineta screamed, the show returning to the ship. What do you mean fight? Are you crazy? Deku's been crazy for years, Bakugo scoffed. Like coming up with some insane plan is anything new. The fresh-picked hero was in tears as he argued against Midoriya's idea. These guys might be able to kill all Might, and you think we can take them? Monoma was about to say something, but Kendo gave him a look and brought up her hand, ready to deliver a karate chop, and he wisely kept quiet. Did you hit your head when we got warped here? Fountains of tears came from each of Mineta's eyes as he flailed in the back behind Midoriya and Asui, both of whom were looking down at the villains in the water with contemplative looks. The best plan is for us to just wait for a real pro from UA to come and save us. He really was terrified, wasn't he? Kiyoma asked quietly. He had every right to be, Aizawa replied. Those villains down there clearly have an advantage in the water, and assume that's where we'll fight, Midoriya audibly processed. Are you even listening? If that's the case, Asui added on, they must have known what was inside the USJ before they warped in. Yeah, Midoriya agreed. He still eyed them cautiously as Asui looked up in thought with a finger tapping at her chin. But for a group with such careful planning, there's one thing that really sticks out to me, something that just doesn't add up. He looked at her directly. They sent you here, Asui. He froze as she turned to look at him, softly rib-biting. Despite the tense situation, some chuckles and giggles surfaced as the on-screen Midoriya blushed at suddenly remembering that Asui had told him to call her Zu, but he'd referred to her by her family name once again. Adorable, Asui thought. That kinda fell apart on you, didn't it? She asked as she turned towards Midoriya, who slumped in defeat. A little bit, he sighed. But why does it matter that she's here? Mineta screamed. Shoji looked down at Mineta, who was not liking watching his past self scream and rant in breath-sweating terror, and put his hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's okay. The villains probably have no idea what our quirks are. Midoriya explained. Some looks of realization dawned not just on the on-screen Asui's face, but on a number of the students in the theater as well. Ah, that's what's been bugging me. Hatsune belted out. No wonder those villains were being idiots, sending a frog to a lake. They didn't know what her quirk was. So that's why they were being so cautious at first, Kirishima said. They didn't know what we could do. Separated us because they didn't know what we could do and planned to overpower us once we were in smaller groups, Midoriya rationalized. Mineta was not liking his explanation of the villain's plan at all. Easier to pick us off one by one. Absolutely despicable, Koyama growled, clenching her fingers against her arms. These are children. Have these ruffians no shame at all? Midoriya didn't entirely see that as a handicap, however. They don't know what our quirks are. So for all they know, the three of us could be super powerful. Look, none of them are trying to climb into the boat. That proves they're a little unsure. But that means they're not going to underestimate us, either. They're being smart and playing it safe. For now. Man, I am so glad you're on our side, Midoriya, Kaminari sighed, giving him a thumbs up. You were already that good at this stuff. I wish you could have been in the mountain zone with us. If he had, Mineta and I might not have made it out of there, ribbit, Asui calmly countered. We still don't know all the quirks of the villains that were there, and I doubt I could have gotten away from them in the water while carrying Mineta. I'll go first if you want, Asui said as she prepared to discuss their quirks. Yes, Monoma thought. Give up your secrets, 1A. I'll use them all against you. Obviously, I can jump high, Asui said as a slideshow of her abilities flashed by, and cling to pretty much any wall. And of course there's my tongue. I can stick it out about 20 meters. Oh yeah, and I can spit out my stomach so I can clean it, she added with a purple background to emphasize the squickiness of that facet of her quirk. That's not really useful. Finally, I also secrete a toxic mucus. It just stings a bit. Mineta gasped, cheeks blushing pink. Secrete mucus. Really, Mineta? Asui asked. Your mind went there. Shut up. We can probably only use my jumping and my tongue here, Asui calmly surmised as Mineta still mumbled about the mucus. Forget the last things. I figured you were powerful, but that's crazy, Midoriya said in momentary awe. I'm strong, but it comes at a price. The show flashed back to him punching out the 0-pointer. Once I use my power, I'm pretty much out of commission. It's a double-edged sword until I can control it. Monoma couldn't stay silent. He took out one of those giant robots in a single punch. Just how unfairly powerful is Midoriya? Nobody paid him any attention. Mineta popped off one of the ball that grew in place of hair. I've got these sticky ball, he explained. He stuck it to the wall next to him on the yacht. Their strength varies. Depending on how I'm feeling, they might stick to something a whole day. They grow back as fast as I pull them off, but I'll bleed if I use too many. Oh, and they don't stick to me. I just bounce right off him. There was a beat of silence as Midoriya and Asui just stared at Mineta and the ball he'd placed on the wall, thinking. Ouch, awkward, Ayama trilled. Don't look at me like that. This is why I said we should wait for the real heroes. My quirk is totally unfit for battle and we're gonna die. Mineta wailed as fountains of tears again came from his eyes. No. You have an incredible power, Midoriya insisted. No he doesn't, Bakugo scoffed. That dumbass quirk's situational at best. It was because of Mineta that we made it out of the shipwreck zone, Izuku stated, which perked the interest of the rest of the students and got Mineta to peek out from behind his hands, even as the soundtrack kicked in again as the bald villain destroyed the boat and it started to sink. He's got an amazing quirk, Bakugo. Everyone in our class does. Just because they aren't capable of destroying buildings doesn't mean they're not awesome in their own ways. Midoriya, Mineta whispered, looking down from his seat at the green-haired chosen one, all wrapped up in a blanket with 4 girls surrounding him. Not just any 4 girls, but the top 4 in his ranked list of the hottest girls in 1A. Damn it, I knew popular heroes get HMS. Now the ship's sinking, Asui stated the obvious with her calm expression. Mineta wailed and came up to the railing, popping off his sticky ball and throwing them overboard at the villains. Mineta, don't freak out. Midoriya tried to calm him down. It really wasn't all that successful, given how Midoriya was panicking at Mineta panicking. You've got to calm down, he hysterically told him as he came up to the railing. They'll guess your quirk. His expression became confused and thoughtful at what he saw. Right? Ojiro said as the shark villain tried to shoo away the ball floating on the surface. They don't know our quirks. For all they know, Mineta's ball could be explosive. Yeah, they could use that as a bluff to get away, Soto agreed. They don't have a lot of time, though, Kendo surmised. And a bluff would only work once. The villains might suspect they're bluffing because there's only the 3 of them and Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta obviously want to live. Since villains customarily lie, cheat, and steal, they might even be able to see through a bluff. Astute observation, Miss Kendo, Nezu said. So let us see how Midoriya's group managed to get through this ordeal. We're fish food. Mineta screamed as he backed into the wall of the ship. So, Mineta, Asui asked calmly by the railing, are you really sure the hero thing is right for you? Shut up. It's weirder not to be scared right now. We just got out of junior high a little while ago. I didn't think I'd be facing death a few days after starting UA. I can't believe I'm gonna die without ever getting to touch Yorozu's melons. A vein throbbed in Yorozu's forehead as she reached for her notebook, but paused as Midoriya took control of the situation. An enemy that's certain of their victory is bound to make a mistake. All Might said something along those lines in a TV interview a while back. Yes. Yagi pumped his fist and glanced at Aizawa. See, Aizawa, giving media interviews can be helpful and inspiring. Yeah, helpful at inspiring my students to leap into danger, he drawled. Mineta gasped as he noticed the flinching beneath Midoriya's gloves, despite the somewhat steadiness of his voice. Now's our chance, the inheritor declared, because they all needed to hear it. We can beat them. Yeah, you get 'em, Midoriya, Soto said. Blow those shitty villains away. Bakugo growled. They're not worth even your time, Deku. Hey man, that almost sounded like a compliment, Kirishima pointed out. You idiot. If small fry like this could take out Deku, then All Might's even worse at picking people to give his power to than he already is, and I'm not insulting the best there was. Midoriya planted his foot on the railing after the villains finished chuckling amongst themselves about their soon-to-be easy win, and yelled up at the ceiling to psyche himself up. Come on, he told himself as Mineta feebly lost his mind, act like Kaken would. Hagakure stood up in her seat and leaned forward, presumably grabbing the front railing with her invisible hands. Oh, Gyro. It's Midoriya's I'm going to be a badass hero theme music again. This is gonna be good. Kaminari cheered, pumping his fist. Yeah. Kick their butts, Midoriya. Gyro joined in. Do it, Izuku. Win this. Cheered Ochako, with Izuku smiling helplessly at her side. Bakugo's eyes widened. Oh yeah, he did say that his image of victory was me, didn't he? Now die. Midoriya shouted as he leapt off the sinking yacht. Midori told people to die. Ashido gasped. You need to wash that potty mouth of yours, Midoriya, Yorozu reprimanded him. Even if I use a smash, I can't get them all at once when they're in a circle like that, Midoriya thought as a diagram of the boat with the villains surrounding it in a circle appeared. Besides, there are still other enemies outside of the shipwreck zone, so I can't sacrifice my arm just yet. He was thinking ahead to other battles even at this time. Kyoma asked. Now do you see why I call him my problem child during staff meetings? Aizawa asked, hiding his smiling face in his scarf. Remember the image of the egg not exploding. Remember, we're going to SWCH that to sluice gates and turbines, right? Hatsuma asked. Izuku yelped at the sudden question before swiftly nodded. Alright. Hydroelectric power generation, got it. Ready, Mineta? Asui asked, holding the dwarf boy under her right arm as she prepared to jump at Midoriya's word. Even though he's as scared as I am, thought Mineta. Debatable, Tokoyami uttered. Even though he's shaking, he's still going through with this. The students, for once, were silent upon hearing Mineta's internal thoughts. Some of them thought back to their own experiences at the USJ. Few of them had really been able to have the luxury of having one person place practically all of the risk upon themselves, but they also hadn't had the ability to calmly and rationally strategize while the villains waited for their victory to come to them with their inherent terrain advantage. Their bouts had been fast, frantic, and hectic. There hadn't been time for the fear to set in. If they'd been in Mineta's position, forced to face aquatic villains in their own element and having to stand upon a sinking boat knowing that their doom was approaching and their only hope rested on their classmate risking his life while they'd get away, would they have been able to contain their fear? Take this! Midoriya shouted, an insane look on his face as he braced himself for the pain to come. Delaware smash! He flicked the middle finger of his left hand, breaking it as the power of one for all blew a strong force of wind down into the artificial lake while also bouncing Midoriya back up and into the air. The villains all yelled in shock, surprise, and some pain as they were buffeted about by the waves his attack had created. Gritting his teeth and grunting through the pain, Midoriya called out, Zu! Mineta! Now! The drumline kicked in as Asui ribbited and jumped, sticking out her tongue to grab Midoriya and bring him along for the ride. DMN. Tetsu whistled, seeing the broken thumb and middle finger flop around. Nice work, Midoriya. Jesus, you're just too hardcore, Kaminari shivered. How the heck did you handle the pain of always breaking your bones like that? Here. Oh, I was already used to pain, Izuku answered sheepishly. So I think I just have a really high pain tolerance. Bakugo looked away as some gazes turned towards him. Yeah, I know I'm the reason why the nerd's no stranger to pain. Get over it, already. What the heck, Midoriya? Mineta berated himself as his arms shook. How do you do it? You're acting so cool, and I'm not helping at all. He reached up with one of his gloved hands and grasped at one of the ball on his head. Ah, so that's what Midoriya meant, Todoroki said while Mineta also yelled wordlessly at the villains. Take this, you villains! Mineta screamed as he furiously popped off and threw his ball. You can eat my sticky ball. The ball hit the water's surface and stuck, following the flow of water just like the villains were towards the place where Midoriya had smashed it. Yes, I see, Yorozu agreed as Mineta's ball started to stick to the villains as well, who then got their own hands stuck to them trying to pull them off. Quite the clever gambit, Midoriya. Like you said, it really wouldn't have worked without Mineta. If a strong force is applied to water's surface, the water will be pushed away. Midoriya's face was practically feral in his pain as he screamed at the villains, and then come rushing right back to the middle. The villains were all stuck together in a clumped ball, shouting at each other before they and the yacht that was cut in half was launched skyward in a geyser from the force of the water rushing back. We rounded 'em all up, Asui observed. Not too shabby. You guys are amazing, she said as the show revealed Midoriya wincing from his broken finger and thumb, and Mineta bleeding from his scalp, both of you. A painting of the scene filled the screen of the theater as Asui finished. I guess we passed the shipwreck zone. Midoriya's theme music ended and the outro began, to the cheers and whoops of their classmates. Just like Todoroki, They beat all those villains in an instant. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 squealed. That was amazing. And even though you were so scared, you still joined in and helped, Koda added. You should be proud of yourself, Mineta. Yeah, I helped there, Mineta said, but I was useless afterwards. I kinda don't wanna come back after lunch. Miss Kamemoto, can I just skip it, please? Everyone has to watch it, Mineta, no exceptions, Kamemoto answered. It's cruel and unfair, but you agreed to watching this show to help you become better heroes in the future. If you haven't talked about what happened at the USJ before today, now's a good time to do it. She's right, Nezu said. You're a rare group of first years who have fought villains outside of the parameters of an internship or a work study with pro heroes in the field. As terrible as these experiences were, they were still events that have helped to mold and shape you into the upstanding heroes you are and can be. Not using this as an opportunity to learn and grow would be an unwise thing to do, regardless of the pain it might save you. That was amazing, Izuku, Ochako whispered. Even though you had to break your fingers to do it, the three of you managed to get out of there in one piece. Yeah, Izuku sighed. We did, but, everyone, narrator Uraraka spoke up as All Might's theme started for the next episode preview. Let's hold our own until Ida gets back with help. We'll be okay. Next time, game over. Narrator Midoriya exclaimed. We're gonna see some unexpected developments from Yorozu's body, narrator Uraraka teased. What? Yorozu yelped. What do you mean by that, Uraraka? Narrator Midoriya gulped in embarrassment at narrator Uraraka's words and his voice was shaky as he said, Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Kamemoto had a slight grin on her face and she watched the students closely as she brought the lights back up, unlocked the doors, and disengaged the quirk inhibitor. The moment the blue light had receded after flaring, Nito Monoma was wrapped up in Kendo's big fist hand and being thrown towards the door. Quick! Run away before they kill you. Kendo shouted, with tape, dark shadow, earphone jacks, and a storm of very angry Class 1A students chasing after the pajama-clad blonde. Oh, we're not gonna kill him, Uraraka said with a twisted grin. That wouldn't be heroic at all. We're just gonna tar and feather him, Bakugo clarified beneath his pink hair. That'll teach that blonde SHT for looking down on our class. Aizawa's eyes flashed red as he engaged his quirk, cancelling out all of theirs. That's enough, he said, stopping his class in their murderous tracks. His capture scarf was floating around his head as he commanded them. Kamemoto still needs to give him his key card for his room so he can settle in before he joins us for lunch in the buffet hall. I want you all to be on your best behavior around Monoma while we're watching these episodes. But sir, Midnight's going to be giving you all a special class after the 2 episodes we'll be watching after lunch, Aizawa continued past Kirishima's outburst. After that, I'll leave the afternoon open to you. I don't want to see any of you doing something immoral, got it? I don't want to see anyone acting up. Kendo felt an ice cube go down her neck at the emphasis as what seemed like all of her sister class replied with a synchronized, yes, sir.